Half of the spherical view is obscured by blue-violet streaks of a gas and dust cloud. On Earth, this cloud is also called the Orion Nebula, or M42. It is true that from Earth it seems much smaller, and a lot of details escape the gaze of telescopes. And it is certainly impossible to see the bulk of the jump gate from Earth, which vaguely resembles an octagonal nut. The nut seems like a tiny dot even from a distance of 20 mipress, to say nothing of Earth, which is 1,500 light-years away. The inky emptiness of the vacuum is also diluted with the cold light of distant stars, and the nut rhythmically pulsates with navigation lights, beautiful and completely meaningless. Flashing lights on retractable masts became obsolete exactly at the second when the ships of intelligent beings left the seas and went into deep space. The lights are of no practical use because any modern vessel is equipped with a multi-purpose scanner capable of seeing in a much wider range than the human eye. The scanner does not need additional reference points in the form of stupid multicolored bulbs. However, the Commonwealth technicians stubbornly equip each object with flashing lights. Why? Only because it is supposed to be that way. It was supposed to be thousands of years ago. Human genius travels hand in hand with human stupidity and inertia through centuries and distances. Klim glanced out of the corner of his eye at the picturesque picture of space and asked himself for the 10th time, was he an idiot for rushing to search for an incomprehensible scion elder from the family legend of Prince Vsevolod? It turned out that he was an idiot. But at that moment, for some reason, the pilot thought that this was a fucking great idea. Although, of course, the news of an imminent death would ruin anyone's thought process.
And then there was Shakti's sudden marriage. In itself, it was a mundane matter, but in total, it turned out to be a mind-bender. And so Klim was rushing into the unknown on a rather strange ship. It is clear that the Perun was built a long time ago, maybe even before the general development of capsule technologies, but the similarities and differences looked even more unusual. On the one hand, the very presence of a standard landing slot for a capsule. And on the other, in the Perun, all 10 medium guns are sewn directly into the ship's design and do not provide for replacement. That is why Vsevolod was generous with an additional weapons base. Klim's favorite railguns, the skills for which are pumped up to rank 4, simply cannot be installed here. The native energy weapons of the Perun are an anachronism. Such energy emitters are quite uncontrollable. To make some kind of lightning strike a certain place, especially in vacuum conditions, is not an easy task. For this, the turrets are also equipped with lasers that create a special ionized channel for the energy through which it moves. In fact, this is a laser plus an energy emitter, which is why the weapons are considered hybrids. They are also very gluttonous and quickly drain the capacitor, so energy hybrids have been largely abandoned. But the creators of the cruiser Perun cleverly got out of it. They covered the overall energy consumption of the guns on the hull amplifiers, built coolers into the ship's frame, plus a few more small bells and whistles, and voila, it turned out quite good. If, of course, you do not take into account the impossibility of replacement. In general, weapon hybridization is once again gaining popularity. Take blasters, for example. Previously, they simply splashed a sheaf of plasma into space. They were even called plasma torches or plasma throwers. But the energy of such a shot quickly dissipated, and the lethal range did not exceed 5 miprov. Now, however, plasma clots are enclosed in a refractory sphere like a bullet. While the plasma burns through the packaging, the bullet manages to fly all 20 to 25 mippers, and the damage it causes is no more than a straight stream. So modern blaster weapons are also considered hybrids. Klim delved into his memory, as if recalling hundreds of lessons on energy hybrids. New knowledge had already settled on the shelves of his mind, and it was interesting to remember what he had known for a long time. However, the first rank of the base gave only general information, focusing mainly on use, that is, on the features of shooting and aiming. In this regard, energy hybrids are simpler than railguns.
There is no recoil, and you do not have to compensate for the ship's course with accelerators after the shot. Klim scrolled through the acquired knowledge in his memory so that it would be better consolidated. There is simply nothing else to do in flight. Piloting required minimal attention. Klim quickly got used to the cruiser's heavy structure. With its clumsiness compared to a destroyer, to the slow acceleration and the peculiarities of aiming. The skill of controlling a cruiser was firmly ingrained in his subconscious, as if Klim had been doing nothing else his whole life. Piloting a cast plate of armor. In essence, Perun, like its half-brother, Perfo, resembled a cut plate with curved edges. Earth pilots even gave Perfo a nickname, plywood, for its resemblance to a rectangular piece of this multi-layered building material. Jump gates replaced each other. Klim watched the trajectory out of the corner of his eye and delved deeper into the characteristics of the ship. The path ahead was not short, and Vsevolod advised to sleep as little as possible. In a state of sleep, changes in psi channels accelerated several times. Therefore, Klim decided not to sleep at all. This, of course, is harmful to health, but not fatal, like the changes caused by the sphere of the ancients. And he had the misfortune to stand in Casimir's way. Well, what was it worth to move a little to the side? Apparently, it is still worth taking a more serious approach to physical training. After all, life is not limited to piloting. If I survive, I'll definitely sign up as Chiric's student, the pilot decided. However, it was not the first time he had made such promises to himself. But they all remained promises. It is easier to lie to yourself. You can always come up with a bunch of excuses and, trustfully, accept them as the truth. As we moved towards the Commonwealth borders, the system's security index decreased and decreased, until, after another jump, the expected 0 appeared. The zeros greeted the pilot with peace and quiet. There are not many promising places in this sector of the galaxy, and the Kargass Zone is nearby. It is unknown when the AI that rules it will decide to seize another piece of space. Therefore, no one is in a hurry to invest in the local infrastructure, and the pirates are afraid to settle here for a long time. The ship was gradually approaching the dim green line on the strategic map. 7 more jumps, and instead of security indices, the AI would report, Frontier. In fact, the frontier is almost no different from the nulls. The same unexplored space where there are no laws, few inhabited planets, and no normal communication. But credits also work in the frontier. Although there is a small point that forces corporations to stay in the nulls and pay taxes to the Commonwealth, and not to freely cut through the frontier. In case some particularly evil URT or other nasty thing is encountered in the nulls territory, there is a chance that the Commonwealth will not leave its fellow citizens in trouble and will help. But if you encounter similar problems in the frontier, then these are completely your problems. However, the intelligent beings in the frontier and nulls also live and thrive. After all, very often the indices are assigned for political reasons. For example, there is a rather famous guy, Maki Vince. Once he pulled off a successful scam and found himself at the helm of a powerful mega-corporation, which gradually took over a solid zone in the nulls. Moreover, Maki ruled so successfully that soon they began to say that this was not even nulls anymore, but a completely inhabited space of the Commonwealth, and it was time to add a few points to them. But Maki is still in no hurry to increase the security indices of his systems. After all, this will force his fleet to obey some kind of laws. In general, everything is complicated and shaky. As always, when it comes to profit and power, a huge red spot loomed on the map right along the trajectory of the movement, the Kargass Zone. This is about 700 systems captured by an ancient AI. However, not so ancient. The Commonwealth encountered it only 300 years ago, and before that, long-range reconnaissance had already combed this direction and did not encounter any hordes of drones that now occupy the systems marked in red. So, perhaps, Kargass is not so old. The most amazing thing is that the AI controls its drones with psi, although artificial intelligence cannot be a psion. At least, there are no such in the Commonwealth. Yet. Another mystery. No matter how sophisticated the AI is, it is not capable of inventing any fundamentally new technologies, and Kargass got them from somewhere. Initially, all his drones were Techno 1 and got a good beating from the Commonwealth, and about 120 years ago, they unexpectedly upgraded to Techno 2 and started to snap back pretty good. Now, a solo trip to the Kargass Zone is akin to suicide. Only well-coordinated fleets of ships go there to shake the AI troops for rare modules. Neither the weapons nor the auxiliary systems of the drones carry any special advanced technologies. But they are assembled so well and skillfully that they surpass human gadgets by 20 to 30% in power, with the same energy consumption. So arming your ship with guns from Kargass is considered a special chic. Perun skirted the dangerous place, the zone stretched out like a solar protuberance in a wide arc. Several crossings had to be made right along the border of the red zone. But no matter how Klim shortened the route, a day had to be spent on a detour. However, even in the border systems, people lived quite well. They say correctly that a person is such a beast that he gets used to everything, even to such an unpleasant and dangerous neighborhood. Klim checked the approximate course that Venik Vsevolod had given him, and he discovered that the map was glowing with a marker for the last jump gate. It's not that there aren't any further, but they aren't recorded on the Commonwealth maps, which means they're not certified as they should be. And they're not checked by technical commissions, and that can lead to a lot of unpleasant consequences. At the very least, using such makeshift things is always a risk. However, the flight plan did not provide for this. Now the outer gate will transfer Perun to a certain secret place, and there it will be necessary to find a frame that will accelerate the ship to the final destination of the journey. So, the wild gate will not have to be used, thank the eggs. The warp tunnel dissipated, throwing the cruiser into the normal space. The bulk of the station loomed nearby, apparently assembled from waste and garbage. Nothing resembling a common foundation. Nodes and submodules are attached to each other in a chaotic manner, and they apparently haven't even heard of systematization and standards here. Another space dump that somehow managed to get the Commonwealth to officially consider itself a station. It's a common thing. Money can solve even more. Nearby, a spindle-shaped 10-kilometer obelisk, somewhat resembling a Christmas tree decoration, shines majestically. At one time, the Forerunners scattered a ton of different incomprehensible things across space. Many are dangerous, or even deadly to approach, so warning beacons are installed near them. But there are also quite harmless structures that scientists are trying to study, but have not yet come to any conclusions. Obelisks are given their own scientific names, from a dozen jaw-dropping terms. However, pilots usually rename everything in a row, so as not to bother too much. Simple names take root better than scientific terms. This obelisk was simply called Luck. It is an ellipse slightly elongated towards the poles, from which thinning protuberances several kilometers long emanate. The two longest and thickest ones stretched out from different poles of the ellipse. They are what give the obelisk a spindle-shaped form. By the way, the ellipse is completely empty. Scientists assume that there was once some equipment of the ancients inside, but they took it with them into oblivion. A controversial statement. However, Klim was never particularly interested in obelisks. He knew one thing. It is believed that if you make 3 spiral turns around Luck, then you will be lucky in any endeavor. There are few Lucks left. They are cast from Sherb crystal, which conducts psi energy very well, and at the dawn of the psionics era, they were mercilessly dismantled for raw materials. Then the Commonwealth invented its own superconductor, crystalloid, an order of magnitude better than crystal, and the obelisks were left alone. By that time, Only a couple dozen ancient finds remained. So, to come across such an obelisk is truly rare luck. Almost all of them are listed in tourist catalogs and are considered legally protected attractions. And around this hang several pleasure yachts and a tourist boat with a convex observation window across the entire roof. Through the window, the figures of people in light spacesuits shine through. About 100 people are glued to the transparent matte glass and stare with interest at the antiquity. Klim accelerated the cruiser and made a sharp turn around the obelisk. He made a triple spiral and rushed towards the jump gate. The people in the tourist boat waved their hands in unison. Most likely, they were also shouting something encouraging, but of course, this was not heard. Klim handed over the original gate coordinates and expectedly accepted a form in response to wave claims.
Usually the gates transfer ships to other gates, using the latter as hyper-receivers. But here you need to send them to arbitrary coordinates and even without reference points and without reference to a beacon. The form explicitly stated that the gate crew would not be held responsible for any possible failures and that the accuracy of the warp exit would be within 3 light hours.
3 lights! What a shambles! The pilot was indignant. However, what else to expect from an ancient portal, resembling a crescent moon and suspiciously out of place, sparkling with red lightning? If only he had thrown it in the right direction. Klim wanted to look at the technical characteristics of the local jump gate, and the neural network obediently gave out a whole poem. But it turned out to be more of a description of the landmark, the main advantage of which is that it was built no one knows when, and is the most ancient gate in the Commonwealth. The description recommended visiting this thing as a tourist celebrity, but refraining from using it for its intended purpose. Klim confirmed the waiver of claims and paid for the jump. There was nowhere to go anyway. Access granted. Attention. Jump. A short blue flash and sparks began to play around the ship. They formed into a patterned tunnel, through the translucent walls of which swirling gray clouds were visible, the usual distortions of the high-speed warp. This was probably the longest passage through the jump gate that the pilot had ever made. It lasted 20 minutes and 43 seconds. Finally, the tunnel dissipated and Perun emerged into normal space. The nearest star was found at a distance of 20 light-years. A brown dwarf, almost cooled down. It will soon cool down completely and become a planet-like object. Soon, by the standards of the universe, naturally. It was precisely the brown dwarf marker, as well as the location of distant stars that had to be oriented. Vsevolod supplied Klim with a 300-year-old photo of space, and not even a spherical one, but a rectangular cutout. And now the navigation AI will have to read the changes that have occurred over 3 centuries, superimpose them on what is visible now, and calculate the course, and most likely, Perun was thrown out not even where the old photo was taken. At least I didn't have to bother with navigation myself. Even a highly specialized AI took 3 minutes to figure it out. Well, it almost landed at the ordered point, Klim rejoiced after studying the calculation results. The frame must be very close. It must have been the triple spiral around luck that helped. True, it took another 2 hours to fiddle around. Vsevolod only gave the vector of movement from a certain point, not the exact coordinates. So we had to do a fair amount of winding around looking for the right direction. Klim was already getting nervous when the Perun scanner detected the signature of the acceleration gate. The frame turned out to be old, a tunnel modification, i.e. you need to fly inside a lattice tube to accelerate. This imposes certain restrictions on the size of the ship, but the cruiser Perun fits into them successfully. But a battleship would not fit, in terms of dimensions. It's good that no equipment is provided in the frame. Something would definitely break down in 300 years, and simple crystal plastic contours have almost no shelf life. Perun accelerated, entered the frame's bell precisely. It was enveloped in purple flashes and spat the cruiser into the unknown. Klim spent the next 3 days in the warp. The frame is not a jump gate. It only adds additional power to the ship's warp accelerator. During the last 6 hours of the flight, Klim allowed himself to sleep in order to be in shape for the exit.
Fopper, jump, completed. Attention! This star system does not have an identification code. No artificial object signatures detected. A yellow-white F-class star, slightly more massive and hotter than the Sun, has grabbed as many as 15 planets into its gravitational capture zone. At least, that's how many the cruiser's scanner caught. Perun, headed for the 5th from the local luminary. The planet's sphere is almost completely covered with clouds. Turquoise spots of oceans are visible through rare gaps. Klim changed 3 filter modes until he got the scanner to clearly show the surface, and not a whitish swirl of curls. Under the clouds, the picture was not encouraging. A solid cover of water.
I hope this old man of theirs is not some kind of amphibian or fish, Klim thought sadly. Looking for an underwater inhabitant in the vast expanses of the ocean is a practically hopeless task. The planet has 3 natural satellites, but they are all small, practically not illuminating the host with reflected light. However, on the night side, the water still slightly phosphoresces. Apparently, some organisms like plankton live near the surface, and that means there is a high probability of more developed life. Unless, of course, some chemical elements glow, the onboard scanner of the Perun is designed to search for space objects. And the biological block in it is very weak until the cruiser sits in low near-planetary orbit. There is no point in expecting a reliable scan. A quarter of an hour later, Klim lowered Perun enough so that it wouldn't cling to the atmosphere too much and the orbital period around the planet wouldn't be too long. Soon, islands emerged from the horizon, a whole bunch of them. Each one was painted in all shades of green. The largest one was about the size of Japan. And nowhere was there anything that resembled man-made structures. It was pure wilderness. Great-grandfather told Venik, "You'll see it and immediately understand where to look." Of course, you'll understand here. The islands formed kaleidoscopes of archipelagos, or sailed forlornly alone. The scanner had already counted more than 10,000 marks. It's a disaster here. The idea of rushing headlong to find the medical boarding house had lost its last points of appeal. And there was no time to go back, no matter how much he wanted to. How much time did Klim have left? 2 or 3 weeks? Without the jump gate, the return trip could take months, and it was not a fact that he would still be conscious for the last week. Had he made a complete fool of himself by rushing into such a dubious undertaking? However, lying around in the medical capsule for years was not a particularly ideal plan either. Attention! Signature detected. Object: medium-class ship. Description: presumably a ship with a crew. Characteristics: not in the database. The tactical map showed that the guest was heading to intercept Perun. Klim added power to the cruise booster to break away from the planet's circular orbit. A couple of minutes later, the guest also adjusted its course and again went to intercept. Moreover, no messages or attempts to contact. Silent and shortening the distance. In the Commonwealth, this is a sign of bad intentions. Attention! The scanner has detected an attempt to lock onto a target. Now that's clearly hostile behavior. True, the distance of 200 MIPROs does not allow the guidance systems to confidently hold the target. Even the advanced scanner of the Perun can aim at no more than 90. Attention! The scanner has detected an attempt to lock onto a target. Are they crazy or something? Klim was surprised by the guest's useless persistence. Suddenly, I remembered how senior cadets of the academy told tales about ships with a crew that are head and shoulders above capsule technologies, like some super-duper advanced races are capable of building downright fantastic mechanisms. They shoot through half a star system and capture targets almost through the sleeves of the galaxy. And in general, if the pilot weren't in the capsule now, he would definitely be covered in cold, sticky sweat. Attention! The scanner has detected an attempt to lock on to a target. What are they trying to achieve? Here, Klim had an interesting idea and checked the logs. Well, that's right. The guest uses a radar guidance system which, by the way, was also used for communication a long time ago. Ice about 500 years ago, before the era of psionic communication. A small adjustment of the onboard AI followed. Fortunately, the ancient form of communication was sewn into its memory, along with many other anachronisms, and the following appeared on the screen. Trespasser, immediately shut down the boosters. Quite in the common language. Oh my. Somehow, Klim lost sight of the fact that he was the guest here. And the approaching ship was the owner, who was possibly patrolling the system and could well demand an explanation from the visitor. Since the pilot had no plans to quarrel with the locals, he stopped the ship and waited for them to approach him. Why bother? Standard practice, an unidentified ship in a protected area. The owners want to clarify the purpose of the visit. The humpbacked hulk of the alien ship was slowly approaching. 150 Mipres. 100 Mipres. 80. From this distance, the scanner could clearly see the ship's contours. A sort of catamaran between two hulls, a wide deck with a lot of complex stuffing, from which 4 golden glowing ellipses stand out. Even the whole thing is not covered with armor. What stupidity. 60 Mipres, 40, 30. If the pilot had not been required to shut down the boosters, the Perun would have covered the distance between the ships in 20 seconds. But rules are rules. We had to wait almost 10 minutes for the old tub to crawl by itself. Every minute, a message came from the master as Klim dubbed the approaching ship with a marker. Turn off the systems. Wait. Of course, the pilot did not turn off anything. He only reduced the energy consumption of some non-critical units. Attention! The ship is under fire! A dozen dots separated from the owner. Signatures detected. Objects, 12 heavy missiles. Description, not found in the Commonwealth database. Well, they're giving it to us. Klim chuckled. The missiles flew 3 times faster than the master himself. But for Perun, it was still just a snail's pace. Little by little, of course, they accelerated, but clearly not enough. Meanwhile, the alien ship slowed down and slightly changed course, as if wanting to observe the explosions from the side. Its commander apparently decided that the target was already finished, and the missiles would handle the rest themselves. Klim switched the cruiser's systems to normal mode and performed an evasive maneuver. The missiles continued to fly along the old trajectory, most likely simply having lost their target and moving to where the enemy was last seen. Judging by the number, they are guided in the old-fashioned way, by heat or electromagnetic radiation, and not at all by a psionic indicator from the host ship that launched them. Attention, active scanning. Attention, active scanning. Attention, active scanning. Warning, enemy is using continuous probing. It seems the onboard AI was quite surprised itself. They definitely don't teach that in their AI academies. Uninterrupted probing is sheer nonsense. Kindergarten. Klim felt a sudden urge to roll his eyes and pick his nose. Demonstratively, expressing the highest measure of contempt, the master missed the target and is trying to find it by active probing. At a distance of 20 to 30 Mipers, this even works. But further success is not guaranteed. But the search engine itself shines on the tactical map all the time, like a New Year's tree on a moonless night. It is not even necessary to capture such a target. You can shoot right away. And yet, the alien trick worked. The enemy missiles synchronously changed course and rushed towards the Perun. and Klim set the flight trajectory along the orbit of the master, accelerating so much that the distance to the missiles did not change. Now you can fire in circles all day long.
This simple hint should show the attackers that they are slightly behind in technology. Maybe they'll come to their senses? But the master launched another 10 missiles and tried to get closer by turning on the afterburners, although without success. Oh, no way. Are they idiots or something? Okay. Klim activated one of the turrets and fired. As expected, a sphere of energy shield flared up around the enemy ship. However, it emitted in such a strange range that the onboard AI was unable to calculate the damage inflicted. Okay, again. Klim aimed the turret at one of the 4 glowing ellipses in the fuselage of the master. Theoretically, these should be accelerators. Every time the master accelerated, they glowed brighter. Maybe a partial loss of speed will calm the attackers? Meanwhile, another 20 missiles separated from the master. Apparently, they decided to take it by quantity, if not quality. Maximum acceleration. Captain Giron wheezed.
Squeeze everything! Full missile salvo! Missile defense weapons, fire on standby!
The first mate glanced sideways at the commander's bunk, the overloads preventing him from turning his head. Never before had Giron behaved like this. Like this. Well, always never. The captain, of course, had fits of rage, which is why he was sent to guard the prison, but to be smashed so uncontrollably, to the point of grinding teeth and biting his lip? Solon had never seen anything like this before. A single maroon line rolled down the captain's chin. With such overloads, the blood could not coagulate into a drop. If the weight on his chest hadn't been 5 times the standard, the captain would have also cursed profusely in 8.5 languages. First mate Solon had already memorized a good portion of these curses. When drunk, the captain's fits happened more often, and he preferred to drink in Solon's company. It's true that the captain usually managed to calm down in a matter of seconds. Some outbursts of rage were not always noticeable from the outside. Otherwise, Giron would have been removed from command long ago. Now the captain had been acting weird for almost a minute, not wanting to admit that the target was beyond the capabilities of their tactical cruiser. It was understandable. Some tiny bug weighing 1/10 of their Vandal, and the electronic warfare system with the power of a battleship, completely blinds the scanner. Only with the help of active probing they somehow manage to keep it in sight. In such cases, it is prescribed to send an emergency message to the metropolis and observe the situation without interfering. Wait until the family ship arrives. But Giron did not send the message, considering the intruder to be another yacht, on which friends came to rescue the prisoner. And now the message cannot be sent at all. Between the chain of repeaters and the Vandal, the globe of the planet is spinning, blocking the connection. Solon blinked in fear as the alarm siren began to blare obnoxiously. The intruder had, with a single shot, put out the newest energy defense system designed to withstand a dozen heavy Kill-X missiles, which were now swarming uselessly like a crowd of midges, unable to catch up with the enemy ship. "Get out of the fight!" the first mate tried to yell at the captain, violating all the rules of subordination. But the weight, which had already exceeded 10 GE, turned this cry into an indistinct bleating. The captain simply did not hear it. There are a lot of intelligent races in the universe that believe that they are the crown of creation, and usually these races destroy everyone who is not like them. Earthlings, by the way, are also guilty of this. Over the centuries of civilization, a lot of unreasonable life, and let's face it, intelligent life, has disappeared from the face of our home planet. How many native Indians are left in America? And where is Adiabeni and Sumer? In general, Klim apparently came across similar guys. They don't want to give up at all. They increased the speed even more, launched more missiles, and are pushing straight ahead, like a bulldozer with a drunk bulldozer driver. Although here, it would be more appropriate to compare an elephant and a pug. It's time to realize that victory is not in the cards. When several dozen missile defense installations started talking from the master, the pilot jerked the ship to maneuver. But after a second, he calmed down and leveled the course again. The weak lasers and high-speed large-caliber machine guns of the enemy are not only designed for close combat and practically do not hit the target, but are also ridiculously weak. They probably would not even shoot down a small missile if someone decided to launch it at the master. How could they compete with the shield of the Perun? In fact, anti-missile turrets are almost never used in the Commonwealth. It is not always possible to even notice a modern missile controlled by the pilot himself using psi, let alone shoot it down. A bunch of fast but weak turrets that will be able to reliably protect the ship from missiles will only distract the pilot from control. And a separate targeting AI is expensive. It makes sense to install it on large ships like dreadnoughts. For small things, it is simpler and more effective to use an additional shield pumping module and barrier traps with EMP. Klim watched the enemy's efforts to get his ship and wondered what to do. The only thing that prevented Klim from activating all the turrets and firing a coordinated salvo was that he had come for help. What if this antediluvian trough with its crew was guarding the old healer? In the Commonwealth, the old man would have been guarded by an entire squadron. Most likely, they would have even hung a citadel in the planet's orbit. Maybe the local guys had orders, no retreat and no surrender? Klim decided to give a final warning. The Perun scanner was unable to calculate how much power was left in the alien shield. Therefore, the pilot carefully aimed at one of the 4 sphere engines of the master and carefully fired from the only weapon, intending to do this as many times as the enemy ship's energy shield lasts, and then one more time to disable the engine itself. And only after that, try to establish communication with the defeated enemy.
Ideally, it is also necessary to knock several missile launch turrets off the fuselage so that the aliens would not even think of resisting. For some reason, the Master's protective energy sphere did not flare up as it should when it covers the ship and absorbs damage. And the very first silver lightning of the Perun successfully hit the very core of the glowing ellipse. Gada! Boom! Bang! Vaboof! The AI sounded 4 powerful explosions almost simultaneously. Multicolored shimmers of light like fireworks scattered pieces of the alien ship. The Master was not even torn apart, it was scattered into dust. The largest fragment was the size of a fist. Oh, fuck! Klim didn't expect anything like that. He even mechanically changed course, although an explosion at such a distance wouldn't be able to seriously damage the shields of his cruiser. It seems that the hope for peace talks from a position of strength can be safely thrown into the trash.
There is no one left to negotiate with. The tactical AI recalculated the energy released during the explosion and belatedly concluded that the glowing ellipses in the alien ship's structure were not accelerators, but open power reactors. Hence the impossibility of calculating the damage inflicted. The energy of the reactors was intertwined with the energy of the shield. Klim turned on the active scanner and searched the area in the hope of finding another negotiator. No artificial object signatures detected. Even if they were discovered, who in fact would agree to negotiate after that? Crap! On the other hand, what is the point of negotiating with such backward natives? Well, if another 10 similar tubs arrive in the system, Perun will disassemble even 100 of them without even having time to drain the capacitor. The question remains, won't the Elder send Klim far away after destroying his guards? But there are several options, from maybe he himself doesn't really want to be guarded to the Elder may simply know nothing about what happened. In any case, a personal meeting is needed, and then, you see, Vsevolod's gift will resolve the situation. All that remains is to find this old man. The enemy missiles flew blindly straight ahead, having completely lost their target since the Master's scanners were no longer helping them.
Klim discarded the crazy idea of exposing himself to one of the missiles to find out the power of the warhead. Who knows these local aborigines? What if their weapons are much more advanced than the ship's defenses? According to the Commonwealth's classification, the missiles look like heavy missiles and could well be armed with antimatter warheads. Perun will fly in no small way, and judging by everything, there is absolutely no place to repair it here. The pilot directed the ship towards the planet. The cruiser's scanner had been slowly building a projection of the surface all this time, and now Klim noticed something odd. One of the islands turned out to be a regular rectangular shape. Quite small, 6 by 8 kilometers. On one of the short sides of the rectangle, a bald spot had been eaten away, a semicircular lagoon, protected by a wide strip of reefs like a breakwater. Klim increased the resolution. Some buildings were discovered on the edge of the lagoon. They do not emit technosphere radiation, but the buildings are clearly artificial. What did great-grandfather say to Venick? You'll see it and find it right away? It looks like this is exactly what is needed. The other islands look natural and don't stand out, so they've decided on the landing site. Perun had to be left on one of the 3 satellites. The ship fell into the soft soil of the planetoid, raising a huge cloud of dust which will now settle in about 100 years. The celestial body has too little gravity. This somewhat unmasked Perun. But there were enough similar dust clouds on the satellite, apparently caused by meteorite impacts. Perhaps no one will be interested in something new. Of course, it is possible to land on the planet on a cruiser, but the ship is not designed for such tricks. The entry of the Perun into the dense layers of the atmosphere will cause such a fiery show that it will be visible for hundreds of kilometers around. There is no need to expose yourself like that. The capsule quietly slipped out of the cruiser's belly, and it immediately wrapped itself in a camouflage field and de-energized the bulk of the modules to remain unnoticed. Klim doubted that the locals would now be able to detect the Perun even using probing. Their technology was too backward.
After the capsule undocked, the pilot was overcome with disorientation.
Klim seemed to have gone deaf in one ear, blind in one eye, and his whole body went numb. His arms and legs became shorter. He felt like a weak puppy, barely moving his paws, a pitiful bug against the backdrop of the planet and its small satellites. And somewhere in the back of his head, an unpleasant throbbing pain settled. This had never happened before. Apparently, the brain changes caused by the ancient sphere are beginning to intensify. For now, the pain is similar to an unpleasant itch under the skull. But according to Vsevolod, this will not last long. Soon it will become unbearable. The capsule darted towards the blue planet as a transparent drop. It had all the necessary equipment built in to avoid producing unnecessary effects in the atmosphere. It was just a pity that the scanner couldn't be compared to a ship's.
The islands on the planet looked schematic, and it was impossible to see their surface at all.
Of course, as we descended, the situation improved. The blurred contours became clearer, and square buildings near the shore appeared. There were a couple dozen buildings, but they were surrounded by a crooked wall. Every now and then, people scurried between the buildings, or maybe not so people. The capsule scanner allowed us to see only blurred silhouettes of heat signatures. Some climbed the wall, and some wandered along the shore between the wall and the edge of the ocean. Klim didn't go straight to the strange buildings by the lagoon, but landed in the forest thicket in the middle of the island, intending to get to the old man's house on foot, if this old man even still lives here. The capsule's automation studied the surrounding environment and advised using a breathing mask. The main parameters are normal, but the air is not quite suitable for breathing. Many unnecessary impurities can poison you in 10 minutes, but there is as much as 33% oxygen, which means breathing should be easy. The new pilot suit has an NB4M module. It is much better than what was in his old suit, and can grow a mask with the necessary filters, and much more. But if we manage to agree on treatment, then the suit may have to be removed. The protective folding hood with mask will definitely have to be removed. To avoid unnecessary complications, Klim gave the necessary instructions and the capsule put him to sleep, and millions of nanites rushed into the green liquid of the Raitai mold. Gradually, they penetrated the pilot's body, took hold in the lungs, and in 30 minutes created colonies of cells that would filter the air from unnecessary impurities.
Klim woke up on the dried, soft bedding of the capsule's inner gondola. The automation had already pumped out the biogel and cleaned the body. The mild illumination gradually increased its power so as not to cause discomfort to the pilot with a sharp change in lighting. The emergency reserve case, built into the side hemisphere, opened. Thanks to short sleep, it was possible to reduce the unpleasant sensations after disconnecting the neuroshunts to a minimum. Doctors advise doing this constantly, but this is not always possible. Klim began to pull on the pilot's suit right in the capsule. It was uncomfortable, but safe. The final touch was a stun gun on his belt. After thinking about it, Klim added a spare accumulator to it. The pilot was not planning to fight seriously, but situations are different. Chapter 2. The capsule doors opened. Klim carefully climbed out. He took a few deep breaths and looked at his biometrics. His condition had not worsened, which meant that his altered lungs were doing a great job of purifying the air. It even became much easier. The increased oxygen ratio was great for relieving fatigue. It seemed like the back of his head was hurting less. Well, that's great. The pilot looked around in surprise. The leaves completely covered the ground from above, and only now, under the shade of the green crown, it became clear that the trees were growing in orderly rows. Bushes, new young shoots and grass had grown chaotically between the mighty trunks, but the old trees were lined up, as if on parade, exactly 5 meters from each other. It was immediately obvious that someone intelligent had planted them. However, this is not surprising given that the island is strictly rectangular. It is clear that it is artificial, and the planet itself seems to have been terraformed. Such conditions of life suitable for humans are almost never found in the universe. Something always has to be adjusted. And here, as if on order, almost paradise. And the temperature, and gravity, and microflora. Well, as for the air not being in good condition, it is also not particularly pleasant to breathe near some cities on Earth. And although Klim did not notice anything resembling a huge climate bioprocessor from orbit, a hand was clearly put to the local climate. The capsule slowly shrank into a transport state. The camouflage field was activated, and now the technological egg began to resemble a hillock overgrown with grass. Up close, you can still notice some incongruities not inherent in natural nature, but from 20 to 30 steps, the capsule perfectly merged with the surrounding forest. Klim walked west. That's where the lagoon was located, strictly to the west. Probably in the evening, a beautiful view of the sunset opens up on its shore. Lost in thought about the sight that he undoubtedly had to see, he didn't notice when a small gray shadow slipped out from the nearest bush. Whee! Came from beneath our feet. A dull pain shot through his ankle. Something resembling a hairy piglet the size of a cat had sunk its teeth into the pilot's leg. Klim kicked the insolent animal and reached for the stunner, warily recalling that on Earth, piglets are always accompanied by their mother boar. The boar was not found nearby, but the little pig himself turned out to be quite belligerent. Having flown a couple of meters after the kick, he nimbly rose and again rushed into battle with a ferocious squeal, as ferocious as a month-old pig can be. This time, the little bastard intended to bite the pilot's other leg. Klim kicked the lively one again, retreated to the capsule, and while the angry boar was turning around for a new attack, fired a stun gun at him. Whee! Oink! The stunner was at minimum power, so the fighting pig lost his step, spread his hooves like a drunk, slid a little on his belly, and snorted, grunting sweetly. Ugh, you scared me, you fat little thing. Klim examined the bite site. The suit is, of course, intact. Even a vibro knife can't cut it everywhere, but the leg got it. It's guaranteed to give you a hefty bruise. Having climbed onto the roof of the capsule to protect himself if the formidable boar suddenly woke up, Klim began to tinker with the suit settings. A few minutes later, the built-in pumping module turned the suit into armor. Bracers, greaves, shoulder pads, everything as expected of an assault suit, with the difference that the armor will only save from kinetic damage. A beamer or stunner will not even notice this civilian modification, and most large-caliber weapons too. But against animals and cold weapons, this is exactly what you need.
Klim even considered taking one of the security drones that came with the capsule. But they were designed for use in the confined spaces of stations, and in the conditions of a planet where there is no steel floor to support the magnetic cushion. The drone's accumulators would quickly run out of power. The neural network suggested that the accumulators would last for 9 hours in support mode, and only an hour in combat mode. I can handle it myself, the pilot decided. He climbed back into the capsule and poured a new batch of nanites into the NB4M module to replace those spent on the suit transformation. And then he boldly stomped into the thicket. From the side, he looked strange, like a virginal white RoboCop. Previously, Klim had a dark blue pilot suit, but after visiting the sphere of the ancients, it disappeared, like everything that the pilot had with him at that time. It is especially a pity about the bracelet burglar found in the bug. But Vsevolod only threw up his hands. Everything that gets into the sphere stays in the sphere. Be glad that you yourself are not left in it. Yeah, right, Klim retorted sourly. I'm so happy. Have you changed your mind about looking for the Elder? No. Okay, stubborn. Then take the file. I jotted down everything my great-grandfather told me. And also, you didn't receive the regalia, unlike my great ancestor, so hold out your right hand. Klim held out his hand. Vsevolod took his palm and intricately intertwined his fingers. Klim's skin pricked several times and the neural network issued, received an unidentified module. Unpacking required. Begin. Start unpacking, the prince prompted. It won't finish anyway. It'll get stuck somewhere in the middle. Stuck at 22%, Klim reported, glancing at the progress bar. So little? That's bad. Vsevolod didn't express himself like that in front of his clanmates, but he allowed himself to relax a little next to his friend. My great-grandfather was over 60. Perhaps you have even less time than we thought. Maybe you can get this idiotic idea of traveling into the unknown out of your head. If she's so idiotic, why did you offer her to me? I don't know myself. I just looked at all the options. And these two are the most viable at first glance. But that doesn't mean... Okay, Klim cut him off. It's no worse than the state of a vegetable in a medical capsule. Forget it. I only have one question. Why did you slip me a white jumpsuit? Why couldn't you find a less bright color in the entire clan? Don't tell anyone about the regalia. Vsevolod belatedly looked around for extra ears. But having found no one near the corridor leading to the airlocks, he calmed down. And the suits after assembly are all white, by the way. This one in particular also has the latest NB4M pumping module built in. It's a little larger than the two, and the mimicry submodule didn't fit in it. And we haven't bought any of those separately yet. Do you want to paint the suit with regular spraying? Oh, let it be white. There's little time as it is. See you later, friend. See you later, Vsevolod said heavily, and it seemed with a fair amount of skepticism. Klim stomped through the forest park, skirting the few young trees and bushes. It was easy to walk, the pilot thought about it, and raised his right hand. The glove partially folded, obeying the master's command, and revealed a greenish tattoo on the middle finger in the form of an intricate ring. The ring consisted of one line, and Prince Vsevolod had 3, or rather, now 2. He gave part of the regalia to Klim, which was a violation of all ancient covenants. No matter how correct the prince was as a monarch, the word friendship was not an empty phrase for him. The green border went around the finger and seemed to irritate the skin like a splinter. Although if you touch it, you don't feel any roughness, a tattoo like a tattoo. The green was also diluted by a small red dot on the side, which Klim hadn't noticed before, but if you don't look closely, it's almost invisible. After about 15 minutes of leisurely travel, the bushes between the trees began to appear more often, and shallow ravines cut through the ground here and there. He had to look more carefully under his feet, but remembering the recent attack, Klim often glanced around. However, he still did not notice from which bush the spear with a wide leaf-shaped tip flew out. A second ago, no one, only a light breeze gently rustling the leaves, and suddenly, bam! The spearhead hits the stomach, bounces off the protective plate, and falls to the ground. Most modern citizens of the Commonwealth would not even understand what kind of thing crashed into them. But Klim, thanks to his earthly past with many films and books about antiquity, immediately realized that someone was very unhappy with him here. So he raised his stun gun and generously treated the bush from which, in his opinion, the pole-armed miracle flew. He treated it with the reserve so as not to miss. Soon the sound of a body falling was heard in the bushes. But it was too early to rejoice. 2 black figures slipped out of the foliage from different sides, completely silently. Slightly below average height, curly-haired, wearing loincloths, wooden beads, and holding spears at the ready. One of them simply poked Klim in the left armpit, and the other decided to show off. Deftly twirled the spear, hooked the pilot's right hand, and twisted it, practically twisting it around the shaft. As a result, he himself aimed the stunner at his chest area, which Klim immediately took advantage of by pressing the trigger. The black man rolled his eyes and fell backwards, and his partner jabbed the spear a couple more times, but only pushed the pilot away. The razor-sharp leaf-shaped tip was unable to penetrate the pilot's suit. The native turned out to be not completely stupid, and abruptly changed tactics. He attacked the unprotected head. Klim waved the tip away with his hand, turned on the protective hood, which closed in a split second, and the next blow of the spear slid helplessly along the helmet's protection. The black man screamed belligerently and rushed forward, knocking Klim off his feet. He fell on top, pressed the shaft to his neck, and began to strangle him. In fact, he could have continued stabbing with the same success. The collar of the suit did not allow him to harm the owner. However, the native did not give up, strained his muscles more and more, and shouted nasty things. Probably nasty things Klim could not understand what exactly he was shouting. But he finally managed to pull the stunner out from under himself, which he had unsuccessfully pressed with his butt during the fall. A short impulse, and the short black man, by the way quite strong for his size, twitched a few times and went quiet. Now this isn't funny at all. Klim threw off the unconscious body and stood up. I set the stunner to 1/3 of its power. Higher than that can cause harm to health. And once again, I went over the savages with impulses. Now they'll be lying around for about 3 hours. The loincloths of the blacks turned out to be spacious shorts made of intricately intertwined pieces of thin leather. Apparently, so that the guys would not show their genitals if they decided to bend over or squat, or fall, like now. Klim looked around and listened. It seemed like there was no one else.
The stunner showed half the charge, and there were only 3 blacks. Klim looked skeptically at the only spare accumulator and the 3 bodies. If there were a couple more savages, they would be able to disarm the pilot, twist him there, or tie him up. They wouldn't kill him, but they could drag him away tied up somewhere. The suit wasn't an infantry suit, but a pilot suit. It didn't have an exoskeleton, or even simple muscle amplifiers. And the NB4MI module wouldn't be able to grow them. At least a semi-profile synthesizer would be needed for that. So, Klim looked at the network settings. Lucky. He hadn't gone far enough to lose contact with the capsule. A short order, and one of the escort drones separated from the capsule. The drone's AI is essentially just a weak computer. It is not programmed to operate in forest conditions.
The electronic brain built a dizzying route that skirted every twig and leaf encountered along the way, and assumed that reinforcements would arrive in about 40 minutes. Although this time could increase if the drone suddenly encountered a bird crossing its flight path. The drones came as a standard package with the capsule. Klim somehow overlooked the backwardness of their intelligence and did not change the standard design. It is worth adding this miscalculation to the bad list, along with physical training. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, making excuses about being busy. Finally, grab laziness by the scruff of the neck and start developing not only as a pilot. Life, as it turns out, is not limited to space flights. Disgusting. I would so like it. And now the pilot had to take over manual control so as not to wait an hour for help. Without a ship, it is much more difficult to control a drone, even one as simple as the SOP-2C. Any ship has a special module that amplifies psi pulses, a kind of horn that directs and optimizes the signal. In the field, I had to strain my brain to the max to keep the connection going. It's not just the distance, but also the interference of the general psi background, which the ship's armor shields from. Lost connection with drone, restore, connection restored. These messages popped up almost every minute as soon as I was slightly distracted. However, with every 100 meters that the drone flew, it became easier to maintain contact. Klim flew the SOP-2C almost straight ahead, avoiding only tree trunks and large branches of bushes, and soon he heard the familiar hum of atmospheric engines from afar. They hummed with obvious strain, deprived of the support of a magnetic cushion, which simply had nothing to lean on here. Klim also added this jam to the list. You will need to equip your capsule to the fullest extent, so that in case of an emergency landing you will not feel even a hint of discomfort. Finally, he saw through the drone sensor, a white figure in the middle of the foliage, his beloved self. He set the computer to stay behind him and trudged on, no longer particularly afraid of attacks. The SOP-2C, resembling a flattened drop with a light needle at the bottom, is just a civilian escort drone. It does not assess the threat, does not look for possible targets, does not track the behavior of its owner or his opponent. The SOP-2C flies nearby and waits for instructions, and its turret shoots tranquilizer needles. But for the local aborigines, with their spears, shorts bandages and beads, this is more than enough. However, the pilot did not remove his hand from the stun gun. It was calmer that way. Near one of the bushes, scattered red berries spread the aroma of home brew. Klim casually stepped on a few, and the alcoholic stench intensified many times. Splashes of juice covered his boots, and an unpleasant smell followed the pilot, forcing him to involuntarily wrinkle his nose. The smell of the berries was somehow reminiscent of the stench of beer, which Klim had to try back on Earth when he was a student. The same ineradicable, all-consuming smell. Klim cleaned his shoes on the grass. The red color was easily rubbed off, but the smell still hadn't completely disappeared, although it had weakened. Seeing a few more of these bushes, The pilot hurried to go around them. We didn't see any animals or birds along the way. Perhaps they were scared away by the drone's hum. According to the map, there was about a kilometer left to the shore with the lagoon. After some time, a new, growing sound was added to the hum of the engines behind them. Crunching, rustling, weak blows. They were approaching straight towards them. Gradually, shouts were added to them. It seemed like a whole bunch of people were running through the forest and not particularly hiding. Apparently, there were more than 3 blacks, and one ran off to get help. Klim didn't expect to hide in the thicket, which the locals knew like the back of their hand, and he simply didn't know how to do it. And even if he knew how, it wouldn't be so easy to hide in a snow-white suit in the middle of green foliage. The pilot decided to accept the fight. He noticed a convenient clearing with a single tree in the middle. He reached it with a short dash and pressed his back against the rough trunk. The drone hung a few meters ahead. Klim had already switched the controls to manual. There was no point in counting on the dumb SOP-2C AI to deal with a dozen attackers on its own. The pilot concentrated, throwing all unnecessary thoughts out of his head. He personally was not in any danger, but the escort could be damaged. Fragile engine turbines were located in the recesses of the hull below, and with due skill, they could be disabled even with a stick. Klim closed his eyes and carefully studied the drone's window. Standard neural network control, vaguely similar to that of a ship. Excellent. He had flown hundreds of hours on similar simulators. It was a pity that the visibility was only a quarter of the transverse view, and not 40% of the spherical view as he was used to. Short setup. Mark yourself as a friendly target. Change the sensor filter to thermal with auxiliary rendering. Activate combat mode. Cadet Klim the Great is ready for the test. After his phrase, a friendly cry was heard from a dozen throats. The closest Avengers finally noticed the victim. The first black man jumped out onto the clearing. He was a head taller than the others. He had bright scarlet wooden beads, and his long curly hair was matted into dreadlocks. Apparently he was the chief. Actually, the leader didn't have time to do anything. The engines hummed a little louder. The drone turned on its axis and plopped down with its needle. The black man sank to the grass, but others began to jump out onto the clearing, one after another. Initially, they began to stab Klim with spears, who stood motionless by the tree, and tried to distance himself from the muffled blows on his armor. But watching their comrades continue to fall, and an unknown flying thing cut across the clearing and busily puffing with the thin nose of its turret, the natives quickly changed their priorities. The spearmen tried to surround the humming demon and beat him down with sticks, so to speak. But he changed his position so quickly, spun, rose higher or lowered, that no one managed to hit him with all their might. Ideally, of course, it was necessary to raise the drone to a height inaccessible to the natives on foot and safely shoot them from above, but the low tree crowns intertwined with each other prevented this. However, Klim was already good at mowing down blacks. By the time they figured out how to surround the flying demon and hang on it to deprive it of maneuverability, there were about 5 people left. Klim took down the last 3 almost simultaneously, moving the drone sideways along a circular trajectory and constantly changing the altitude. The opponents didn't even have time to properly turn around. Splash! The needle calmed the native who remained on his feet, and something heavy hit Klim in the shoulder and head. He was thrown away from the tree and dragged along the ground for a couple of meters. The pilot broke the connection with the drone, grabbed the stun gun, pointed it upwards at the attacker, and stared at the SOP-2C hanging above him. Klim, lost in the game, shot himself down with his own device. Ugh! The guy hid the stun gun and stood up, looked at the blacks lying in a heap, and counted 31. Cadet magnanimous. 31 shots, 31 defeated enemies. Klim reported bravely. Pass the test, Cadet. Combat efficiency 100%.
Excellent. He praised himself and patted his sides, knocking off the dust. However, it quickly flew off the suit itself, thanks to the self-cleaning coating, to which even liquid dirt does not stick. All that was left was to hope that the old man was not one of those blacks that littered the clearing. Klim meticulously examined the healthiest one, who stood out not only for his size, but also for his scarlet beads. No, he didn't look like a cool scion. A savage, like any other savage. However, something went wrong with the local community. The old man who lives here, maybe lives here. It's unlikely that he lives here. But he might still live here.
So he might also get upset. Maybe these dark-skinned friends of his, or servants. But nothing can be changed, so Klim shrugged and trudged on. The old man himself won't be found. The forest, or rather the park planted and abandoned by someone, ended abruptly. Klim pushed through a solid wall of bushes, which he was too lazy to go around, and came out into the open space. The first thing that caught my eye was a dozen black people surrounding a guy in a white jumpsuit of an unknown type. The blacks were humming loudly and shouting something, pointing their fingers toward the forest. And now they were pointing straight at Klim. They couldn't help but notice the guest, since all their faces were turned towards him. The following phrases stood out from the polyphonic babble. "Feta Nila, Feta is given," and "Shut up, you hoarders!" This was already shouted by a man in a white jumpsuit, which hung on his figure a little baggy, and was even made of fabric in places.
He shouted it in the common language, albeit with a slightly strange accent. The blacks suddenly became quiet and belligerently gripped their spears more tightly. An old man, really. Although he looked about 30, long, straight black hair framed his face, thickly covered with a beard. The man somehow resembled Jesus Christ from the icons. An intelligent, kind look, slow, confident movements. Well, and a dozen apostles, black and with spears, but still. Behind them, Klim saw a lagoon, bright sand on the beach, and unkempt buildings molded from clay. Some square huts, surrounded by a 3-meter clay wall, a sort of medieval castle, hastily thrown together by a flock of kids on the ocean shore. In some places, its protective wall was cracked. In some places it had collapsed, but it continued to somehow perform its functions. That is, to hold back a crowd of green-brown humanoids with crocodile tails. They, also armed with spears, but with needle-like tips, were busily pushing at the wall, trying to climb. And stones were flying at them from the wall, and blacks were poking them with spears. In general, some kind of local squabble of savages. Klim noted all this in passing, and the next second, the Sop-2C flew out of the thicket and hovered at his shoulder. "What kind of vomit are you?" The bearded man was surprised and indignant. "You've screwed up my plan." Then the drone caught his attention. The man raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Lost connection with drone. Restore. Klim sent the order automatically. Access denied. No. Unable to recover or connection failure. But access denied. This only happens if the drone belongs to someone else. What the? The drone slowly landed on the ground and switched to standby mode, blinking its yellow eye. "Take him down!" The bearded Jesus waved. "Stop!" Klim shouted, raised his right hand, turned off the glove, and showed the man the ring, twisting his palm this way and that so that he could clearly see the regalia. The blacks who had rushed to attack froze indecisively. "Pratana feta dana," the bearded man muttered. The black army rushed forward again, this time with even greater enthusiasm. Klim grabbed the stun gun and easily took out the first 2 runners. And then the stun gun began to twitch in his hand, as if the neurowave emitter suddenly had a recoil like a firearm. and then it completely broke out of his hand and flew towards the bearded man. He easily intercepted it, turned it over dismissively, figuring out the simple settings, and pointed it at its former owner. "Wait a minute." "Hormonal therapy completed," the neural network reported, and also the information that Klim was out for only 20 minutes.
After all, the suit has some protection against the stun, plus the neural network made the necessary adjustments to the pilot's condition. Otherwise, he would have been unconscious for 3 hours. There is no one nearby, only the SOP-2C, lying in the grass as a piece of useless plastic. Restore connection with the drone. Access denied. The bearded man reprogrammed the drone with a wave of his hand? This is the only thing that can explain what is happening. But that's impossible. Unless this is that same cool old scion. And I, as always, stupidly screwed up the first impression, Klim thought distantly. Meanwhile, the fight between the blacks and the green lizards continued. Shouts, curses, the clanking of weapons. Dozens of green-brown bodies were lying near the clay wall, but others were persistently trying to climb up. The lizards moved like penguins, comically waddling from side to side. Some tripped and fell on level ground. It is unclear how these newts even managed to climb to a height of 3 meters on a smooth surface. The fight stretched out on a wide front. The lizards surrounded the settlement of the blacks and attacked 3 walls visible to Klim. But if the situation on 2 was bearable, despite the numerical superiority of the attackers, the defenders threw them down time after time. Then, near the wall facing the forest, there were many more lizards. They helped each other up, and one or another managed to break through the defense and climb over the wall. Klim was not a particularly advanced strategist. He was more tactical, like any novice pilot. But he immediately noticed that the wall in this place was a little lower, and there were fewer defenders on it. And from the water, along the thin strip of beach, more and more lizards emerged, and all of them, as one, hurried to this vulnerable point of defense. "What kind of vomit are you?
You've screwed up my plan."
The bearded man's words came to mind. It seems he deliberately weakened the defense in this place and set up an ambush in the forest in order to squeeze the lizards between the wall and the forest at the right moment. But instead of lizards, the ambush encountered Klim and died in an unequal battle with superior technology. So, shot down the guard ship in orbit, immobilized the forest ambush, distracted the bearded man, allowing the lizards to take advantage of the weakness of the defense. What else could I do to establish friendly contact? Klim reached out to scratch his aching head, but his fingers hit the protective hood. The pilot rose, picked up a spear that someone had dropped. A couple of blacks, whom he had managed to take down with a stun gun, continued to lie peacefully in the grass. He tried to estimate the balance of the weapon, but quickly threw this idea out of his head. What the hell balance when you hold a spear in your hands for the first time in your life? And with a furious cry, "For the motherland!" he rushed at the lizards scurrying around the wall. What was there to be afraid of? The pilot's suit would cover his inexperience with a sharp stick. Klim in this armor was simply invulnerable to the tailed ones. He reached the wall in a minute and immediately entered the fight, vigorously waving his leaf-shaped tip. It was well sharpened and could not only stab but also cut. As soon as the lizard was inflicted with even a small wound, he immediately dropped out of the fight, began to howl, fell on the sand, and tried to crawl to the water's edge. Klim neutralized the first 10 crocodile newts. After all, these creatures were more like amphibians than land lizards, almost without resistance. They didn't even notice him right away. But even when they noticed him and tried to surround him, things didn't go well for the guys. They moved too clumsily. Klim managed to run away to a safe distance and started chasing the crocodiles in another direction. Bzzz-ding! A heavy slap landed on the helmet, and the pilot fell to one knee. One of the lizards managed to sneak up from behind. Now he was swinging to finally knock Klim off his feet, but suddenly he swayed, dropped his spear, and fell backwards. Out of the corner of his eye, Klim noticed a figure in a white jumpsuit on the wall. Long-haired Jesus was waving a stun gun through the crowd, aiming at one lizard after another. It seemed he was the one who helped the pilot by shooting the enemy. Klim saluted the savior with his spear and received a restrained nod in response. It looks like the relationship is improving. For some unknown reason, the stream of lizards skirted Jesus himself, as if they were deliberately trying to keep their distance from the bearded man. And if someone was nearby, they hid their spear behind their back, so as not to accidentally injure the strange Messiah. Klim rushed at the lizards with renewed vigor. Soon, the blacks began jumping off the wall. Things went faster. Finally, the lizards wavered and rushed towards the water in an awkward crowd. Their comrades at the other walls, seeing the rapid tactical retreat, also dropped everything they were doing and ran after them. However, ran is too strong a word. It's like a penguin running over rocks. It seems to be running, but it causes more involuntary laughter. The winners raced after them, finishing off those who had fallen behind. Klim was one of the first to rush, coming to his senses only when he found himself waist-deep in water and discovering that the funny penguins quickly turned into swift sharks underwater. Their smooth bodies fell awkwardly into the oncoming wave, and a second later they emerged 10 meters away and quickly turned around, not inferior in grace to dolphins. The pilot hurried to get out onto the shore, and just in time, where he had just stood, the water began to boil and scatter into splashes. Another moment and the lizards would have easily dragged the landlubber into the depths. By the way, none of the blacks even came close to the water. Everyone stood a few meters away. Only one, apparently the bravest, came within arm's reach. Red beads glittered on his neck. He raised his spear and shouted, "Bravo, Feta Donna!" The others also took up the cry. The dark-skinned men's eyes were as big as a dime when they saw Klim fearlessly cutting through the water. It was good that the mask of the hood did not allow them to see his frightened face when he realized what the swimming was fraught with. In general, the pilot returned to the castle to a friendly chorus of voices. "Bravo, Feta Donna! Bravo, Feta Donna!" At the crooked wooden gates, which had already been opened wide, although it was more likely that they had simply fallen apart when the locking beam was pulled out of them, stood a bearded man, slapping his thigh with a stun gun. "Okay, asshole. I liked you in the second act." The bearded man threw a stun gun at Klim. The charge was, expectedly, at 0. "Come in. Let's get acquainted. Feta Donna. Do you have Feta, white demon? And you are probably Feta Nila, probably the white god?" "You guessed it, empty head." The bearded man grinned. "Go to the fire in the center. I'll come later." Chapter 3. While Klim was stomping towards the blazing flames in the center of the settlement, every now and then a hefty blow would land in his back, and one of the blacks would nod respectfully, smiling. Feta is given. The pain in the back of his head was pulsating more and more, already causing irritation. So after the 10th clap, he already wanted to punch the next congratulator in the face. But Klim held on. The last thing he needed was a stupid brawl after such a glorious joint victory. All the buildings in the camp, I couldn't even bring myself to call it a village, were crooked clay houses without windows. Instead of doors, there were curtains made of large leaves woven into a broom. Only one building stood out. A little further away, on a small hill, stood a concrete box with a perfectly smooth surface, also square and without windows, but with a massive armored door on which a rectangle of a palm scanner was visible. It seemed that this was the abode of Fet Nil himself. He is also the bearded Jesus. He is also, theoretically, a scion medic.
On the roof of the box stuck out a parabolic antenna of orbital communication. It's strange. High technology, an advanced psion, and all around there is a jungle and natives with sticks. What is he doing here? This crazy hermit, stuck on a wild planet for 300 years. How crazy do you have to be to want to live here for so long? Or is he not here of his own free will? Klim sat down on a fallen log, polished by the touch of countless butts, and thoughtfully began to stare at the dying fire. The pilot tried to detach himself from the pulsation in his skull and from the thoughts of what this pulsation would soon bring. It was getting dark little by little. The bearded missionary had disappeared somewhere, and the blacks were bustling around. They were throwing logs on the fire, carrying out the carcasses of the killed lizards, repairing the wall, slapping layers of wet clay right on top. Klim noticed only about 10 killed or seriously wounded blacks. The rest got off with cuts and scratches, which is surprising, considering that there were many more attackers than defenders. Incidentally, the blacks carried the corpses of their comrades outside the camp, along with the corpses of the lizards, without making any distinctions. Soon the fire died down, leaving a pile of flickering coals. Women appeared with a stretcher. They busily raked away the ashes, stuck short forks around the fire pit, and then laid long poles with pieces of white meat strung on them. The aroma of fried fish played in the air, and Klim involuntarily swallowed his saliva.
Well, you're a dud. A bearded man in a white jumpsuit stained with greenish spots sat down on a log nearby. Who hired you? Immerse or Lowrick? I'll bet on the second one. He's always been disdainful of the family's rules.
Looks like neither one nor the other.
Don't be a fool. If you don't know the names, then you've just been used in the dark.
The bearded man dismissed with disdain.
Then it's Immerse. He always plays it safe, and I must say, not in vain. The family will not forgive this.
How did they even persuade you? You probably owe a large sum or your relatives were captured? He measured the pilot with a curious look and added, "Are you afraid?" Klim simply shrugged, not knowing what to answer. "Then take off your hat. Everyone here is one of us." He pointed at the pilot's protective helmet. "And don't worry, you'll get everything promised in full. I'll even throw a little on top. You've entertained me quite a bit today." Klim depressurized the hood and breathed in the fresh, oxygen-rich air with pleasure. The headache subsided a little. "How did you manage?" the bearded man asked with interest. "What? Slip past the vandal? Vandal? Don't be stupid, empty head. The tactical security cruiser is in orbit." And this? Klim scratched his chin, thinking about how to break the news more gently. "Well, what are you mumbling like an idiot for?" Report as it is. It seems the bearded man was used to giving orders, and expected that they would answer him clearly and happily.
I knocked him down.
The bearded man's eyebrows shot up almost to his hair, and Klim hurried to justify himself.
It happened by accident. A misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? What are you talking about? You are the misunderstanding. Did a whole fleet of you come here? Has Mercedes completely gone crazy? There will be a KS here soon. We need to get out of here as fast as possible.
No fleet. I'm alone.
Alone? The bearded man stared at the pilot, thinking about something. What do you mean, alone? Mercedes hired a battleship?
I have a cruiser.
A cruiser? What kind of cruiser can take out the Vandal one-on-one?
Perun.
Never heard of it. The bearded man shook his head.
I don't know much about spaceships, but what new things have they managed to create in 3 years?
Klim raised his hand, palm up, and the eye of a small holoprojector on his wrist lit up and projected an image of his ship with a few lines of characteristics. What are these tons and meters? Now, Klim translated the characteristics into standard trade units accepted in the Commonwealth for calculation. They tried to transfer them to any races they encountered so they could easily reach the backward savages. Oh, that's better. Here the bearded man read the dimensions. Is this a yacht? This is a cruiser. Flak! It feels like I've been away from the family not for 3 years, but for 300 years. What small cruisers they've started making. How many people are on the team, and do they have any idea why they've come here? I'm alone. Alone? Wait a minute, moron. You flew in on a one-man yacht and smashed the Vandal? What are you talking about? I understand that you're under the impression of meeting an immortal, but there's a limit to everything.
Are you a pilot too? Clem was surprised.
What does the pilot have to do with it?
Well, one of the immortals, like me, Klim explained.
The bearded man gave him an angry look, extended his palm with spread fingers, looked at something for a second, as if penetrating his skull with his gaze. The hair on Klim's head stood on end from the sensation that a fresh breeze had rushed through his brain. What the hell are you, immortal? You're a dud. The bearded man even stood up in indignation. Don't you dare blurt out something like that again. The family will knock off stupid heads for less. Got it? More than, Klim was puzzled by this sudden outburst of aggression, but did not object. Okay. The bearded man calmed down and sat back down on the polished log. Where are you from? From the Commonwealth. Then it's clear, rolled his eyes. Jesus. Putting his palms together. Now his resemblance to the Christian Messiah was especially clear.
Another bunch of wild assholes who captured 3 systems and pompously called their union the Commonwealth? There are already a dozen of them around the family. Which one are you from?
Well, not 3 systems, but about 7,000.
Klim stood up for the Commonwealth. The hologram was replaced by an image of a star map, divided into colored sectors. He pointed.
I'm from here.
From here. From there. Grandfather will get confused here. What is this crap marked in red?
Kargass Zone.
Well, at least something familiar. Flack. How the filth has grown. And in the opposite direction from the family. Hiding the son of a bitch. Zoom in here.
The bearded man looked at the map for a long time, chewing his lips with displeasure and demanding that it be moved here and there. Then he finally got upset, and not because the Kargass Zone had grown, but because of where exactly the red protuberances of the systems captured by the AI were stretching.
What a freak, a huge burp. Do you have a neural network? Empty shell. Yes. Send me this map. Klim received a request, and he handed over the file. The bearded man's gaze defocused. Apparently, he looked at the map again. His face expressed extreme displeasure, and incomprehensible curses kept escaping from his lips. Finally, he focused his gaze on Klim, and condescended to make his facial expression a little more respectful. Just a little. So you're from some cool Commonwealth. And beyond Kargass too. Then okay, we'll chalk your behavior up to ignorance. But how, in that case, did Immerse manage to hire you? I don't know any Immerse. Klim flared up. He was already starting to get irritated by the contemptuous attitude and completely incomprehensible topics of conversation. Quiet down. The bearded man raised his palms in a conciliatory manner. Let's start over. I am Shorm Khan Varus, son of the family. I allow you to call me simply Khan. I am Klim the Great-Hearted. Pilot. He wanted to add immortal, but decided to leave out the word, remembering how violently the scion reacted to it. And why are you here, Klim the Magnanimous? You can just call me Klim. It doesn't matter, empty-headed thing. Khan waved it off. Tell me, before the duty KS finds your rattletrap in orbit, time flies. The glove folded into a bracer, and Klim showed Khan a greenish ring. Here. He looked at the ring in a special way, and the ancient tattoo pricked his skin. An old symbiote, Khan chuckled. We gave up on those a long time ago. The ancients stuck so much crap in there that it's scary.
Did you know that this thing can easily kill its owner? So the ring doesn't mean anything to you? Besides the fact that you're an idiot who put on an ancient trinket that can cook brains? I hope you're not selling symbiotes, otherwise you've come to the wrong place. It was a rhetorical question, Klim sighed. I don't care. I'm still waiting for an answer. Why are you here? The first pieces of fried fish arrived just in time, and the women handed them first to Khan and Klim, and then began to distribute them to the others, obeying some sort of table of ranks. Klim tore off a tiny piece of fish shashlik and rubbed it on the roof of his mouth. Soon the neural network pronounced it fit for food. The fish turned out to be surprisingly tasty, although he had to eat it straight from a stick and help himself with his hands. Tearing off very small pieces so as not to fill his mouth, Klim told Khan about Vsevolod's great-grandfather, who had once visited this planet and rendered a service to the old healer. The storyteller decided to keep silent about his illness for now. As the story progressed, Khan began to smile, and by the end he was openly laughing and even dropped his skewer of food. The vigilant women immediately handed him several new ones.
In short, you came to a mental hospital to demand a favor from a madman. Tears even rolled down the scion's cheeks. He was so happy. Your ancestor clearly distorted 80% of history. And all this explains why you are here. And I am also curious why. I'm dying. You're all dying, empty-headed thing. Khan waved his hand, still giggling, taking a bite of his new portion. Why did you show up? And you also smashed up the Vandal in orbit? Do you want to croak faster? Trying not to get irritated by Khan's reaction, Klim outlined the situation more fully. He told about the sphere of the ancients and the changes in the mental channels. He had to touch on the topic of the Commonwealth and capsule ships a little. It somehow came up. Khan listened attentively, but the smiling wrinkles in the corners of his eyes never completely smoothed out. And this sphere of yours, it's a red ball, and underneath it there are intestines moving. It looks very much like yes.
And you got into it voluntarily? No, by coincidence, an accident. Well, then you're not a complete imbecile, but flack a whole cool commonwealth of empty-headed cretins is also a lot of fun. So you came to get some treatment. You're in the right place, right? I have a huge hospital here, the size of a whole planet. Khan didn't even think about holding back his laughter, continuing to grin every now and then. So you're a third-rank scion. Now relax your buns. He threw the skewer of fish right onto the ground, somehow wiped his hands on his dirty overalls, and placed his palms on Klim's head. His ears immediately became blocked, and it seemed as if someone else's fingers were falling right through the bones of his skull to his brain. Klim flinched, which immediately earned him a light slap on the back of the head. Relax, I said, empty head. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't even get up from my seat. The palms, smeared with fish oil, returned to the pilot's head, and he soon had the feeling that someone else's fingers had actually pressed through his skull and were now unceremoniously crushing his brain. He wanted to push the scion away, but Klim stubbornly endured, reminding himself that he was not here just for fun, but to save his life. Only the awareness of this simple thought prevented him from getting up and unloading a stunner, already loaded with a spare accumulator, into Shorm Khan's head. Finally, the execution was over, and Khan relaxed and sank back onto the log. Well, what can I say? Your gift. He snorted contemptuously at the word gift. It really is different from zero, that's indisputable. But not only are you unfit to be a great-grandson by the standards of the family, you are not gifted at all, an empty shell. And you stuck your nose into such a device as the ancient sphere. It's surprising that you survived at all. We conducted experiments on forced pumping of the channels. Energy can be poured in, but this does not develop the channels themselves. Understand?
Not good.
Imagine your gift as a web. There are these tiny insects that pull threads out of their asses and weave patterns from them. I know what spiders are, Klim added. So much the better, Khan nodded. So your gift, mental channels, is a web. And suddenly energy condenses on it. Let it be. Drops of dew. This is good in its own way, but the channels are not ready for such an injection. Under the weight of the droplets, the web bends toward the center. The drops slide down, slowly, stick together, get even heavier, bend the web even more, gather into a lump, and then bang.
Khan hit his fist into his palm.
And everything, damn it, broke, and you died. An excellent story.
Klim said dejectedly.
You're not the first, you're not the last. The universe is full of idiots.
So I came in vain?
What?
Khan was already distracted and was running through some plans of his own in his head.
And you mean your problem with your head? No, not in vain. I can help. I am, after all, the son of the family. Anyway, let's do it this way. You take me out of this shitty paradise, plus, as I understand it, you're not a poor guy, right? You buy starships easily? Then you'll pay as much as the ship you arrived on costs. Of course, I'd like to stay in the family zone, but I think they'll grab me again. To hell, your Commonwealth should be comfortable too, especially considering what cool scions you all are there, and I'll patch you up while we're flying. But I have a one-man ship. Forget it, Khan interrupted him carelessly. I'm not picky, we'll make do with one bunk for two. If anything, I have a spacesuit. It's designed for 30 days of work in complete hermetic confinement, so I won't even burden your life support. You don't understand. The ship is designed for a single pilot. Are you saying that we won't both climb into the wheelhouse? There is no chopping block. It is a capsule, a cocoon with biogel. It is created only for my DNA. I told you.
What a bore you are. I don't see the problem.
Khan clearly had no idea what a capsule ship was.
I can't believe in my life that there isn't some empty space in your yacht.
At least in the cargo compartment.
I'll be in the spacesuit. I'll be patient.
Of course there is, but you will die from overloads during acceleration.
Have you forgotten who you're talking to? I'm a sun. Up to 10G, I won't even notice. I can withstand 20 for a long time.
And 120?
Well,
Khan shook his head uncertainly.
if it's not too long.
And 240 in 2 minutes.
Does your capsule allow you to withstand such a load for 2 minutes?
Even more, but I'll lose consciousness.
Tarova's burp. Whose idea was it to speed up the ship like that? It'll fall apart.
Entering warp requires vector acceleration in the direction of the jump.
Why is that? Our starships don't require such acceleration before jumping, and they warp normally.
You have rickety, old-fashioned engines, and there's little room for the rest of the equipment. That's why you build big steel coffins like the one in orbit. Even in a head-on collision, it would have lasted 3 seconds against our light frigate.
Shut up! Khan raised his hands conciliatorily. I get it. You're tough guys, and we're backward savages, riding on coffins. But, Flack, you carry passengers, right?
Yes, but on special passenger liners. Or we use passenger capsules. And you, naturally, didn't take one with you. Naturally. I was flying for treatment, not to take travel companions. Then we have nothing to talk about, empty head. Shorm-Khan Varys demonstratively turned away and bit into his piece of fish, heavily soiling his beard. Wait. I'm not refusing to take you out. And I'll even pay.
Although I don't have that kind of money yet, I'll find it.
At worst, I'll borrow it from Venick. I just need to fly to the Commonwealth and take a passenger capsule.
Well then, no problem.
Khan responded with his mouth full.
I'll expect you in the next decade or whenever you turn around.
The journey will take from 3 to 6 months, depending on the circumstances.
Excellent. I've been sitting here for 3 years. I'll wait a little longer.
But I'll die in 2 weeks!
Ah, flack, I forgot.
Here Khan's eyebrows rose in surprise. He disgustedly threw another skewer under his feet and clenched his fists.
Wait, what are you, asshole, offering to cure you for a promise to come back later? Are you completely fucking nuts? I'm not some savage. I'm the son of the family, Flack.
Don't get worked up.
Klim said carefully.
When I get back, alive and well, and Vennik finds out that you want to get out of here, he'll send a whole fleet for you if necessary.
We simply don't have any scions like you. And if we do, no one talks about them.
Any corporation or clan will pile up a mountain of plexes for you. You'll be in a special position in the clan. Like a king in clover.
Sounds like you'll be working in chains for your uncle.
In the end, you have nothing to lose. If I don't come back, nothing will change. But if I fly in for you, well, of course, I'll have to work a little for Sevalet, of course. But the conditions will be much better than shooting crocodiles among a pack of savages.
Whom?
Well, those with tails that climb out of the water.
Oh, you mean the newts. Khan dismissed them with disdain.
Personally, I have nothing to fear from them. How do you like them, by the way?
Savages are just savages. I've met stranger ones.
They're not that savage, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Khan nodded at the piece of fish he was holding in his hands.
How do they taste to you? Klim felt a nauseating lump rise in his throat. This is the meat of intelligent beings? Why are you so green, idiot? Khan shrugged. Meat is just meat. How, I wonder, is it different between the reasonable and the unreasonable? Don't even think about throwing up here, or the blackies won't understand you. He nodded towards the carefree chewing blacks, and Klim tried his best to cope with the sudden urge to vomit and calm down a little. Meat. It's just meat. Ugh, damn. Ugh, your mother, you old man. You better get used to it right away. Meanwhile, Khan grumbled. There's no real alternative here. Either this or roots and berries, half of which are pure guano, and the other half are poisonous. And calm down. Have you never heard of intelligent beings eating each other? You burned a lot of people in orbit. It's one thing to shoot down ships or even kill them. But there is. How did you even survive in your Commonwealth? Well, we somehow managed without cannibalism, Klim retorted. Khan's calm, indifferent tone distracted the pilot from his thoughts about the meat of sentient beings. But the nausea did not go away completely. So when one of the women noticed that he had dropped his piece and cordially offered it to another, Klim shuddered with disgust. Oh, no need. I'm already full. But the woman stubbornly continued to hold out the wooden skewer and quietly muttered something. Get lost, Khan growled menacingly. The black woman immediately shuddered fearfully and hurried away. So, Khan thoughtfully smoothed his thick beard, I need to think. And you? Get out of here for now. The KS will soon come here and find your ship. You'll fly back in a few days. When the hype dies down, and they've put up a new Vandal, will you be able to sneak in unnoticed and not shoot it down this time? I can, but it is not necessary. Your technologies are not capable of detecting Perun under camouflage. I'm explaining it to you, moron. The KS will arrive. The contemplators will detect any intelligent activity in the system.
Reasonable activity?
Any mind.
The only intelligence there is the onboard AI. Will they detect it too?
No, the AI won't be detected. Unless, of course, it's like Kargass. He's far from Kargass. Do you know what this Kargass is like?
Only in general terms, but that's not important now. Okay. In the end, it's you who will lose the ship, not me. You'll stay here with me forever.
I can get to the Commonwealth in a capsule. It's not the first time. But if these contemplators of yours notice any intelligence, then maybe it really is better to get out of here and wait somewhere so that they don't notice me.
Do you think they'll pay attention to another useless brain and a bunch of other incompetents on the planet? Snorted Khan.
You think too much of yourself, empty head. They'll inspect the system, check if I'm still there, put a new cruiser on guard, and that's it. Then there is even less point in running. Well, as you wish, Shorm Khan shrugged, then turned and walked towards his concrete box. I'm going to bed. He didn't give Klim any instructions or banal hospitality. It seems he's generally used to treating the untalented like cattle. You need to keep your eyes open with this guy. It seems the life of an empty person is no more valuable to him than shoes. Can I still wear it? Great. Are they worn out? Let's exchange them for another pair. With these thoughts, Klim walked away from the fire to the clay wall, away from the crooked houses. He chose a drier place to lie down, but an unpleasant smell stopped him. In the corner of the camp there was a latrine, a pit covered with logs. In the center of the cover there was a small hole, so that you could do all your business there. And no fence. You need to sit like an eagle on a cliff, sulk and watch the natives wander around. As luck would have it, you immediately wanted to go to the toilet. Klim suppressed the desire to go back to the capsule, unbuttoned the pilot's suit in the right places, and used the wild device for natural needs, trying not to pay attention to the blacks scurrying around nearby. Then he walked as far away from the camp latrine as he could, sealed the protective hood, and lay down. He thought he wouldn't be able to fall asleep, that disturbing thoughts would creep into his head, but he suddenly passed out as soon as he found himself in a horizontal position. He didn't even have time to sort out the unnatural conversation with Shorm Khan. Klim woke up from monotonous blows. Khan towered over him, incessantly kicking the pilot on the ankle. The sun had already risen quite high, and an unpleasant pain was pulsating in the back of his head. You're sleeping soundly, you empty head. Khan continued to kick, although he already realized that Klim had woken up. The pilot had to roll back a little and get to his feet. You're a loose child of civilization. If you keep sleeping here like that, someone will definitely eat you off. Shorm Khan's overalls were sparkling white and clean. His hair and beard were neatly combed. The resemblance to Jesus would have been unbearable if not for his rough voice and the way he spoke like a village redneck. Excellent news, empty shell, the scion continued, and motioned for them to follow, stomping towards the fire in the center of the camp. The flames were already raging there. Khan didn't even look back to check if Klim was following him. The KS arrived. Surprisingly, the observers found nothing but the wreckage of the Vandal. I received a request, but naturally I had no idea what happened in orbit. Can you check if your ship is intact? What is there to check? If it had been detected, it would have sent a signal. Klim waved it off, but just in case, he checked the message logs and was relieved to see that Perun sent a short duty signal to the capsule via a narrow channel every 3 hours, and the last message was only 10 minutes ago. Your ships won't be able to. Don't confuse the KS with all the backward technologies of the untalented empty head, Khan interrupted him. If you had clashed with the forces of the family and not with a cruiser of empty heads like you wouldn't have noticed that you were already a corpse. But that's not what we're talking about now. I figured out how to resolve our little dilemma. I'll patch you up, but not completely, just enough to last you 6 months to a year. Will that be enough time for you to go back and forth without dying? That should be enough. Well, great. And yes, focus on the lower limit of the term. Otherwise, I'm not an expert in point therapy of channels. Flack. I'll have to strain myself for a whole month to cure the dummy. How low have you fallen, Shorm? Khan mumbled, addressing himself. Wait, You cured your ancestor in one day and it didn't seem like you had to work too hard. Oh, hee hee. That's the funniest part of the story. It wasn't me. What do you mean, not you? Khan stopped abruptly and thoughtfully chewed his lip. Actually, there's nothing special to do anyway, so I can tell you. It's not so much fun to laugh at a joke alone. At the same time, you'll at least have a little idea of what you've gotten yourself into, empty head. They continued walking, soon found themselves at a fire and sat down on the familiar polished logs. The black women scurrying around immediately brought each of them a clay jug. Inside was ordinary spring water. The neural network showed an almost ideal balance of microelements. In short, Khan cleared his throat, took a sip from the jug and winced. As you should have realized by now, unless you're a complete idiot, which I seriously doubt. This part of the galaxy is ruled by the family. The family is, basically, consider it an association of the gifted. And when I say gifted, I mean truly gifted, not paupers like you. By the way, I recalculated your rank in my spare time. If we take the complete lack of gift as 0 and your development as 3, then your 9s and 11s barely reach the level of great-grandson. Great-grandsons are children with minimal abilities for acceptance into the family. Not all of them grow up to be grandsons, and only a few become sons. Let me guess. Then come fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers. You, bitch, are simply a systems analyst. I am amazed. Maybe you will shut up and listen silently. In short, I will not beat around the bush for long. Grandson is. Are you familiar with the concept of religion and divinity? Yes. So, a grandson is a great warrior, a soldier of the creator of the universe. At this stage, a member of the family is given various military tasks, so that he can hone his skill in twisting off the heads of careless empty shells like you. Many remain grandsons, replenishing the warrior caste. Those who outgrew this period become sons. A son is already something like a prophet, a voice communicating the divine will. Fathers and grandfathers are completely divine creatures. I will not talk about them. But you must realize that I am the voice of God for you. Understand, empty shell? That is why it really irritates me when you talk to me in a familiar way, and even more so when you try to interrupt. However, I am not a stupid snob, and I understand that the universe is huge and there are places in it where they have not even heard of the family. And yet, you have already been this much away from death a couple of times. Khan showed the distance of 1 centimeter with his fingers. If we had met a year earlier, you would have died 3 times already. At this time, Klim was taking a sip from the jug and the last words made him spill the water. Oh, sorry. Shut up. Khan waved his hand dismissively, sighing heavily. Since I've decided to run away from the family zone, I need to get used to communicating with people like you. In short, when you become a son, you are entrusted with the management of some shell corporation of the larger ones. It is believed that a member of the family should try everything on the path to ascension, both war and governance. A corporation is chosen, and you are appointed CEO. I can see from your face that you have a question, and it irritates me. Okay, Flack. Ask already. And the corpse? Do they agree to this? Let's put it this way. Not a single empty shell from the family zone would have even formed such a question at the level of a fleeting thought. I am the voice of God, remember? Now do you understand how patient I am with you?
Yeah. Thank you.
The clay jug tore itself out of Klim's hand, spun and hit him in the forehead, shattering into a pile of shards. Spring water gushed down his collar. The pilot's suit instantly squeezed the collar, sealed the hood, and dried the skin. But this belated care only made his head ache more. "You better take the sarcasm out of your voice, asshole," Khan grinned sarcastically. Klim held on with all his might not to grab the stunner, remembering how it ended last time. But the desire to punch Khan in the arrogant mug grew exponentially as the conversation progressed. "You can't touch the bastard," the pilot reassured himself. "Later. We'll settle the score after I'm cured. But for now, you have to be patient. Nod and smile, Klim. Nod and smile. However, you shouldn't loosen the reins too much. He'll get used to it." He unsealed his hood again and nodded slowly, but didn't smile, so as not to cause another outburst of anger. Everything would come later. After all, revenge is a dish best eaten cold. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Vias. Actually, many treat the management of the corporation as a formality. Khan continued. After all, it worked before, so it will continue to work. Without your sensitive management. Especially if you don't know shit about finances and politics. All you need is to pretend to be a big general for several decades. Probably, the higher ones believe that, sooner or later, a craving for management will awaken in you. You will get carried away by power, strategic intrigues, and other accompanying nonsense. But the only thing that awakened in me, after several years of permissiveness, was boredom, and I began to eat away it. With drugs and chicks. Flack. What haven't I tried? Gradually, I reached a state where you are killed around the clock and are not quite sure whether you are fucking at the moment or not. And if you are, at least a grandson, then this is very dangerous. For others, of course. In short, you had power, money, and strength, and you just drank yourself to death. Klim couldn't resist making a jab. Weakling. This time, the jug that Khan himself was holding in his hands flew, although he didn't even swing it, but the hood of the pilot's suit slammed shut a moment earlier, and the clay vessel splashed helplessly into shards on the armor. The Khan jumped up from the log, stepped forward, but suddenly stopped and burst out laughing. "And I like you, little bastard. Okay, you can uncork your slop sometimes, because I've become completely ossified here, surrounded by black-assed slaves, but I advise you not to forget yourself completely." "And I advise you to come down from the sky," answered Klim, and deactivated the hood of his suit again. "Since you are going to live in my Commonwealth, then turn off the God mode. No matter how cool a scion you are, our craftsmen will find a way to knock off your horns." I'll take that into account. It was clear from the squint that Khan was going to make a list of future offenders and eliminate them as much as he wanted and could. Moreover, Klim himself was already firmly in first place on the list. And about the weakling, first listen to the story and then yelp. I'll take that into account too. Do you know how cool it is to be a drug addict if you have your own fancy medical capsule? Khan smiled indulgently. No withdrawal, no damage to health, no addiction. You wake up fresh and energetic in the morning. The addiction is purely psychological. Again, you can do whatever you want, and none of the empty heads will yelp or complain. Well, I did. I think it was all a lot of fun, but I just don't remember most of the adventures. It ended with me waking up here one fine morning. This is a planet for family members who have gone crazy, but for that part of them who can still improve. That's why the great-grandfathers. Khan didn't say the last word, but spat it out as if it were some kind of nastiness. They decided not to blow my mind, but settled me here. This, in their opinion, should produce some special psychological effect. But the old senile ones apparently don't know that, unlike the majority of our people. I am well aware of the existence of this hospital for the wretched. When I was a grandson, I accompanied another vacationer here on a secret mission from the elders. So I hired a couple of thugs in advance to get me out. Why didn't you just run away without all this hassle before you were sent here? From the family zone? They wouldn't have let me take a step without permission. The idea was for the higher ones to take me out of the observed perimeter themselves. And they, the flak, took me out. But then the plan stalled.
Either the mercenaries gave me up, or they were originally puppets of the higher ones. Or maybe it was all about the brand new vandal in orbit. It used to be empty here. In short, I was stuck for 3 years. I thought I'd have to play a happy recovery. So all this drug stuff is just to escape from grandparents? When you're an official member of the family, it's not that easy, dummy. No one has ever managed to leave alive. I'll be the first. So it turns out that you are now a psycho in treatment, but 300 years ago there was a completely different psycho here? And judging by the story of your ancestor, he was a father healer. And you see, I am a sun warrior. Healing is not my profile. So I will have to tinker a little. Sit down more comfortably. Let's begin. Why so suddenly? Why drag it out? Maybe you're incurable and it's easier to just hit you right away instead of having a conversation. Actually, I'm going on for so long not because I'm enlightening you, but because I haven't spoken to anyone in lingua for a long time. Shut up. The Khan stood up, went behind Klim, and grabbed his head with his palms. And this, relax, empty head. This is in your own interests. But he couldn't relax. The support suddenly disappeared from under his feet. There was complete emptiness all around, and Klim fell down. How could he relax? Someone grabbed him by the collar, like a naughty kitten, but not to hold him, but to press, to carry him away and make him fly into the void even faster. The world spun like a kaleidoscope. He desperately wanted to grab hold of something, if not with his hands, then at least with his gaze. But only myriads of bright visions and lights flashed before his eyes, merging into multicolored lines. This went on endlessly, until at some point, darkness came. He woke up well past midday. Even closer to evening, he was mercilessly thirsty, hungry, and wanted to give the beast that had left him lying under the scorching rays of the local star a good beating. The skin on his face was burnt and quite hot, but the pressure in the back of his head had disappeared. According to the neural network, several minutes had passed, but it felt as if he had been lying there much longer. And it was not for nothing that his face was burning. It could not have gotten sunburned in such a short time. The initial diagnostics also revealed dehydration. Klim grabbed a jug that someone had thoughtfully left nearby. The water was disgustingly warm, but he greedily drank half of it anyway and poured the other half onto his burning face. It became a little easier. Oh. Has the little Kanurik woken up? Khan came up. One of the black ones was scurrying next to him. He held out a bundle of large leaves. Inside was the familiar white meat cooked over a fire. The meat of intelligent beings. But the hunger was so strong that Klim did not argue with his conscience and morality for long, but immediately grabbed a hefty piece and quickly started working his jaws. Khan sent the slave away with a gesture and turned to the pilot. I already thought it didn't work out and you would die. You've been lying unconscious for 4 days. Could it have gone wrong? The long cold fish almost fell out of her hands. The 4th day? Why didn't you warn me right away? Why? Khan shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment.
Well, you could have died knowing that you could die. What the hell difference does it make? And the fact that you were lying around for so long. I didn't know that this would happen. I'm not a medic. And anyway, be glad that I'm such a skilled warrior. With my skills in cleaning mental channels, it's like scattering dewdrops across a spiderweb with a heavy crowbar. What a hassle. One wrong move and bang! All the work is wasted.
So you could easily kill me? Why could he? Khan smiled.
This is only the beginning of the treatment. There will still be a lot of opportunities.
The saddest thing is that judging by Khan's face, he really doesn't care whether the patient survives or not. He's not used to worrying about such a trifle as the life of a dummy.
As if you had a bunch of pilots here just waiting in line to take you out, Klim drawled discontentedly. Don't worry. In case of your sudden death, I'll come up with something new. Khan sprawled next to me and put his hands behind his head. Come on. Entertain me with some story of your world. I didn't sign up to entertain you. Listen. Bim. Plim. What's your name again? The mullet. Ah. Plim. You and I still have plenty of time. 20 or 30 sessions. No need to build up tension. Let's do it this way. You tell the story. I tell the story. We're not just going to stare at the sunset. The sunset over the azure ocean was beautiful.
It had only just begun, but the clouds were already beautifully encircling the west, promising a nice curtain raising.
The evening rays tinted the breakwater of the distant reef with gold. The water rolled over it in foamy breakers. There was absolutely no desire to talk to the pompous, conceited man. Klim gritted his teeth and brazenly began to look at the horizon. Khan was not offended and did not even utter another curse, but began the story himself. At first, Klim was not going to listen. But when there is silence around and someone is constantly wagging their tongue, then you involuntarily begin to perceive what is said little by little, even if you try to distance yourself from everything. Khan told interesting stories, but often jumped from topic to topic. He touched on everything, but did not bring any story to its logical conclusion. It seems he entertained himself more than the listener. Family, as Klim himself initially guessed, is an association of gifted people. Each has his own rank. Great-grandson, grandson, son, father, grandfather, senior, and great-grandfather, highest. Relationships within the family are truly, as they say, familial and kind-hearted. There is nothing higher than the life, health, and comfort of any member of the family. Dummies are not taken into account, and so that the latter do not rebel, any disobedience is punished very severely. Once, for threatening the lives of a group of grandchildren, 95% of the planetary colony's population, 270 million people, were killed. The rest were resettled in the family zone, so that they could share their bitter experience with other empty heads. The ungifted there are afraid not only to yelp, but even to blink without asking.
And their technologies are backward not because there are no smart guys, but because any developments are controlled from above.
And if the high ones suddenly decide that research in a given area threatens the future of the family, then they immediately stop it, and all the developers disappear without a trace. It is not surprising that the coolest ships are some mythical KSs, which can only be controlled by fathers and grandfathers, and about which, it seems, Khan himself did not know much because he was confused in the descriptions and explanations. Therefore, Klim decided to measure by what he saw himself, and from the Vandal encountered in orbit, it turned out that the family members barely reached Techno-1. That is, they had only just mastered interstellar flights. And this is strange, since, according to Khan, in the family zone, FZ, there are about 2,000 worlds, and there are slightly less than 10,000 family members. It is completely unclear how this handful of people have grabbed so much, and also control billions of living beings.
But judging by Khan's assurances, one cannot take a step in the SZ without control from the gifted. And this is somehow facilitated by the great-grandfathers he hates. All that remains is to believe in the omnipotence of these case of theirs. New family members are sought among the empty nesters. Where do they come from? These children with a speed index of 11 to 14. It's simple. The gift is often passed down by inheritance, and the gifted almost have the right of the first night on the territory of the SC. Although if you listen to Khan, it's even cooler. Sons and grandsons can fuck anything that moves, both married women and even those who don't want to, of their own free will. And therefore, worthy ones are born, more often than in other parts of the galaxy. Giftedness is somehow determined by the higher ones, and remotely. Children are taken away from dummies and raised from the age of 5. The kids are immediately taught that each of them is a god in the flesh, and the ungifted are trash. Naturally, the great-grandchildren grow up to be arrogant snobs and impudent people, who nevertheless treat each other like beloved brothers, and their elders like respected fathers. Khan always spoke of other members of the family with great respect, and abruptly switched to hatred only when the matter accidentally seemed to be the great-grandfathers. For some reason, the most important family members really did not please him. Khan was shaking when he was forced to say, higher or great-grandfathers. The narrator suddenly interrupted his story when the luminary almost completely sank into the ocean. That's it. I'm a bit tired with you. Let's continue tomorrow. With these words, the scion disappeared into his fancy house, leaving the guest outside again. And again, Klim didn't notice how he passed out, barely leaning his head against some snag. In the morning, Khan woke him up without saying a word, rubbed his palms in a businesslike manner, showed him to sit on a log, and came up from behind and put his fingers on the pilot's head. This time, the fall was smoother. Klim seemed to start to rise above the ground, and then flew down. An unrealistic image of the night sky unfolded around him. After all, for the human eye, space is blackness and a set of dots of varying brightness. In pictures and photos, astronomers and programmers add color shades of stars and beautifully colored distant nebulae, artificially, for the sake of spectacle. And here, Klim seemed to have gotten into one of these newfangled simulator programs. Everything is bright, beautiful, and insanely detailed. At first, he even managed to shift the image at will, but soon, the speed of the flight increased, the stars began to swirl in a circle, and the flight turned into an uncontrolled fall, like last time. And suddenly, as if from around the corner, darkness struck, another afternoon awakening. Now his face wasn't burning, but not because Klim had been taken care of, but because he had fallen off the log. On his back, his legs were higher than his head, and his knees were protecting him from the scorching rays. His whole body was incredibly numb in the uncomfortable position. It took 10 minutes just to slide off the log and wait for the tingling in his lower body to pass. The neural network again did not help in any way, neither supporting the hormonal balance nor adjusting the metabolism. And again, it showed that only a few minutes had passed. It seems that it is switching off, together with the owner. Klim began to warm up, and soon, Khan came up to him. The scion still looked neat, and his jumpsuit was shining white. Have you come to? Progress is evident. Only a day and a half out of it,
Good day to you too, Klim responded. For some reason, my neural network switches off after your sessions. I don't really understand this. Mine never shut down. And I also had channels corrected in my youth. Judging by the file with the galaxy map that you gave me earlier, our neural networks have similar memory architecture. The file can be read without problems. Although, this is not surprising. The entire galaxy inherited the neural network idea from the ancients, but our family members are not given ordinary modifications like dummies. Khan shrugged. There is a whole department in the family that deals with this. They create an individual one for each. It's good to be from a rich family. Klim smiled at the resulting pun, but Khan didn't understand it. One of the black women ran up, bowed, and handed over another bundle with... Klim still couldn't decide for himself what to consider it. Meat or fish. This time, he didn't even immediately remember what kind of treat it was. He mechanically began to chew. Only a little later, he was surprised how, however, fierce hunger quickly changes priorities. Okay, eat faster and let's continue. Khan interrupted his thoughtfulness. Well, no, I think I'll build myself a small hut first, because waking up in the open air is not comme il faut, you know. And the neural network switches off and doesn't even cover the hood of the suit. Are you out of your mind, idiot? He was going to build. Don't ruin his reputation. I'm Feda Neela, you're Feda Dana. We don't build, we create miracles. But you're right about the hut. It's not very nice to see you drooling here. Khan got up and stomped towards his shelter. Follow me. Up close, the concrete box appeared more impressive, and inside it was several times larger, because the box itself was only the top of the pyramid, and the main structure was below ground level. A steep staircase without railings led to the only fairly large room, which, like a descending pedestal, divided the room in two. An old medical capsule was found near the wall. Klim glanced at her and thoughtfully rubbed the still red skin of his face in places. Don't even bother, empty-headed thing. Khan noticed his movement. The capsule is programmed to my DNA. It won't treat anyone else. And even if it did, I wouldn't waste cartridges on you. They bring them to me for calculation once a year, when the shrink comes. Brainwasher? A psychologist who must determine whether I have recovered or not. Khan was meanwhile looking for something on one of the shelves along the wall. There were many different containers stacked there. The rest of the room looked quite technological, no different from most standard average living modules. Where is it? Aha, here, I found it. He threw Klim a small plastic brick the size of a brick. On top was the inscription, Light Field Tent, APR-2. Use your imagination when unpacking. Blackies love spectacles. Why? Why not? You know how funny they are when they open their eyes wide. At least it's some kind of entertainment, considering there's nothing to get stoned with here. What do you mean there's nothing? Just imagine. Khan even slammed his fist into his palm in displeasure. I've tried every leaf and blade of grass here. Sniffed, ate, smoked, squeezed. But it looks like everything here was specially created so that nothing would get high. Nothing narcotic. The higher-ups did their best. What a grief! Klim wrung his hands in feigned horror. Imagine that, muttered Khan. That's it. Get out. And give the blacks a show, that's an order. Okay. By the way, what was I always wanting to ask them about? The squabbles with the newts. What kind of quarrels could they have? The black ones are completely wild. They run through the forests, gather things, and sometimes hunt with stones and sticks. Almost animals, in short. And the newts are a fairly developed people. They have underwater shelters, factories, floating and flying machines. True, They haven't gone into space, and now they won't, since the family has taken them over and set up a paradise resort here. But they also have spears, Clem waved his hand. The Greens have something like the Olympics. The bravest youngsters are having fun. They haven't had their own wars for a long time. The Tritons have long ago defeated everything that threatened them in the ocean. They bring in blackies from other islands, tempting them to serve the white god and supplying them with spears. The blacks don't have such technology. By the way, next time pay attention to the ocean. How many pupils crawl out from there during a battle? There is a totalizator for billions of credits there, and then they just watch as their compatriots are eaten here. It's simpler. They themselves are not against feasting on their compatriots. Tarovs, flak, amphibians.
After the carnage, the black-assed ones throw all the extra corpses into the water. And as far as I know, nothing is lost in the ocean, but they go to the most expensive restaurants.
Both underwater and for export.
At these words, Khan pointed his finger upward.
And the Tritons are my guards. The family even gave them an old PKO complex.
I don't know, though. Why the hell? If you're here, flak, wandering around the system like you're at home. Did I just hear notes of admiration?
You're going to hear a kick if you don't hurry, asshole. The session starts in 5 minutes.
There was no malice in Khan's voice, rather a slight irritation, which led Klim to think that the relationship was slowly improving. The days dragged on, similar to each other, like drops of water. Mostly, Klim lay unconscious in his new tent. Then he woke up, had a hasty meal, and Shorm Khan Velis sent the pilot into oblivion again. Only the visions during the sessions changed little by little. The space that Klim found himself in became more and more saturated. The stars formed tiny constellations, then united into a larger picture, which even had some meaning. But this meaning constantly eluded consciousness. It seemed that the picture was about to take shape, that it would become completely clear what the stars were drawing, but it was at this moment that darkness usually set in. The illness was gradually receding. Before this, Klim had not realized how much the changes caused by the sphere of the ancients had affected him. But now that the symptoms were passing, he noticed that he was thinking more clearly and no longer forgetting obvious things. Whereas before this, he seemed to be wandering in a fog, and lo and behold, the psi-link with the capsule was now reliably established, right from the camp. Klim briefly brought the second security drone out of the egg and remotely drove it around the island a little. The link never broke, although the pilot did not really strain himself. However, the strengthening of psionic abilities is most likely not the return of old skills. Klim would not have been able to do this with the drone even before his illness, but the acquisition of new ones. Something the treatment that Khan was conducting developed in the pilot. However, he kept quiet about it, lest Khan add a couple more zeros to the price of healing. Somewhere around the 20th time, during another session, the sensations from the very beginning became different, sharper, more jerky, pressing, as if a video showing a scattering of stars was put on fast forward. Even through the half-sleep of a trance, Klim felt an unpleasant pressure in his brain, but the stars unexpectedly formed into a figure that he could not see before. A round dance of flickering multicolored dots, only for one moment, barely perceptible and unsteady, formed into a hunting net of a web. After which the pilot suddenly woke up with a terrible headache, weakness throughout his body, and incessantly vomiting on his suit and the floor of the tent. Khan even graciously held his head so that he would not choke on his own vomit. But having made sure that Klim had come to his senses, he immediately moved away and disgustedly wiped his hands on his jumpsuit.
Perhaps you should take a break for a week or two. Your brain is no longer adequately processing the treatment.
One could see slight irritation on the scion's face, and perhaps even a slight feeling of guilt. After that, Klim spent about 2 hours in a fever until the neural network finally dealt with the weakness by correcting a slight blockage of several blood vessels in the brain, hormonal balance, and a bunch of other parameters. He had to lie down and endure it. The last time Klim was sick for more than 15 minutes was back on Earth,
when he didn't have a neural network and a customizable immune implant that it skillfully controls. He's out of the habit already. He was distracted from his memories of Earth, which were not so happy, since there was no one close to him left there, or rather all his relatives were in the Commonwealth, by the sounds of activity in the camp. Actually, the tent provided Class E soundproofing, but Khan had not sealed the inlet valve after himself, so the ringing, banging, stomping, and screaming were clearly audible for the entire last hour. Klim went outside and found blacks scurrying around the camp. The boys were working as if before the arrival of the owner for another inspection of the sugarcane plantation. They were dragging stones to the protective wall, trying to somehow attach the wreck of the main gate so that it would not fall, and skulls of some small animals were being placed on each house. The bulk of the preparations had already been completed, since most of the blacks had already gathered on wooden shelves near the clay wall, holding stones and spears. Only a few clumsy masters were still trying to attach a large skull with horns to the concrete box above the entrance door. 3 were holding the 4th, who was using outstretched arms to attach the skull to a barely noticeable ledge in the wall. Khan stood at a distance, arms folded on his chest, looking gloomily at the workers. The skull kept falling, followed by the one who had grabbed it. Khan frowned more and more. This time the newts brought in some really crooked, skinny creatures. Did they bring in better ones before? Asked Klim, who had come up to him. Yes, essentially the same. The scion winced. How would the black-bottomed know anything about construction or repairs if they were just driven out of the tree? As I understand it, another Olympics is being prepared? You understand correctly.
And what's the plan? What's the plan? Khan looked at the pilot with a puzzled look. Well, what is our role? None at all. We may not participate at all. I'll tell you more. I always make decisions spontaneously. There are probably a bunch of bugs hidden here by the Triton bookmakers to determine whether I'll intervene or not and adjust the bets. And I'm like, bam. And at the very last moment, I do something unexpected, at least some entertainment. Are you rushing into battle like a real ferocious Fetanila? There were a couple of times. At the very beginning of my imprisonment, but I got tired of it. Firstly, they wouldn't dare touch me. Secondly, even if they did, nothing would come of it. I am still the son of the family. The last time I tried to coordinate the actions of these monkeys, I even made a cunning plan. But one careless alien ruined everything. He laid the whole ambush. The bastard. Khan glanced meaningfully at Klim. And anyway, I got tired of fighting even when I was a grandson. There are simply no worthy opponents for a warrior of my class. All the uprisings that need to be suppressed and the seizure of new planets. A pure boredom. I jerked off with one hand and killed with the other. Stop pouring it on! What? You doubt my words, empty head? Look here! Shorm Khan demonstratively straightened his shoulders and headed for the gate. Several blacks had just finished setting up supports from logs, and the structure had acquired some stability, even almost stopped wobbling. A dubious obstacle, but the poor Tritons, not adapted to dry land, will have to fiddle around until they climb it. However, when Khan approached to a distance of a few steps, the crooked wooden obstacle, which must have weighed 2 tons, suddenly flew apart, like a mound of light first snow from a kick. The ropes snapped. The logs splashed like rain in all directions. Part of the clay wall to which the frame was attached crumbled into dust. All the parts fell a little further away, as if deliberately clearing the way for Khan. He walked with a sweeping stride toward the ocean. There, at the water's edge, the newts had already gathered in ranks. No formation, the 2-legged crocodiles awkwardly swung from foot to foot and stomped toward the blacks' camp in a disorganized crowd. The picture is strange. An unarmed, white-clad, black-haired, bearded man who looks so much like Jesus was approaching the terrible creatures, each of whom had a spear with a needle tip. And even though the newts moved clumsily, there were more than 400 of them, and new ones were constantly climbing out of the water. Of course, they had no intention of even touching the scion. The crowd began to part long before they got close. The Triton shied away from Khan like medieval citizens from a leper with a bell. Klim heard a slight buzzing sound out of the corner of his ear and, turning his head, discovered a drone on a propeller thrust. The last time he had seen something like it was back on Earth. There was more than one drone. About 30 of them were hovering in different places at a certain distance from each other. They stretched out in a line from the shore and surrounded the camp. Now almost everyone had their lenses pointed towards the figure in the white jumpsuit. It seemed that bookmakers and ocean viewers were now very interested in what this crazy psyker had planned. According to Khan, this is what empty shells call gifted people behind their backs. Klim rushed to the protective clay wall. There were shelves attached to the inside so that the defenders could stand on them and throw something at the attackers. The pilot climbed onto one of them to get a better view. He had to drive off a couple of blacks, but they didn't resist too much. Meanwhile, between the water's edge and the camp wall, the newts caught up with Khan. He did nothing, just continued walking, and the tailed reptiles began to fall onto the sand and convulse. It was as if an invisible wave was following the scion, mowing down the tailed ones left and right. The advance of the newts stopped. Those who were closer to Khan began to run away. Several, either the youngest and stupidest or the most frightened, threw spears at the scion. Not a single one reached the target, although they were thrown from a fairly short distance, where even a child would not have missed. But 3 spears stuck in the sand, and one flew into splinters. And then the newts began to burst. Their paws and tails were torn off. Their eyes squirted out of their sockets like fountains. Instantly, a real panic arose. The tailed army, leaving puddles of green liquid on the sand, rushed to the water. They knocked each other down, clung to the shoulders of those in front, trampled those who fell and fell. And Khan simply walked forward, with the same serene and slow gait. And Klim felt sorry for the tailed ones. Most of them were afraid to even look at the scion, let alone resist. In fact, he was now simply trampling the helpless creatures without any risk. Klim raised the stun gun. The neural network highlighted the crosshairs on the white figure. The range was decent, and so the pilot did not use the trigger on the stun gun. It could knock the aim off. He gave the order over the network, and he turned the power up to half. This is already capable of damaging health. Well, so what? Khan is showing what a cool psyker he is. Let him get used to surprises, and if anything, then it's not far to the med capsule. After the shot, Khan swayed but did not fall. Klim fired a few more times. At first, one of the scion's legs buckled and he fell to his knees, but then a transparent haze sparkled in front of his figure, and the stun gun shots stopped working. Khan stood up again, walked to the ocean as if nothing had happened. He climbed into it up to his waist and hit the water with his palms with all his might. A wave spread from his hands. The white breaker expanded into a ring, passing probably 100 meters from the shore. Where it ran, corpses floated up, and a couple of times something banged deafeningly and some debris floated up, most likely from underwater vehicles. Only then did Khan turn around, exit the water and cast a dissatisfied glance at the camp wall. When that glance found Klim, he automatically fired his stun gun again, but a familiar haze appeared in front of Khan, and then he shook his finger. The scion's condescending smile made the pilot feel sick in the pit of his stomach. "And weren't you afraid to shoot at the formidable me after what you saw?" Khan asked when he returned to the camp. "After all, in the heat of the moment, I could have torn your head off." "To be honest, this thought came to me after you didn't fall," admitted Klim. "That's why I decided to shoot a couple more times, but out of fear." "You're a completely crazy burping tar. I have no idea how you managed to live to your age.
But you certainly amuse me, asshole. Khan laughed and patted the pilot on the shoulder. Chapter 5. The night sky is filled with a scattering of stars. A fire is quietly dying down, around which lie thick logs polished by time to a shine. Two figures in white overalls are sitting on these logs, swaying slightly and talking in slightly raised tones. One of them throws a log on the fire from time to time. The smell of fried fish is slightly diluted by an unpleasant odor of either boiled beets or something very reminiscent of them. After the Olympics, there was a lot of fresh meat. But every time Klim saw it, unflattering images of the carnage that Khan had arranged for the sake of a whim came to mind. And when Klim tried to hint to the scion that killing everyone indiscriminately for fun was somehow, Temuku, your reasoning about morality is empty. I am the son of the family. I do what I want. No, psyker. The pilot began calling Khan exactly that. Every time he said empty, and gradually just to annoy him. At first, Khan got angry, but then he waved his hand and got used to it. You won't last long in my Commonwealth. They'll kill you, I swear. I am an immortal scion, and then I'm an immortal pilot. Maybe we should fight. You with your fart gun. Khan nodded at the stunner. And I won't even move? Maybe you can get into your fancy Vandal, and I'll be in a simple Perun. And let's see how quickly I can take out even 100 psychers like you. Terra, you guessed right. Empty shell. I can create a protective cocoon around myself during an explosion, and then survive without a suit in vacuum conditions for about a day. During this time, the KS will come to my call and dismantle your vessel.
After that, 3 million UAP ships will burn your whole family to the ground. No KS will be enough to stop them. The agency really doesn't like it when some wild slobs offend free pilots.
Here he was slightly disingenuous. It's unlikely that even a dozen pilots would cause such a fuss, but at some points you can lie a little, especially when both disputants are completely drunk. Recently, Klim suddenly remembered the berries that smelled like beetroot, and that he had gotten into on his very first day on the island. He made the blacks gather a whole mountain, and after several experiments, he got either home brew or wine that had time to ferment in just a couple of days.
In general, a swill that was not very pleasant in taste and smell, which, nevertheless, hit the brain quite well. Initially, having wet only the tip of his tongue, Khan declared that his neural network recognized the drink as a poison that destroyed the brain and liver, and he would not drink it. In the family, the concept of alcohol was completely absent. There were various types of other drugs. But after seeing how much fun Klim had after his first tasting, the scion finally broke. Now they both occasionally got high, not as often as they would have liked. After all, there weren't that many berry bushes on the island.
Mulka, it will all work out so easily for you, Shorm Khan objected doubtfully. After all, 3 million ships will shake anyone's confidence. Maybe it's not easy, Klim agreed. But you admit that I am also immortal? Flak, you can just, theoretically, live forever like me, and only in a ship.
But I am immortal in myself, and at the same time, it is infinitely difficult to kill me.
Do you feel the difference, weakling? Such disputes arose constantly. Moreover, the men argued about everything. Often, even for the sake of the dispute itself, and not for the sake of the truth. The topic of conversation changed unpredictably, jumped, and went into unknown distances, as always during any drinking battles in this universe. At such moments, the blacks preferred to stay away from the white god and demon, and the camp emptied before our eyes. Klim told Khan more and more about the Commonwealth. He shared information about the family, and both of them learned more and more. To their surprise, the family members turned out to be very religious. They believed that the universe was a giant AI with a complex memory architecture, subject to strict laws of the software environment. And they considered themselves advanced users, who had access directly to the command line.
Every year they studied more and more commands. And gradually, they wanted to become real programmers who would be able to reflash the universal AI, that is, reshape the laws of the universe at their own discretion. Their higher representatives, the great-grandfathers, have achieved certain successes in this regard. They are no longer quite a biological species and are able to connect to each other and the universal AI directly. Whatever that flack means, Khan explained the last part. Based on this, it turned out that everything that exists is the software environment of the AI. And since all living organisms are just bits and bytes of the universe, they can easily be multiplied by 0. Only advanced users who are capable of eventually becoming programmers, that is, rising above the system, are valuable. Conclusion: family members can do everything. But this AI of yours, it created all intelligent beings so that he didn't create anything. AIs lack self-awareness. They don't have desires or wishes. They act according to the program and don't create anything new. But I have self-awareness, and I can change the program. I am the creator and God. Notice, even clones don't have self-awareness. How come there isn't? We grow quite. No, I don't mean those that are grown. They are no longer the same as the original prototype even when they live their embryonic, albeit short, life. They develop from an embryo into a full-fledged organism, and during this time accumulate personal psi emanations. I mean printed, real clones. You can take any person and print their exact copy in a medical capsule, right? It's called safety item, nodded Klim. I even have one. It's in stasis in the OAP storage. If I suffer too much damage, then spare parts can be taken from it, or even my brain can be transplanted into a new body. Well, wouldn't a clone grown from an embryo work? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Tell you, it will work, but there will be problems due to incomplete DNA matching. During maturation, the embryo will accumulate its DNA errors, tiny differences, you understand? Maybe we should have another drink, huh? The pilot suggested hopefully. Wait. Khan took the jug of wine, hid it behind his back, and continued to rant. And if I wake up your safety product, will it turn into a copy of you with your memory and installed databases? No, you will be like a corpse and will quickly become one for real. It's just that doctors haven't yet learned how to properly copy and launch the brain. What the hell? How is it different from the liver? It tastes like nothing, sighed Klim, spreading the pâté of newt brain on some root, similar in consistency to a rusk. If they won't let you drink, you need to at least have a snack. If Khan is carried away, then you can sit, listen, and nod. Otherwise, he will get even more carried away. Exactly. There is no difference. Everything is copied down to the last molecule. But the doll remains a doll. Why? It's all about self-awareness. In the subtle structures of the psi field, that's what can't be copied.
Are you starting to talk nonsense about the soul now?
Yes, you can call it whatever you want. Soul, astral body, self-awareness. A sudden soft slap distracted Khan. He fell silent and turned to the camp gates, or rather to the rubbish that remained of them. He looked at something for a minute, found nothing, and wanted to return to the conversation, but only scratched the top of his head in bewilderment. He looked around for a jug, unexpectedly found it behind his back, and began pouring into the clumsy clay bowls that the blacks had molded especially for drinking parties. So what was I just talking about? About why you haven't treated me for the second week. Because you're incurable. The scion blurted out and stopped short. Then he spread his hands. You caught me. You burp. Well, now you know. What do you mean it's incurable? I got better. True,
The condition has stabilized because I, so to speak, smeared the drops on the web. But the water itself hasn't gone anywhere. It will merge back to the center. I thought your channels would gradually begin to absorb the energy implanted by the sphere, but they are clogged. That ancestor of yours, he had a different situation, an excess of energy with a weak gift. Most likely, that's why the sphere of the ancients gave him a ring, but not you. Your friend gave you part of his. You do not have a lack of strength. You are a complete under-psionic. Without treatment sessions, you will last a couple of months at most. So, you will not make it to the Commonwealth. And you yourself understand that I will not. Drag you around with me all my life like a pet. I apologize. You apologize to a dummy? Have you completely lost your mind? Flack! Khan shook the jug in front of his eyes, leaned towards the neck, sniffed the drink, and winced in disgust. Either it's your swill that's doing this, or the higher ancient farts are right about something, and this vile planet is somehow influencing us. 2 years ago, I would have killed you right when we met, but now I'm sitting here and obediently swallowing psyker. The Khan let out a loud burp and added, What crap? I'm talking about the smell of this nastiness.
That's what I understood.
Klim nodded, slid to the ground, leaned his back helplessly against the log, and drank his portion of moonshine in one gulp. Maybe it's possible to remove the excess energy. I tried to do it at the last session, but you almost died. There are no options here. Is there any way to uncork the channels? Of course you can, if you are a scion of the great-grandson rank.
But you are a dummy. You do not have the strength to work with the channels. And they cannot be opened from the outside. That is why such people are not accepted into the family. So it's all in vain. Why in vain? You brought an element of fun into my boring existence. I'm talking about this nasty thing again. Khan shook the jug, filled the bowls again, spread his hands, and added seriously, I'm sorry that you'll die. Honestly. Oh, come on, forget it, the pilot sighed. Everything was spinning too rosy for it to end well. And I already thought that I was almost recovered. At the last session, the vision became as if alive. I'm even sure that the individual stars formed a whole picture, like a giant constellation web growing out of my head. What other visions? Did you have hallucinations about the starry sky every procedure? Well, yes. Have you ever had strange hallucinations before? Sometimes in the simulator or ship during the battle about nasty beasts and different demons.
Yeah, I have this, what's it called? Oh, Polanski syndrome. About 1/10 of pilots have it.
You have a Guy's main aberration, or a reverse perception. You, Flack, are a berserker. Awful ass. When I was a grandson, I served in the Purge for 4 years. We looked for and fucked such mistakes of nature as you. By the way, I was one of the best investigators. I have as many as 18 berserkers to my credit. How did I not notice right away? Well, wait a minute. Khan moved closer, grabbed Klim's head with his hands and whispered something under his breath for a long time, ruffling his hair. This is probably due to the influence of the sphere of the ancients. Does the excess energy conceal the deviant inclusions in the channels? Or do you have a latent aberration? You are such an educated man. Klim pushed the scion's hands away, straightened his tousled hair, and added under his breath so that Khan couldn't make out the words, and from the outside, a redneck is a redneck. You're incredibly lucky. Firstly, you turned out to be wrong, and now you have a chance. Secondly, you weren't born in the SZ, otherwise you would have been killed off long ago. What a flat universe. Yabbers?
Khan slapped the pilot on the shoulder, so hard that he flew into the fire, plunging his hands into the hot coals up to his elbows. Fortunately, the neural network is not susceptible to intoxication and closed the gloves and the hood of the pilot's suit in time. "Are you planning to kill me now, you idiot psyker?" Klim cried out in displeasure and began to shake burning sparks and ashes off his sleeves. "Finish me off? No way. I used to act on orders from the higher ones, but now I do everything to spite the old Morels. I'll activate you, Flack."
What does this matter to me? I'm dying, remember? Listen here, asshole. New data has come in. You're a berserker, one of the sick bastards of this universe. I'm telling you, there's a chance you can survive. You just need to be turned on. Yes? How? I don't know about that, the scion shrugged. We'll try. The next day, Klim had a headache and bad breath, although the neural network had reduced the hangover symptoms almost 4 times. But Shorm Khan Velis, as always after cleansing in the medical capsule, was cheerful, fresh, and in a white jumpsuit ironed to a shine. "So," Khan said in a mentoring tone, pacing back and forth, "I'm a novice programmer, and I kind of write scripts. That is, I set up channels, control perception, concentrate efforts, and thus influence the psi flow of space-time. This is something that takes decades to learn. And you're a cheater. All you know and can do is press the right combination of buttons, after which the remote assistant will turn on. The universal AI will solve all your problems automatically. Got it? In general terms. I'm explaining in general terms, idiot. In short, you need to find your key combination. How? Out of 18 burrs, I managed to interrogate only 2, but both stories are different. The first one was activated during his military service, when he was under increasing physical and psychological stress. He gradually fell into a state close to deep depression, after which he suddenly tied 2 instructors in a knot and chopped up a bunch of people before he realized what he was doing. The second one woke up when he was accidentally pushed off a bridge. The guy fell down and lost consciousness in flight from fear, and woke up safe and sound at home under a blanket. I suggest we start with the army. I don't like this. Then the bridge? No, the army is the army. Am I against it? I just said that I don't like it. Running. Push-ups. Crawling on the sand. Running again. Pull-ups on the horizontal bar. For the first 4 weeks, Khan gradually increased the load. Klim even liked doing sports. After all, he himself was going to start someday. And then, such a reason appeared. True, the pilot planned to simply study the basics of hand-to-hand combat skills and improve his physical fitness in the medical capsule, and only then practice the skills with Chirik. But since the capsule is unavailable, he can do it the old-fashioned way. Khan now conducted channel therapy sessions once every 6 days to ensure that the patient's condition did not worsen but remained stable. The rest of the time, he played the role of drill sergeant. And now, under the scorching sun and the reflections from the ocean surface, the white jumpsuit shone throughout the area, and Khan, with a calm, kind expression on his bearded mission face, muttered instructively. It was quite possible that the prerequisites for going into a combat trance arose in that idiot as a result of the slow increase in physical activity. But, as we can see, after a month-long course of such, the state of your deviational inclusions and folds has not changed. That is, I still can't see them. And that means we'll have to move on to the next part of the plan, to grueling training during which the body receives stress incompatible with development. That is, during which tissue degradation begins, if you haven't understood. Row faster, goner. Klim was already rowing with all his might. His breathing had long since become unsteady, and he had almost swallowed water a couple of times. Khan's constant grumbling was becoming increasingly irritating.
He wanted to tell him to go, but when you swim crawl, your head is almost always underwater, so you can't really talk. Khan forbade him from using a protective hood that would protect against drowning. Otherwise, what kind of extreme swimming would it be? And the red sign in front of his eyes was also irritating. The neural network was signaling that his physical condition was deteriorating, and he needed urgent rest. Finally, the reef breakwater appeared. Klim turned around and rowed back to the shore. Khan stomped serenely next to him. He walked right on the water, like that very son of the carpenter from the Bible. Only he put his hands behind his back and kept explaining something. He built hypotheses. He showered him with clever terms that the family had come up with over centuries of studying psionics. The blacks had long since poured out onto the shore. At first, they stared in amazement at fentanyl wandering along the quiet water. And then they fell to their knees.
And for about 10 minutes, they had been singing some kind of mournful chant. Klim was ready to swear that they sang about how the great white god travels with a white demon through the dangerous depths. Together, they seek out the terrible Tritons to punish them for attacking the black people of the land. It must be admitted that Shorm Khan knew how to stress others out, and, what is important, he loved it. He thoughtfully increased the loads, did not let the patient sleep, fed him strictly according to the schedule. Soon, Klim stopped realizing what world he was in. Days and nights merged into a continuous gray haze of climbs, runs, training, and stress. And nevertheless, the loads were composed in such a way that the pilot did not fall exhausted, but continued to work at the limit of his capabilities. During this time, another Olympiad of the Tritons took place. Khan had no time to be distracted. The blacks were left one-on-one with the underwater inhabitants, and given the lack of the main gate, they lost completely. Almost half of the savages died during the battle. However, literally 2 hours later, a ship similar to a ferry moored to the shore and landed new black fighters recruited on other islands. Those who survived cheerfully greeted the arrivals and took them to the camp to introduce them to life. Klim didn't even notice all this. He fell into that semi-delirious state when you can't tell sleep from reality. All he felt was constant muscle pain and unbearable fatigue. He just wanted to fall down and die, but Khan's insistent voice forced him to constantly move. Moreover, the scion apparently used some of his gadgets because it was impossible to resist the orders. This horror ended abruptly. One day, Klim simply woke up in a tent from severe hunger, but rested. His back and lower back stopped breaking from pain, and the neural network did not flash a red warning in front of his nose, although a yellow one, with an instruction to seek help at a medical facility, was blinking in the corner. Klim went outside, noticed Khan dining on logs, and hurried to him. Light smoke and a pleasant aroma that made his mouth watered rose from the dying coals. "You're sleeping well." The scion waved an empty twig with burnt edges in greeting. A dozen of the same, but with pieces of meat, were languishing over the coals. "Almost 2 days. Did it work?" The pilot snatched a wooden skewer of food from the black woman and began, as they say, choking, burning his lips. "Nope. Totally nothing. Tar burp." What was supposed to happen anyway? Well, you should have gradually gone wild and fallen into a battle trance, but you continued to stubbornly obey and die of exhaustion. Another couple of days, and you would have kicked the bucket. Completely soft, like wax. What kind of berserker are you after that, Mulk? Klim simply shrugged his shoulders, continuing to stuff food into himself. And Khan continued. "No changes in deviational inclusions either. We'll change tactics. You say you had hallucinations during space battles. Then we'll arrange battles." Klim spent the next week completely resting. What kind of battles could we talk about when he could barely move his legs? However, abundant protein nutrition, rest, and the neural network coupled with a metabolic implant quickly restored the pilot's lost strength. So soon, he stood surrounded by blacks with spears, who enthusiastically pounded the pilot's suit. Klim himself armed himself with a simple stick, so as not to accidentally kill anyone. "Stop," Khan commanded. "What are you doing, idiot?" "What do you mean by what?" "By fighting. Do you have fencing bases?" "No." "But you're trying to fight off 4 ghouls who haven't let go of sticks since birth?" "What should I do then?" "You only have to imitate the fight and tune your nervous system and psyche to the sensations that you had before the hallucinations appeared." "Concentrate, Flack. I explained it to you." "I don't remember any feelings. Everything seemed to be as usual." "Then feel yourself as usual. Imagine that you are in space, in a ship, and the blacks are pirate ships. The stick is a laser. Turn on your imagination. Or turn it off, and hammer mindlessly. Anything can work. Each berserk has its own button. Someone explodes from fear. Someone slowly gets into a frenzy, from long physical exertion. Someone from monotonous work. Someone from a single muscle jerk. There are a mulk of options, and you should try them all. But stop learning stick fighting. You don't need it, idiot. You said that you only interrogated 2 people, but you know so much about the Burzians. I interrogated 2 of them, nodded Khan. But the investigators of the Purge were forced to study the works of Gias Main. He described the aberration of the berserkers in quite detail. Before he lost his mind again, he destroyed the laboratory and the guards had to kill him. He was one of yours. Why are you clapping for hours anyway? I explained it during the initial training. To be honest, I've been a bit busy lately, and you've been chatting and being so smart that I've had to just let half of it go in one ear and out the other. A bunch of vomit. The Scion sighed. Few Burs see hallucinations during their attacks, and those who do see them are weak in controlling themselves. Most just close their eyes, and when they open them, there are already corpses lying around. Sometimes, they open their eyes at home under the blanket and don't even suspect there are corpses. And this happens more than once, until someone from the Purge gets them. In the Commonwealth, 10% of pilots have Polanski syndrome, but no one kills anyone. Have you collected statistics? However, you are right. There are not always corpses. At first, these are minor manifestations of psionics, which are not even noticeable from the outside. But as the bursar grows, one way or another, everything ends with corpses. And screw the empty ones, I don't feel sorry for them, but a pumped-up berserk is capable of knocking down even a great-grandfather. And this has already happened. As for your pilots, the inverse perception manifests itself only in weak non-psions like you, when the gift is blocked inside the channels and cannot develop normally. And you control your ships through neuroshunts using psi powers, and thereby relieve excess pressure. How the hell? Everything is complicated. Don't make things up, you mistake of nature. You're as simple as a pile of shit. Khan gave the blacks the go-ahead. Hit him harder, assholes! Klim fought the natives for several days, and even learned a few tricks. But Shorm Khan only frowned more and more. He wanted a quick result, not to mess around for an eternity. The son of the family was not used to long, painstaking work. Such work is usually entrusted to empty heads.
Stop!
Khan measured the blacks with a displeased look. They all shuddered and retreated. He began to explain something to them in their dialect. Soon, the savages threw down their spears and armed themselves with sticks. Scion turned to Klim. So that's it. We probably need to expose you to real danger. Take off your suit. Oh, no way! Klim glanced at the blacks. who were trying out their balance and waving their new weapons to get used to them, and from their confident movements, it was clear that they were even better with sticks than with spears. I really don't like this idea. Listen here, little Bursonish. In 2 months, the shrink is flying in again.
And if you don't switch on by then, my further stay here loses its meaning. I've already been too late. 3 years have passed, and the revenge hasn't moved a single step. I'll pretend that I've recovered. Revenge. Revenge. How did your great-grandfathers ever hurt you so much? It's none of your business. Do you want me to become a great berserker and kill them? It doesn't matter what I want. What's important is that by learning to switch on, you will get rid of the need for treatment sessions. Will I immediately become a scion? Will the channels open? No. You will connect to the universal AI. Or, if you don't believe in it, then consider that your psi subconscious will start working. And during the seizure, you will really be a scion. How is that? You don't have to be a mathematician if you have a calculator. Got it? Then take off your suit. Klim trudged toward the center of the camp again, limping on both legs at once.
His bruised back continued to ache mercilessly. The day had only just begun, but he already wanted to get drunk and forget. Everything hurt. The old bruises had not yet had time to go away, and the sparring partners were inflicting new ones on top of them. Klim already fiercely hated the skilled black-skinned savages. He hated Khan even more. He sprawled out in his favorite spot by the fire and smiled broadly.
What a mug you have, Burrs. Solid blue suits you. Ha ha ha.
Aren't you afraid, you bastard, that I'll activate her now and twist your head off?
I am the son of the family.
Khan straightened up proudly.
I have slaughtered 18 real Burrs, and you will only be activated for the first time. So don't get your hopes up. It will take several dozen activations for you to become dangerous even for the empty ones. Sit down, eat, and let's begin the execution.
No matter how much Klim delayed the start of the next training, he even asked for 40 minutes to lie down so as not to fight with a full stomach, but he still had to start. 3 short and puny blacks beat the pilot without much effort. In a suit, he could still get someone since he was not afraid of the blows he took. But dressed in just a skirt and shorts, he barely had time to deflect half of the slaps. Having seen an ordinary man in front of them, albeit with white skin, none of the wild ones called Klim Fet Dan anymore, although everyone continued to treat him with respect. For about 20 minutes, Khan watched the miserable fight with displeasure, then waved his hand. That's it, leave him alone. The blacks with sticks jumped back and stood at a distance. You stopped the fight so quickly today. What kind of fight is this, you clumsy laughingstock?
Besides, it's all clear anyway. It doesn't work.
Khan suddenly turned to the black man with the spear in his hands, who was fidgeting near the nearest hut, and pointed at Klim.
You! Kill him!
The black man argued about something in his own dialect. Khan barked menacingly, apparently confirming the order, and the black man rushed at Klim.
What the hell, Khan?
The shiny leaf-shaped tip was already fluttering near his face. The pilot tried to fight back, took a low stance, wanted to scare off the enemy with a recently invented technique, but he blinked at the first deceptive maneuver, and the enemy's spear stuck into his chest. Blood gushed onto the sand, clearly showing that an artery had been hit. His vision darkened, his legs buckled. He woke up under the transparent cap of the medical capsule, which was just slowly opening. The neural network log showed that he had experienced clinical death. Shorm Khan leaned over the capsule and thoughtfully stroked his long black beard.
Are you completely nuts, psyker?
Klim wanted to jump up, but for some reason, The medical capsule's belt still hadn't come unfastened. He reached out to manually release the latch, but he didn't find any belts on his body. Something simply pressed him against the cradle. Something invisible and intangible. "Calm down, snot." Khan took a step back, bowed his head slightly, and the feeling of belts constricting his body disappeared. "You should have tried this option too. It's for your own good." "What the hell? I didn't even have time to understand anything. What if you had put me in the capsule too late, and brain necrosis or something like that had started?" "What other brain necrosis? Besides, it's better to die from a spear than from the withering of the soul." "What? The withering of the soul?" "Well, the stratification of the personal psi matrix from energy excess," Khan shrugged. "What the hell difference does it make? It's still many times more painful than a spear." By the way, Klim began to climb out of the medical capsule and noticed on the front panel, instead of a neural network port or a control terminal, a single on button. This meant that the capsule was fully automatic. "You said that the capsule is tuned to your DNA and will not heal others." "You lied." The scion waved it off. "Who would send a technician to a closed area to set up this trough for another prisoner? She can heal anyone, even a toad." "You are such a bastard. Otherwise, you would ask for treatment for every scratch. And I have a limited number of cartridges. It would be fine to spend money on a berserker, but not on a dummy. That's it. Stop whining. Get out. You're right in some ways. I was hasty with the murder. You need to act more subtly. Well, at least this got through. Thank goodness for the eggs."
"Let's go." Khan headed for the exit and nodded at a spear with a leaf-shaped tip that was leaning against the wall. "Take the spear and let's go." "Why a spear?" Klim became wary, pulling on his bloody skirt shorts. "You need to stab that black guy who killed you. Otherwise, what kind of white demon are you?" "But he is on your orders." "What difference does it make? Now they will perceive you not as a divine being, but finally as one of them. And since you are supposedly a favorite, they may even strangle you at night out of envy." "Your mother!" Klim grabbed the weapon and headed outside. The heat had already subsided. The sun was slowly rolling to the west. A cool breeze blew from the ocean. The shutter automatically closed behind the two people. They walked around the concrete box. 4 blacks with spears were waiting for them near the back wall. Khan lightly pushed Klim in the back. "That one, the left one, finished you off. Or the right one. Who can tell them apart? They all look the same. Primates. Finished them all off, in short." And he himself quietly retreated further away. After his words, the blacks suddenly grabbed their weapons more comfortably and quickly surrounded Klim from all sides, pressing him against the wall. "Khan, your mother. This is not funny at all." Klim put his spear in front of himself, not really hoping to fight back. "There's not much time left. The shrink will be here soon," he shrugged. "Last time, not only did you not understand anything, apparently you also have a very dull subconscious. You need to let it think a little longer. In general, the black guys will kill you slowly, so that you will understand and comprehend. Khan, you're a mad creature. Call them off, bitch." "Ah!" One of the tips stuck into the leg, shallowly slashing the skin. Klim began swinging his spear from side to side. But this technique doesn't work if there are 4 opponents. Soon his body was adorned with another cut. However, Klim stopped complaining and shouting and concentrated on the fight. After all, he was not a whiny woman, but a combat pilot. And to give Shorm Khan his due, this idea might work. Chapter 6. It didn't work. Klim woke up again in the medical capsule, clearly remembering all the pokes, injections, and cuts at the end of the fight. Although, what the hell kind of fight was that? By the end of the beating, he could no longer resist and simply lay in a pool of his own blood,
and the blacks methodically continued to inflict non-fatal wounds. No matter how hard he strained himself, tried to concentrate, nothing helped. The pilot himself did not understand what he ultimately died from: blood loss or a lucky blow. The lampshade of the medical cask slowly moved aside, revealing a thoughtful Khan stroking his beard. That's it. Personally, I have no more ideas.
I didn't have them to begin with, Klim said absent-mindedly as he climbed outside. He didn't curse or accuse the scion of cruelty. There was no point in that. Nor did he pull on the bloody rags that his shorts and skirt had turned into, but grabbed his pilot suit from the shelf. He decided for himself that he would not tolerate any more senseless abuse. "Let's have a drink," Khan suggested. He also rejected the idea of turning on Klim with torture, but the narrowed, thoughtful look he cast from time to time did not go away. The son of the family was up to something, again. But it didn't work out to get really drunk. Apparently luck had finally decided to turn away, and the last remaining jug contained only half of its contents. It was like 2 bottles of beer for 3 people, neither one thing nor the other. "Here," Khan held out the half-empty vessel. "You need it more." "No. You know what? I think I won't at all." Klim gently pushed the jug away, stood up, and headed towards the camp exit. "I'd rather take a walk." Khan didn't try to persuade him, shrugged his shoulders, took a good swig from the bottle, leaned against the log, and began to look into the fire. It was impossible to tell from his bearded face what the scion was feeling. Either he felt sorry for his newly acquired friend, or he didn't care about the death of another empty shell, and he himself would never admit it. Or maybe it was his upbringing. It was getting dark. Klim slowly walked across the island. His legs chose the path themselves. Soon bushes flashed around, then trees, and, at some point, the road was unexpectedly blocked by a narrow strip of sand and the measured splashing water of the ocean. The shore. You can't really walk around on a small island. My head is empty. My own double death, and the last time with torment, does a good job of clearing out the thoughts from my skull. What was especially dulling was the realization that the third time would soon come. The last one. The final one. Delamination of the personal psi matrix from energy excess, said Khan. And he also added that it was much more painful than from a spear, although the psyker could lie again for another psychological effect. However, it is not important. What difference does it make who said and did what, if until recently you were firmly convinced of your immortality, and now it turned out that this is far from true? Yes. The chances of survival were small when Klim was just flying here, but now they have finally rushed to 0. This was discouraging, deprived of any hope, and at the same time, for some reason, calmed. There was nothing much to lose. He had already died a couple of times. There was nothing terrible about it. It was just a quiet darkness after a sharp pain. Somewhere to the right, beyond the bend of the shore, the sun finally sank into the ocean waters and the sky darkened. The usual quiet waves rolled onto the sandy shore. Storms never raged around the rectangular island, as if the weather was trying to slip by here quietly and not disturb the crazy scions who were imprisoned. His legs somehow turned around and again stomped into the thicket at random. Klim walked slowly, kicking stones, breaking off branches that were getting into his face, tearing off blades of grass. At some point he found himself in a vast clearing without grass. Only fallen leaves in which his feet sank ankle-deep covered the ground with a solid carpet. The place was very quiet, almost as quiet as the deadly darkness that comes after pain. Even the eternal noise of the ocean surrounding the island did not reach here, and it was also dark here, which made the stars look especially big and bright. The trees surrounding the clearing revealed only a patch of sky, and it seemed as if you were looking into a well. And there, at the very bottom, lights were dancing. The pilot sprawled out in the middle of the clearing and threw his hands behind his head.
The rotten foliage was even softer than the power mattresses used in the expensive hotels on Alpha 6. Klim relaxed and calmed down completely. He had been fussing and running all his life. He studied the bases, earned money, made the right connections. His time was scheduled by the hour for many years in advance. And now, in the middle of the night silence of the artificial island, all those plans, desires, and worries seemed distant, stupid, and completely meaningless. Maybe Khan was right, that this fucking paradise somehow affects the consciousness of intelligent people. It was not for nothing that the great-grandfathers send crazy people here.
The night sky seemed simply indecently close, as if the pilot was now in his ship and only a hint of desire was enough to rush into the distance, overtaking the photons emitted by the stars. Perhaps this is how I should die, thought the pilot. In the ship, at full speed. I can even visit the family zone and cause a bit of mischief, somewhere where the higher ones live. Piss off the great-grandfathers. Give that bastard Khan a pleasant last treat. He's a real bastard, of course. But he's been messing around with me for so long, and now he won't get paid. I'll also check out the KSs. I wonder what kind of things they are. The brain areas responsible for ship control skills instinctively tensed up, and the stars shifted to the side as if Klim was turning the cruiser. A slight feeling of flight appeared, but strange, not like in the capsule, and the cruiser kept turning, started cutting intricate aerobatic figures, and the surrounding stars began to form constellations. At first small and simple, but gradually the pattern became more and more complicated and finally turned into a spider web. It was as if it was pressed in, bent under the excessive weight of something unclear, but it was worth paying attention to it and understanding the absurdity, as the web, like an inflated parachute, bent upward, throwing off the invisible load. Something clicked in the pilot's brain, and he realized that he was not flying in free space at all, but lying in a clearing, staring at the sky, and his hands, clasped behind his head, were damn numb. There was a crunch of branches right next to him, and Khan burst into the clearing like a polar bear through dead wood. I knew that at least complete hopelessness would work. The scion easily grabbed the pilot with his paws, like a sack of potatoes, and put him on his feet. Well, congratulations or what, Burs? Thank you, but why the hopelessness right away? Klim began to stretch his numb limbs. Well, you probably cried here from melancholy and despair, succumbed to despondency and grief, were horrified by the prospect. This was the penultimate point of the plan, by the way.
I'm afraid to ask which was the last one, but you're wrong. I, on the contrary, seem to have calmed down and relaxed.
Don't be shy. Everything is fine.
Khan patted him on the shoulder, almost in a friendly manner.
Carefully analyze your feelings. This is important. And answer, despair and grief?
I'm telling you, I calmed down and relaxed.
So you calmed down and relaxed.
For some reason, Khan didn't like this at all. He even hit himself on the forehead with his palm in indignation.
Remember I told you that you were incredibly lucky? Forget it. You are a completely useless berserker. You are a mistake of the universe's mistake.
What?
Well, think about it. Burs are very weak scions. Third rank of the Commonwealth is the minimum required to become a pilot, right?
Yes.
There you go.
Even lower. And even you consider a reasonable person untalented.
In order to survive, people like you go into a combat trance. They connect to the universal AI, and it controls your actions in a difficult situation. And what is a difficult situation? A fight, a threat to health, fear of death or pain. Horror, well, fright or despair in extreme cases. And in order to go into a trance, you need to relax and calm down. You, Flak, are not a fighter, but a burp of tar. No one will let you calm down in a difficult situation. The scion sighed heavily, spat, and waved his hand. Let's go to camp. Grief of the galaxy. Khan turned and stomped straight into the thicket. The branches of the bushes parted in front of him, and then slapped Klim, who followed him with all his might. He had to close the hood of his suit to keep his eyes open. But I can induce a trance in advance, even before the fight. Oh no, Klim.
It doesn't work like that.
Khan called the pilot by name for the second time since they had known each other. Even a wrong burrs is higher than a dummy in the family's table of ranks. You don't control yourself when you're in a trance. You'll do things that won't fit on your head. Why is that? I just healed myself, right? Smeared the dew on the web. I controlled what was happening. You treated yourself correctly, but you didn't control anything. It's like a dream. It only seems to you that everything is correct, logical, and happening under your control. And then you wake up and realize that you are doing complete nonsense. It's all the universal AI. It has its own concepts of the logic of behavior. I don't believe in any universal AI. Well, let it be a psi subconscious. Khan easily agreed. Believe me, it's very dumb for all of you. And yours seems to be the dumbest of all, since it's activated by calmness. But that's it. Shut up.
I don't want to argue. You'll soon find out all this from your own experience. I'm just glad that now you won't die. You'll be able to fly to your Commonwealth, drag a passenger capsule and deliver me where you agreed. And then I'll become a great emperor there. And I'll probably order you to be caught and killed. For what? I haven't decided on that yet. But don't worry, a reason will be found. Then Shorm Khan laughed, showing that it was a joke. But for some reason, there was no sense of 100% certainty in this. Klim thought he had been in a trance for only a few minutes, but as they approached the camp it became clear that it was almost morning. The sun had just peeked out from behind the horizon. The air was filled with a pre-dawn chill. The black women were already busy around the logs, lighting a fire. So, Khan began in an instructor's tone. You turned on in time. You'll just have time to fly away before the shrink arrives. You're no longer a dummy, but a berserker, and it's better for you not to meet. You said that I, as a berserker, am not visible, due to the influence of the sphere of the ancients. I said that I can't see because of the effects, but I'm not a doctor. A brain doctor is a completely different matter. Let's not take any risks. Well, you know better. Don't forget that your illness hasn't gone away. The channels are still oversaturated. You need to go into a trance every 2 or 3 weeks. However, you shouldn't have any problems here, since you're turning on from calm. But it's better if no one is around at that moment. Is it possible to do this right on the ship? Try. But it will most likely be of little use. Your ships are stuffed with crystalloid psi-conductors, as far as I understood from your explanations, which means they have a complex artificial psi structure. The brain perceives it as its own, and there is a substitution of concepts. That is why you do not grow in ranks as scions.
The subconscious tries to pump the psi matrix of the mind, but pumps the ship's nodes. In general, you will be trying to heal the ship instead of your head. But the ship's psi is tied to the crystal lattice of the superconductor, and it is unchangeable. Khan was about to launch into an even more lengthy explanation, but suddenly cut himself off and shrugged. On the other hand, try. I'm telling you, I'm not a doctor, not an expert on the matrix of the mind, but a warrior. My conclusions may be wrong. Clear. Now also, catch the files. The Khan sent a whole list. He sprawled by the logs as usual, pulled a jug out of the basket that the black woman had brought him, and took a solid sip. The air smelled unpleasantly of beets. There were about 8 more of these jugs in the basket. I jotted down everything that might be useful. Suddenly the situation changes and the fleet gets here, or even the KS shows up. Among other things, the files contained ship codes for identifying friend or foe. Once I managed to swipe them from a closed card index of the Purge. These are spare codes for sleeper agents, valid for about 20 years. But keep in mind that from the moment you use them for the first time, the validity period will immediately decrease to 100 days.
Will the codes work for KS?
They'll pass, don't worry. Klim glanced at the list. He glanced at the family zone map, but decided to study it later. At the same time, he checked the integrity of the suit, the neural network settings, and suddenly discovered that where the progress bar of the regalia that Venick gave him had previously been frozen at 22%, there was now a completely different message. /module error. Before rollback. 99%. Opening the gloves of the suit, Klim stared at the ring. On the green drawing, red transverse lines appeared at equal intervals.
What other nonsense is this?
Oh, Khan craned his neck to get a better look.
I told you back when we first met that ancient symbiotes are unpredictable things. What does it write?
Klim gave the scion a screenshot of the message. I understand, Khan nodded. What is clear? Well, you have 99% of the time left before the rollback. And then what? How should I know? I told you. The family stopped using these things even before I was born. Maybe it will just dissolve, or maybe it will explode. The funniest thing is, it is not clear how much 99% is. Maybe years, maybe days, maybe hours. Damn! Klim glanced warily at the green-red stripe on the skin of his finger. Maybe it would be better to cut off the finger, just in case. Are you serious? Do you think the ancients made a simple ring, a tattoo on their finger? It's a symbiote, idiot. It's tightly intertwined with your body and psi matrix on an energy level. It can only be removed with your brain, and a tattoo is just an external notification block.
So, what should we do now?
How should I know? The scion spread his hands and took another sip from the jug. But if you think logically, you only got part of the ring, right? And even at that moment, this part couldn't tune into you, and now your psi matrix has undergone drastic changes, and the symbiote is in shock. It doesn't know what to do because it doesn't have the necessary settings. Perhaps they are in other parts that you didn't get. You need a full set. And where can I get it? In the same place where your friend took it, in the sphere of the ancients. Do you want me to go there again, but this time of my own free will? I want to? I don't give a damn, Flack. The main thing for me is that you, Tarovs, burp, managed to get me out of here as you promised. And if you don't, then at least tell that Venick of yours that I'm here. Let the fleet send him. Well, and then either explode or die. You're a fucking egoist. You've turned out to be an altruist. Khan grinned sarcastically. Did you come here to save someone in trouble out of the kindness of your heart? And don't forget, you still owe me money. Make a will as required. Khan continue Falauza C. Khan will live. And if he dies, it will not be the fault of the scion. The capsule was in place. The camouflage worked properly, turning it into a grassy hill. And real grass and even a small bush had already grown around it. All this time, the capsule had been receiving signals from Perun via a narrow channel and transmitting them to the pilot. Klim looked at the logs of the received reports and suddenly realized that he had spent more than half a year on the island. It seemed like only yesterday that Venick was shouting, "Where are you going? This is a crazy idea!" But it worked. It worked. Maybe not quite as planned and desired, but Klim is alive. The situation at that time seemed hopeless. There were 4 steps left to death, so to speak. But no less, life goes on. Deal with the symbiote of the ancients? The lips spread into a smile of their own accord. Nonsense. Open space. After half a year of moving on foot, even the capsule gave a feeling of unprecedented freedom and formidable power. One of the 3 small satellites was quickly approaching. The dust cloud still hung over the place where Perun was hidden. For half a year, not a single stone fell on the surface of the small planetoid. Rather, they flew away even further. The gravity of this body is too meager. A transparent drop of the capsule darted into the dust and took its place in the hull of the cruiser. This time, Klim did not neglect pre-launch checks. After all, Perun had spent quite a long time in hibernation. In 10 minutes, all modules and units reported full readiness for operation. The cruiser was enveloped in a camouflage field and gradually, in order to create less disturbance, began to accelerate. If the Vandal sentry noticed the intruder, which is unlikely, it didn't show it. It continued to crawl along the elliptical orbit of the planet clinic. The quiet departure from the system had another advantage. The cruiser's own accelerators created a minimum of interference. The scanner was not blinded, and it detected a whole network of small, stationary probes that encircled the system. Apparently, they discovered Perun last time, and not the Vandal sensors, which was too far away then. The family zone map that Conshorm gave came in very handy.
The FZ also has its own jump gates, and if you use them, the travel time will be significantly reduced. Naturally, the family members do not teleport an unknown ship. They have completely different rules. For example, in the Commonwealth, in systems with a security index below 5, the gate service will not refuse petty criminals. And in the nulls, for credits, they will port even a pirate. But in the family zone, any ship needs a SC code. Otherwise, they will shoot on the spot. At least they'll try, Klim thought cheerfully, remembering the useless missiles that were launched at him from the Vandal. However, there are friend-foe codes, and not just any, but from the Purge itself. This is a special unit of psychers. Any ungifted person will blindly obey orders from a ship marked with such a code, and a gifted one will not delay. The main thing is not to meet one of the Ks.
Khan convinced that the code would work for his team, but if one of the fathers that pilots him gets the idea to communicate, problems may arise. After some thought, Klim chose the gate on the very outskirts of the SZ, in a system where construction of a station had only recently begun. In theory, the family members only go there for rare checks, and all power is concentrated in the hands of one of the construction corporations. The empty shells won't dare to yelp when they receive the SC code from the Purge. The only inconvenience, the system was far away, and the route had to be split into 4 long warp jumps to correct the course. Perun arrived at the required gate only a week later. During this time, the rollback timer clicked several times. By simple calculations, it turned out that 1% is a little more than half a standard day. There are 50 days left until the moment when 0 appears there, approximately. The jump gate was staggering in size,
a huge structure resembling a bicycle wheel. The rim on the outside was like a strict metal collar with spikes. From it, a multitude of the finest spoke threads stretched inward. In the center, the threads were intricately twisted into a carriage bushing. Before jumping, the ship had to take a certain place in this bushing, so there was a limit on the size of the ship. The proportions between the jump field and the gate itself were monstrous. The field was small and the gate was gigantic. Apparently, to build it, they had to dismantle almost a planet for ore. It is clear why the family only has a few dozen gates. Try to build such a colossus. Klim reconfigured the communication system to LADAR. Psi is used here only by the family members, and even then without any technical devices. They call it call. After the call, the dispatcher reported like a guardsman on parade. His voice trembled slightly from the tension. "Greetings, Great One. I humbly await your instructions. Need acceleration along a given vector. Sending the configuration file."
Yes, sir.
Several ships, apparently waiting their turn to jump, immediately began to fly apart, giving way to Klim's cruiser. Several minutes passed. Perun had just taken up a position inside the jump field when the dispatcher spoke again. Now his voice was clearly shaking, as if its owner was working a jackhammer during the conversation.
Great. There appeared.
Klim remembered his first conversation with Khan, and so he roared at the top of his lungs. Or rather, the onboard AI modeled a menacing roar from the pilot's thought transmission, who was in a biogel solution and naturally could not speak. "What are you mumbling about, empty-headed idiot?"
Report immediately, as required.
"Forgive me, Great One," the dispatcher, as if he had received a slap in the face, which helped him gather his courage, began to rattle off. There are no additional wrappers in your configuration file. There is no exit point, and the acceleration is directed towards unexplored space. I know. Oh. I just thought. It's not your job to think, empty head. Execute immediately. Yes, sir. A second later, the wheel rim lit up with blue flashes. They slowly flared up. There were more and more of them. Then the flashes began to jump onto the spokes. Carefully, like timid birds. The closer to the hub, the slower. In the end, it took about 5 minutes. If the gates in the Commonwealth took as long to activate, you would have to queue up a week before the jump. Klim was about to get indignant, thinking that the gate staff had done something wrong. But the space finally trembled and folded into a passage tunnel. Glory to the eggs! The ridiculous dynamics of the family gate's acceleration thrust exceeded the standard Commonwealth frame by just a little bit, and it wasn't even close to the ancient nut. In addition, after 3 days, Perun was thrown out. To put it mildly, not quite in the ordered place. Between it and the SDG-3 system, where the planet Slava is located, the Kargass Zone glowed like a red wall. Klim remembered how he was indignant that the error of the old nut with which his journey began was 3 light hours. Looking at the spread in the given and received after jump coordinates, the pilot did not even find what to say. The entire arsenal of curses is too soft to fully express the indignation. And yet the main distance has been covered. The nearest Commonwealth gate is only 3 weeks away by warp, and then things will go faster. Maybe he will even be able to find a nut not marked on the maps and fly faster. But after thinking a little, Klim decided not to use such better longer, but better. The family grief portal is enough for him. Especially since there is enough time. The onboard AI easily calculated the course to the nearest gate, and long boring hours of warp jumps dragged on. After half the journey, a slight tingling sensation appeared in the back of the head. It was felt even through the pilot's sleep in the biogel. Klim tried to enter a trance and heal himself right in the ship. There was nothing to worry about. There was a safe warp around. So the necessary state came quickly. But the trance did not bring relief, and there were almost no visions. Just some incomprehensible fleeting glitches. Klim realized that he could only enter a trance by timer breaks. He made several attempts until after another attempt, he found a message in front of his nose. Attention. The neural shunt of the capsule has failed. Automatic replacement. The capsule's operation has been restored. Full breakdown report, the pilot commanded. He is certainly not a mechanic, but after studying the diagrams and schematics provided by the onboard AI, he came to the conclusion that the shunt crystals, and it was the superconductor that had broken down, had been destroyed by the overly strong psi flow that Klim had been transmitting. But the shunts had been installed in such a way as to pass the flow from rank 12 psions. Wow, I'm a powerful guy. Run a quick psi diagnostic on the pilot. Iskin thought a bit and said what he always did. 3rd rank. The pilot capsule is, of course, not a medical one, but the difference in errors is small. A bummer, Mr. Klim. 3rd rank is our everything. The back of his head was already frankly sore, as if it was being kicked by a stormtrooper in armor, when the AI finally said, Warp jump completed. DF-U12 system. Safety index 0. Signatures of artificial objects detected. Klim never thought he would be so happy to arrive in Nulls. He quickly scrolled through the feedback register. There was no station with a normal reputation in the system, but he did find a more or less decent automatic repair dock. Within half an hour, Perun was stuck in his receiving slot. The grapples lowered the capsule into the airless space of the airlock. A figure in a white pilot suit climbed out of the capsule. Klim crawled a couple of meters on all fours and stretched out in the middle of the airlock. A flame raged inside his skull. As soon as the capsule pumped out the biogel and the neural shunts disconnected, he felt a terrible headache. He could barely pull on his suit and crawl out. Why did he have to get out at all? The pilot would have found it difficult to answer, but it seemed that the walls of the capsule were pressing on his brain, as if the pain was precisely because of them, and he couldn't relax. But outside, it really did get a little easier.
Klim rolled over onto his back, forced himself to take a deep breath, and stared at the ceiling of the airlock. The reflections of the cruiser's navigation lights danced on the steel surface of the ceiling. Gradually, they merged into separate dots. The dots dimmed to the brightness of distant stars. They multiplied. They danced. They formed a web-like constellation. And the burning pain dissolved into the blackness of space. How good it is when nothing hurts. Klim suddenly discovered that he was sitting with his back against the wall and not lying in the middle of the airlock with his arms and legs spread out. Judging by the timer, 4 hours had passed since docking. Wow, it's good that the dock is automatic. Its AI sent a request to the guest about the reasons for the docking and began to patiently wait for the order. And if there were people here, they would have dragged the pilot to the medical bay long ago, although there may be other options in the Nulls. Worse, with robbery and dismemberment. And if not everyone dares to kill the UAP pilot, then they can easily rob him. Warp jump completed. SD-U10 system. Safety index 01. Signatures of artificial objects detected. The list of objects simply did not fit into the perception zone, and at the very top, there were more than a dozen battleships. The entire space around the nut was filled with ships. At first, Klim even jerked to run away. He was unaccustomed to such accumulations, but he realized in time that with such a number of opponents, he would have been taken apart before he realized what had happened. Then he noticed the OAP icons above some call signs, calmed down completely, and switched to the standard SC codes because an incomprehensible movement had already appeared around. The weapon ports of the nearest ships began to open. After changing the codes, the movement immediately died down, and a call came in. "Hello, brother." Along with the call came an invitation to join the closed channel of the fleet. "Some strange perf you have? Seriously re-equipped? Pure linear striker? Excellent. You will go as the senior in the 8th group." "Sorry, bro," Klim replied, declining the invitation. "But I'm on a mission to SD-G3 now. What's all the fuss about here?" "Ah, too bad. The 8th group is not fully staffed. It seemed like the fleet commander was communicating on several channels at once, because he responded with a noticeable delay. As usual, I'm collecting for Kargass. We'll go in the second wave, so it's an easy walk." "The second wave to Kargass? What are you, from the top bunk, buddy?" "I was absent from the Commonwealth for 6 months. I was on a mission for the clan." Klim blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Then I understand. Sorry, brother. No time now. Watch the news, you'll understand everything." The fleet commander disconnected. It seems he has his mouth full of worries, no time to pay attention to absurdities. Otherwise,
he would definitely be surprised by the clan's assignment for a single person for a whole 6 months. But Klim concentrated on something else, looking around the armada, the second wave. This is a fleet that does not participate in the main attack, but enters the battlefield later, when the main battles are over. The fleet searches for capsules of survivors that have lost their speed and cannot leave, burns out missed drone nests, picks up the remaining trophies. The third wave is already setting up mobile outposts and repair docks to establish final control over the system. The second wave list includes 3,400 ships. How many were in the shock wave? It looks like the UAP has launched a large-scale campaign against Kargass.
From time to time, senior agents are found, and they throw the AI into a mess. Then the prices for drone modules fall. The war becomes economically unprofitable and dies down on its own. And poor Kargass then spends decades restoring what he lost. That's how we live. At another time, Klim would have definitely accepted the invitation. Before, when he only had a destroyer, you had to try hard to get to such an event. But now, before you could blink, they had already called you. They even appointed him as the group's senior without even looking. The pilot hurried to use the gate before the second wave fleet began moving, and he had to wait in line. The rest of the journey took less than a day. In the nulls, individuals and small groups prefer not to mess with strike battlecruisers. And given the similarity of the Perun to the newfangled tricked-out Perfo, they preferred to stay away from Klim.
Chapter 7. Warp Jump Completed. SDG-3. System. Safety Index 03.
Well signatures of artificial objects detected.
The yellow-brown crescent of the planet Slava was glowing dimly nearby. Against its background, the eastern orbital complex of the Slav clan looked like a pitiful little bug. Or rather, what was left of the complex. The main supporting beams and permanent structures, a bare skeleton, like the skeleton of a whale that had once washed ashore, and the flesh had been picked clean by scavengers. A couple of emergency beacons nearby were blinking red. And that was it. The battlecruiser Perun hung in confusion next to this disgrace. The space around is clean. There is almost no garbage. It turns out that the complex was dismantled without haste. Carefully, thoughtfully. The dismantlers took even the cheap parts, right down to the thermal insulation between the armor and the compartments. The clinging vultures do not act like that.
They rake in the most expensive, breaking and crumbling the cheap stuff if it gets in the way of getting to the valuables. Well, after the fighting, everything looks even worse than after the vultures. All this means that the Slavs themselves dismantled the orbital base. All 4 bases. The scanner detected another skeleton, rising above the horizon of the crescent of Slava. If you find the rest, they will most likely be in the same condition. Because even the small dome on the surface of the planet is turned off, and empty concrete boxes remain inside. Not damaged, but abandoned without haste and panic. Klim hasn't yet recovered from the news about the beginning of the war with Kargass, which he downloaded in bulk from the first station he came across. And then there's another surprise.
It looks like Venek's clan has moved to another place.
And where to look for them now? Okay, stop. I need to comb through the news for the last 6 months again, but more carefully this time.
It can't be that the move, even of such a small clan,
was not covered by the media at all. There must be at least a hint somewhere. 5 months ago, the news channels were full of loud headlines. Kargass attacked the Commonwealth. Ancient AI is trying to destroy biological species. And so on, and so forth. It was pure hysteria. Many public organizations demanded immediate action from their governments and the Commonwealth Assembly. It seemed like no one had suspected that an enemy had been living nearby for 100 years, and now everyone was suddenly and unanimously scared. It was obvious that public opinion had been skillfully directed by someone. And it all started with the OAP publishing information about the Strelkov group. Today he published it, and the next day he caught the villains. These agents are such tough guys. They instantly identified the criminals. The rest of the violators should immediately be afraid of such a speed of retribution. So the information from the head of Kazimir Vidic, Uncle Venik, did help the agents. Klim didn't even doubt that the Strelkovs were first caught, and then they raised a fuss in the press, and they prepared everything in advance. Such a fuss doesn't happen without careful preparation. And it's not even that the Strelkovs killed free pilots. In the end, these are the problems of the free pilots themselves and the UAP, and not the Commonwealth as a whole. The fact is that the entire group turned out to be drones, skillfully disguised as human capsule ships. Moreover, several such groups were identified and caught at once, more than a dozen. Of course, they were not completely caught. They were destroyed, and then the wreckage was studied. All the Strelkovs flatly refused to surrender, but it was impossible not to recognize Kargass's sophisticated crafts in the remaining wreckage. It turns out that Kargass had been quietly, persistently, and for a long time infiltrating the Commonwealth. He even registered several accounts on the mercenary forum and accepted semi-legal orders that honest pilots prefer not to deal with. However, the customers often disappeared, along with those they ordered. Kazimir was just lucky not to disappear. After working with the Strelkas, or maybe the AI had some other plans for Uncle Venik. The question of why exactly all this fuss was going on with Kargass himself was stubbornly ignored by the press. Some bloggers made excuses, saying that he was an AI. What else could you expect from an AI? A poor excuse. And here, any intelligent person would suspect that it was not about the AI, or rather, not only about it, but that there was something else. For example, the powers that be are preparing another global scam for their own enrichment. After all, this is not the first time that Kargass has been pinched. The Commonwealth has repeatedly invaded his territory. When drone technology was still limited to Techno 1, the red zone was almost wiped off the map of the galaxy. But something went wrong, and Klim knew exactly what it was. The prophet was gone. How did Marshal Gian Jacopo Trivulzio answer Louis XII's question about what preparations were needed to conquer the Duchy of Milan? His answer is often attributed to Napoleon. He said, 3 things are needed for war: money, money, and more money. And the ancient marshal was damn right, but it is worth adding one more thing. Despite the patriotic cries of various activists, liberators, fighters for the rights of peoples, and defenders of humanity, any war always begins because of the 4th thing: money. Kargass produces the highest quality weapons and modules. It has no new advanced technologies, no hint of Techno 3, which is gradually being transferred to the Commonwealth from the elder races. But the AI factories squeeze the maximum out of the blueprints that are available. Each module is like a piece of work by a master. It is not known for certain how the AI does it, but its equipment is always 10 to 30% better than the stamped spare parts of the Commonwealth. Except for those made to individual orders, of course, but the prices there are simply exorbitant. Shooting drones is much cheaper. And when corporations specializing in weapons production start to go too deep, they raise prices due to monopoly, not quality. Or more likely, they stop sucking up to members of the Assembly and senators. Interested parties start another war with Kargass, and trophy modules from drones rush into the Commonwealth in a powerful stream. Gradually, there are so many of them that this collapses the prices first for human gadgets and then for the Kargass modules themselves. Many corporations go bankrupt or change owners, which in fact is the goal of the war. Big politics is like that. Everything for the sake of profit. The profiteers, who got their way and swindled entire consortiums into their pockets, begin to gradually curtail funding, but the war continues. This is not the kind of thing that can be stopped by pressing a button. Finally, the prices for modules fall so much that further military operations cease to be profitable for everyone. First, individual free pilots leave the conflict, then small powers and clans, then the UAP quietly removes orders for shooting down drones. A year passes, then another, and the war is forgotten. It seems to continue, but in fact, it does not. Klim was told all this by his experienced classmates back in the pilot academy. Who knows how much of this nonsense is true, and ordinary pilots don't think much about it, because taking part in such an event is the dream of any graduate. This is a great opportunity to quickly rise and accumulate a stock of high-quality modules for free.
Klim was terribly jealous of those who went to pinch Kargass, but continued to methodically analyze the rest of the news.
Unfortunately,
there was no time for enrichment now. Finally, he came across a small article. There was no mention of moving, but it described the squabbles of several corporations with the Slavian clan. The bad clan was strongly criticized. Moreover, the article simply smelled of order, because the honest claims were from the corporations, and for some reason it was the clan that applied to the trade arbitration. Surely the culprit would not sue the victim. However, the matter there was not worth a damn, and the interest was aroused by the mention that the clan was located in the Nulls. How is that in the Nulls? Surely Venick isn't an idiot to tear the clan away from its comfortable place and move it to the open field. Especially in the Nulls, which means he must have a reliable rear there where he can hide and settle down.
And only one thing comes to mind. The Citadel. The same one from where they once pulled out Perun.
Warp jump completed. System EC-F46. Safety index 0. Signatures of artificial objects detected.
Once upon a time. Now it seemed as if, in a past life, the multi-mode destroyer Zoom played hide-and-seek with pirates in this system. The idiots mistook the destroyer for one of the male corvettes. Then they had to run around and hide quite a bit. Now the cruiser Perun did not hide. It quickly detected a distant signature almost on the periphery of the system. The only one. It made a micro-warp jump to it and made sure that the same frame was still in place. Or rather, the place was the same, but the frame was completely different. Previously, there was a cheap knockoff, similar to a fish skeleton, and now there were relatively new 4-lane acceleration gates, capable of accelerating up to 8 ships at a time.
And even with an autocourse function, that is, they transmit the coordinates to the autopilot by default if the exit point is unknown. And the coordinates recorded in the frame were slightly different from those that Klim and Venick jumped along. The navigator recalculated the shift, and it turned out that the frame would throw the ship right under the anomalous nebula where the Citadel is hidden. All this only confirmed the guess that the Slavs had moved there. They even trodden a convenient path for potential guests. They wouldn't have to poke around by touch like last time. Perun moved to accelerate along the frame. Its cross-shaped sides were pierced by dozens of blue lightning. A white-blue flash followed, and the cruiser fell into the warp. The jump was short, the distortion tunnel blurred, and the ship emerged into normal space. The forward view was obscured by black clouds of anomalous nebula.
If someone had looked at them without using the ship's scanner, they would not have been able to distinguish them from vacuum. It would have seemed to them that a solid part of the stars had simply gone out, and there was only emptiness ahead. But it was worth accelerating a little more than necessary in this imaginary emptiness, and the shield would immediately fly off the ship, and then the armor. Attention! Signatures detected. 12 objects, watchtowers. Description: not in the database. Affiliation: Clan Slavyane. Object: ODP, Troika. Description: medium-range security control post. Affiliation: Clan Slavyane. Danger: the ship is under fire. In addition to the black, ragged flakes of the nebula, which had spread its wings of distortion so wide that even the scanner couldn't discern the edges, the view was painted with red markers. 12 towers stood in a circle, like numbers on a clock face, and the neck of the entrance to the nebula acted as the dial. In the neck, the density of anomalous particles is minimal, and you can develop a little more speed there, but not so much that you can manage to slip through before the towers take you apart. In the depths of the neck, there was also a troika, equipped with stasis field modules and warp fences. "Who the hell are you?" Judging by the phrase and surprised intonations, a real person was sitting as a dispatcher in the troika. It's strange, they usually put a simple AI. Firstly, you don't have to carry a replacement. Secondly, in case of a serious attack, such posts are swept away first. It would be a pity for the guy. And thirdly, the AI would never allow itself such an informal address to an unknown guest. "I am a friend of Prince Vsevolod," Klim responded proudly. He understood the dispatcher's surprise. The Perun is a ship of a rare class. Only the Slavs have such, and the codes of affiliation are not clan-related. "Report me immediately." "Yeah, right. Got away."
Maybe I should run away in person? You're a joker, damn it. Report yourself. Catch a temporary pass and a traffic corridor. Standard rules. Deviation from course, destruction. Opening of weapons ports, destruction. Failure to obey the mooring pilot, destruction. Wow. And the warning volley? Do you see these towers? A warning salvo will be just as destructive. You guys have gone completely crazy here in the nulls. Move on. Don't block the corridor. You'd think there was a crowd here. At that moment, a flash of light flashed a little further away, and a ship with rounded sides, sticking out like the cheeks of a fat man, appeared from the warp. Object: Butu's-class cargo ship. Description: light specialized tanker for transporting gas. Affiliation: free pilot Nalan Ganomi. "Get out of the braking field, I say," the dispatcher said menacingly. Arguing with dispatchers is not only not allowed, but is directly prohibited by the flight regulations.
Klim balked a little, only because the pilot of the Troika was the first to start a conversation that was not in accordance with the rules. Perun flashed its boosters and entered the throat. "Danger! Unknown impact on energy shield. Shield power 87%. Your mother!" The cruiser abruptly slowed down. Further along the permitted corridor, the walls of which the AI immediately drew in augmented reality, we had to crawl like a turtle. The density of anomalous particles was off the scale. After a few mippers, the solid fog was left behind. A clear space appeared. The anomaly curled up into twisted stripes, as if the Perun was underwater, and giant algae froze around it. The already low visibility decreased even more. We had to go around frequent clusters of black clots. Some were so dense that they resembled blots of oil. If it weren't for the file with the route of the safe corridor, Klim would probably have moved in chaotic zigzags. Markers of the next watchtowers flashed from time to time in unexpected places. It seemed that Venick had scattered them all over the anomaly, so that possible uninvited guests would not find life a bed of roses. Any fleet that came here would be forced to disperse and move in small groups, without any formation, and would also constantly come under fire from heavy stationary guns. If someone decided to go straight through the other sides of the nebula, then due to the density of the anomaly, they would have to greatly reduce their speed, turning into an excellent target at the exit. And most likely, mines were also placed in weak spots. In general, to capture the Citadel, you will have to assemble a huge fleet.
which, when captured, will suffer losses in value greater than the cost of the citadel. An excellent place for defense against URT or for a pirate base, but not so much for trade and business. It was wise to hide the clan's assets here, but it is not at all convenient to live.
In Vennic's place, Klim would have folded the citadel and moved it somewhere to a more favorable environment. If the prince was not going to fight the Commonwealth, of course, then the location is suitable. Attention! 247 signatures detected. Object, Citadel. Description, not in the database. Affiliation, Clan Slaviane. 200 objects, Watchtower. Description, not in the database. Affiliation, Clan Slaviane. It turns out that not all the towers are stretched along the anomaly. Most of them still remained near the citadel. Or maybe the citadel also had an internal reserve, which the clan put out. Next came a list of 46 different ships, mostly cargo ships, and most of them belonged not to the clan, but to free pilots. Some were docking, some were flying away. Everything was as usual near small bases that are located in safe systems. But for nulls, it was too busy. Did Vennic really decide to openly trade something forbidden? Only this could justify such a number of guests near the inconvenient base of a small clan in Nullsec. The citadel was approaching. If earlier it resembled an abandoned hut of Baba Yaga, now it looked like new. Slender rows of navigation lights hanging in the void like paths and leading to the airlocks, armor plates polished to a shine. Slowly rotating turrets of the main caliber guns. Nearby, right in space, a huge projection screen several kilometers long shows an advertising video. In the rectangular opening of the main dock, the size of another repair base, there is bright lighting and strict order, beauty. All these seemingly unnecessary things like screens and lighting actually have a very positive effect on the psyche of pilots, most of whom spend almost years in capsules. This shows that there is another side to life. The cruiser received permission to dock and docked at the designated slot. Klim was in no hurry to get out of the capsule and went through all the necessary exit procedures to feel less discomfort. When the armored doors swung open and the pilot in a snow-white pilot's suit climbed out into the docking lock, 3 people were already waiting for him. 2 strangers in light combat armor of the clan guard, the face shields of their helmets thrown back, no weapons, which meant they were here for an honorary escort, and a vaguely familiar guy in a military uniform of the same guard, a tall, broad-shouldered young man with an old scar from his temple to his chin, faded with time. The strict, even scar seemed to have been cut with a ruler, so it immediately caught the eye. However, in the Commonwealth, thanks to advanced medicine, any scar is noticeable. Scars remain only on the poor and people who have kept them on purpose. Judging by the expensive uniform, in this case the latter is true. Sometimes, soldiers do not remove some scars to appear more brutal or to remind themselves of something important. For example, a terrible battle in which they miraculously managed to survive. Or revenge that must be carried out. The big man with the scar stepped forward, leaving the guardsmen accompanying him near the entrance membrane. His movements were those of a trained fighter, and Klim immediately recognized this sweeping manner of turning his shoulders and springily imprinting each step. Brig, the same captain of the guard whom the pilot sent into a coma with the switchboard door. Survived and woke up after all. Is he really going to take revenge? So brazenly? In front of whose eyes, actually? His 2 henchmen who will cover their eyes at the right moment? I wanted to dart back into the capsule, not to hide just a stun gun left there. Klim was surprised at himself. Previously, he always got nervous and confused in such situations. But now he was calm as a tank and calculatedly considered his options. After all, the closed paradise of the family really does change people. Especially if you were almost killed there several times. Click. Somewhere in his brain, right between his ears, an intricate mechanism worked, and it became obvious to Klim that the approaching big guy did not pose any threat. It was not a logical conclusion after collecting information. It was like an epiphany, like the completion of the knowledge base installation, as if the plug had clearly entered the slot. The fear that had not yet had time to form finally dissipated. Brig stopped very close, literally hanging over him. He measured the guest with a critical look. He narrowed his eyes. He stood for a few seconds, as if going through dark thoughts. In general, he did everything to make his actions seem threatening. Then he chuckled, shook his head, smiled broadly, and extended his hand. Still, the captain doesn't know you as well as he bragged. What captain? Klim shook the outstretched hand.
Captain Chirrut. Brig smiled even wider. Welcome to the clan citadel. Please follow me. Thank you. Did he become captain? 4 people emerged from the airlock into the small cargo vestibule, 2 in light armor, 1 in a white pilot suit, and 1 in a green uniform. The ceiling of the vestibule was only 3 meters high, but the walls were lost somewhere in the distance. The entire space was densely filled with boxes and trunks of various types, but everything was arranged in a clear order, in rectangular batches, with wide gaps left between them for the passage of droids. A wheeled droid loaded with some massive contraption just hummed past. A flock of small repair robots rushed past. 2 escorting guardsmen walked behind them, marching in step. The crowd, of which there weren't that many, quickly made way. Some nodded to Brig, who nodded back reservedly. Yeah, captain and commander of the guard, and I'm his deputy. I moved myself when I woke up from the coma. Here, Brig rubbed his face and the scar disappeared, turning out to be drawn. I'm old already. And still, Chirrut is a martial arts instructor. He also served in the DG. And also, Klim grinned, looking at the disappearance of the scar. He has a sick imagination and a lot of extra time. His idea? Whose else? He wanted to film you backing away in fear. But I told him right away that a man who wasn't afraid to fight me with a door wouldn't be afraid of anything. Now he owes me a quarter of his monthly salary. Looks like you both have too much extra time on your hands. That's true. Hint at the prince about it. Maybe he'll at least listen to you. Otherwise, it's deadly boring here. And here we are, almost there. The doors of the large elevator swung open. The guest and his companions entered. Several more people wanted to enter, but the guards stopped them with their palms extended in unison. And with a short phrase, the elevator is going to a special level. The doors closed. A low hum. A slight feeling of falling. And the doors opened again. Chirrut was standing behind them. He was smiling from ear to ear. Klim jerked forward sharply and both guards followed suit with their machine guns, but Brig held them by the elbows in time. The guys were acting on reflexes and could easily have knocked the dear guest face down on the floor, having seen a threat to the authorities in the jerk. The friends, following an old custom, bumped shoulders into each other and hugged. Well, hello there, missing person. Chirrut clapped his friend on the back. You've finally shown up. It's about time. Otherwise, Vasevolod would have buried you. True, we had to break your pilot tradition. There was nothing to launch to the star due to the lack of a body, so he imprinted your name on the wall of the flagship's main cabin. You're now an honorary member of the Slavs clan. Posthumously, Brig added, as solemnly as possible, smiling.
Okay. Chirrut perked up, looking askance at the deputy with displeasure. Why are we standing at the threshold? Let's go to the conference room. I can't wait to hear your story. The conference room turned out to be quite a spacious room. In addition to the usual for such places, a pattern of thin conductors on the walls, protection from wiretapping, a large table with a holograph,
and a bunch of seats around it. There was also a wide sofa, a dozen comfortable folding chairs with a massage function, a wall-sized screen, a pool table, a bar counter, and naturally, the bar itself.
Wow,
Klim whistled. This isn't a conference room. It's a real break room. I fell in love with comfort. Chirik sprawled in one of the chairs, and it immediately began to buzz. After the OAP infantry school, you want comfort, you know. Drop where you see, buddy. Go ahead and tell me. Yeah, right.
Got carried away, answered Klim, remembering the recent dispatcher, and sat down not far from his comrade. Then Vinnick will show up and you'll have to tell him again.
What broom?
Asked Brigg. That's what he calls the prince, Chirik explained. Brigg's eyes popped out of his head, and he even started coughing. Noticing his deputy's reaction, the captain added, Yes, you, Klim. Better observe etiquette in front of strangers. He is a prince, after all. You understand? A clan leader. I'll take that into account. And where is he, by the way? At the meeting of the Grand Council. I haven't told him about you yet. The clan isn't in the best position right now. Visfolad's head has been full of problems for the last few months. He doesn't know what to grab onto. Let him concentrate on the meeting, and I'll report back right after it's over. No hard feelings? What offense? Klim shrugged. Let's wait. We're not little. Poor.
We'll do that in a jiffy. Chirik smiled and was about to leave the massage bed.
Sit down, Captain. Brigg jumped up. As the junior in rank, I'll pour it myself. They literally drank a glass each. Chirik chatted constantly, commented on some of the latest news. He assured that he was waiting for his friend no matter what, and even left him the place of godfather to his daughter. Finally, the doors slid open, and Vsevolod entered the hall in a military uniform without insignia. He had lost weight. There were bags under his eyes. His face expressed universal concern. When the clan's security service was looking for him to kill him, he looked better. It seemed that sitting in the chair was harder than winning it back. What's wrong again, Chirik? Vsevolod glanced absent-mindedly at those present. If it's some nonsense again. Here his gaze returned again to the figure in the white pilot suit. Klim? Was said uncertainly. Just imagine, buddy, the pilot in white smiled.
Your mother!
The prince came up impulsively, hugged his friend, and added guiltily.
And I confess I was already in despair. I'm even ashamed to say that I did something stupid, for which I want to apologize.
You mean the posthumous inscription? Forget it. I even like that I'm a hero now.
And yet it was on my part.
Blah, 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 Klim interrupted him. Turn off the prince and let's have a drink. Vsevolod easily agreed, but at least a few more minutes passed before he could relax a little and lean back in his chair.
So it means everything about the old healer is true. Complete bullshit.
In terms of?
How did your great-grandfather find out about the elder?
From my mother, I think. My great-grandmother was from some ancient noble family.
Ah, I think I even guess which family he's from.
Klim grinned.
Okay, listen carefully, tramps. I won't repeat myself.
Initially, Klim was going to lay out everything without concealment, but after starting the story, he suddenly changed his mind. It's not very funny to admit that your brain is askew. Besides, it might not have been exactly like that. You never know what Khan said, and it often turned out that he was not telling the whole story, or even blatantly lying. Plus, there was a click between his ears again, and the idea of honestly reporting everything that had happened seemed stupid. That's why Klim changed the story on the fly. He left the full story about Shorm Khan Velis and greatly shortened the story about his treatment and the diagnosis, which he himself didn't understand. And in order not to answer clarifying questions at the end, he asked the question himself. Okay, enough about me. My tongue is already hurting. You better tell me why the hell you dragged the clan to the Citadel. You were like Lenin, crucifying yourself, saying, then, and only then, when always never. I don't remember word for word, but you came up with a pretty good logical construction back then. That's right. But then you rushed like a madman into a dangerous and hopeless scam, and I looked at it and thought, what the hell? If we're such incompetents that we'll easily blow the Citadel, then that's where we belong. We need to use all available means and burn brightly, and not quietly tremble, sitting on a gold mine and afraid to use it. The words are not those of a boy, but of a man, my friend. Klim solemnly raised his index finger. I understand everything. Brig jumped up and began filling the glasses. They drank, and Klim asked the question that had been latently tormenting him from the very beginning, but which he was embarrassed to ask. Now, however, his soul unfolded from the alcohol, and the embarrassment blew away like the wind. How's your wife? What wife? Sevala did not understand. When I flew away, you seemed to be engaged and were planning to get married.
Oh, when was that? The prince waved it off. Almost in a past life. The political situation changed dramatically and the Sours abandoned the alliance. It's a pity. There were a lot of hopes for it. But I'm not offended. We're now kind of in disgrace, and they have enough of their own problems without having to burden themselves with ours. So we parted as friends with the incomparable Shakti. For some reason, this bad news for the clan made Klim overjoyed, and he almost blurted out at the top of his lungs, "Excellent, let's drink to this!" But he managed to restrain himself in time and make a sad face. Almost the same as Seval had at that moment. Chapter 8. The Chirik said that you had some problems, asked Klim to change the sensitive topic. Is that why you moved? Including because of this. But let me tell you everything, in order. As soon as you flew off to search, everything started spinning. First, they caught the Strelkov. And a week later, the mess with Kargass began. Apparently, the UAP was initially preparing for large-scale actions. I expected to participate with the clan's forces, collect modules in reserve and earn some money before the prices collapsed. But it suddenly turned out that not a single combat fleet was happy to see us, to put it mildly. And we are not yet ready to attack drone star systems using only clan ships. We poked and prodded, but we still couldn't join anyone. Large corps and countries have their own alliances. They don't take small ones. And the fleet commanders of the fleets, assembled by free pilots, even communicate with me through thick and thin. Then I met a friend from the academy, and he explained to me face to face that the UAP has an unofficial orientation regarding the Slavs, a ban on cooperation. Did you screw it? That's what outraged me too. It seemed like we were promised a full amnesty. But it was thanks to us that the Strelkovs were declassified. The Kargass conspiracy was exposed. They were supposed to make us heroes, and we were in disgrace. For what? And then there's more. Several corporations, with which we usually traded, begin to make strange movements. They raise prices, then disrupt deliveries. Basically thousands of ordinary little things that happen all the time. But when suddenly these little things start to unite in flocks and pile up en masse, that's a bad sign.
Someone decided to attack the clan?
Exactly. And this is also a very common thing for the Commonwealth. But who? And powerful enough to drag the agency in? I didn't cross anyone, on the contrary. I tried to be as quiet as possible, not to show myself unnecessarily. And then a message comes through diplomatic channels, supposedly from agents, but supposedly not. A sort of semi-official request that no one has the right to send to us. Does the clan store some ancient psi technologies that are prohibited for private individuals to store? The sphere of the ancients. That's it. Uncle Casimir, may he rest in peace, did me a favor at the end. He told me not only about the Strelkov, but also about the rest of the clan's secrets. Traitor. Even under the OAP interrogator, intelligent people only answer the questions that are asked of them. So Uncle brought up the topic of the sphere on his own initiative. He probably wanted to bargain for his life with the help of this information, or maybe to take revenge on the clan. Wait, Klim scratched the back of his head.
Why shouldn't the clan keep ancient technologies? What nonsense is this? At that time, the clan was located in the Kargass Empire Zone, and they have a law that requires that such things be handed over to the state for a reward.
The Empire, of course, has long since run out of steam, and everyone has given a damn about its old laws. Now they are more guided by the general rules of the Commonwealth. But if someone strong suddenly decided to help Emperor Kargass, so to speak, restore justice, then they could have caused us terrible trouble. We are not a corporation or a state. In fact, like any other clan or family, we are simply an association of individuals with joint property. I wanted to register a corporation, but for our numbers we need a charter capital of... Sevalud, let's skip the legal details. Chirik interrupted him, noticing that the prince was sitting down on his favorite topic. Otherwise we'll be stuck here for a long time. Okay. Sevalud nodded. So I'm figuring out who could have found out about the sphere, and I understand that there's only one conclusion. The OAP is attacking the clan. And you know how the agency can attack when it wants to.
Yes, I've heard that, Klim agreed.
An unofficial ban on cooperation is not even a harassment, but rather a light warning. They can roll you out into a thin pancake and not notice. I was also moved and, to be honest, scared. Well, he's fibbing, Chirik butted in again. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more fearless clan leader. It was the small council that convinced him that he needed to get out of here without looking back. He himself would have filed an official protest. Suicide. They barely talked him out of it. It doesn't matter now, Vsevolod continued. The main thing is that we packed our things and quickly ran away to the Nulls. The agency, naturally, was not aware that the clan had somewhere to retreat, so they were counting on long pressure. In the end, no one managed to prevent the move. But the problems, of course, did not end there, but stretched out behind us in a trail. You can run away from Heron to the Nulls, but you have to run away from the agency to the very frontier. Now we are waiting for further developments. We have to rake in credits here with a shovel, but we are sitting on a starvation diet.
What do you mean with a shovel?
You noticed how inconvenient the location for the base is?
Yeah.
Klim nodded.
I also wanted to ask, what kind of crazy choice is this?
It was not for nothing that the Citadel was placed in such a place. Inside the local anomalous nebula, there is a cloud of C-420 gas, the size of a star system, and maybe even a deposit.
Wait a minute. Is the C-420 the one where the Centrics live?
It was only necessary to strain the memory and discover a gap in knowledge, as the neural network immediately rummaged through the gallinet and helpfully gave out that the C-420 gas cannot yet be synthesized, but is already used in many places. In neural acceleration drugs, and for growing bioskins, and for creating the latest bionic implants. These are more likely not even implants, but new advanced organs. But this gas is not cheap, not because it is used in advanced technologies, but because it is inhabited by centrics, which makes it difficult to extract. These URTs are known not only in the Commonwealth. Every race that decides to assemble C-420 suffers from centric raids. One of the conditionally intelligent creatures, Sentry, a special kind of giant arachnids living right in the vacuum of space. Or rather, not in a vacuum, but in clouds of gas. And these arachnid guys manage to grow not only chelicerae and paws that cut any material like paper. They manage to grow an impossible engine in their cephalothorax, which creates thrust in a closed circuit without any exhaust. Scientists of the Commonwealth have long ago passed a verdict that this is unrealistic, since it violates the law of conservation of momentum. But the sentries have ignored the scientists and calmly continue to fly, and very quickly. At short distances, it's simply lightning fast. And since there is no exhaust from them, their signatures are barely noticeable.
If you add to this the fact that the thickness of the gas prevents the operation of the subscan, often the pilot notices the attacking spider when it has already taken apart its partner in collecting gas. And one more unpleasant addition. Centrics do not fly alone, only in groups of 5. And if you notice how your partner is taken apart, this means only one thing. You are also being taken apart. They just haven't finished yet.
A relatively intact centric corpse has a bounty of zeros, but the energy shields don't protect against spiders at all. The arthropod ghouls just fly through them and bite into the ship. It's impossible to shoot in such a situation, and the armor doesn't last very long. The average C-420 gas cloud is usually several light minutes in size. You have to try really hard to find something there with a blind scanner. And you have to try even harder to kill a spider, so that the carcass remains almost intact. The creatures die very reluctantly. Even a severed paw will move for about a day. All of the above has led to the fact that C-420 is mined in 2 ways. First, if the cloud is very small, which is rare, then the corporate fleet flies in with bombers and sands it up and down with special ammunition. Some of the gas, naturally, dissipates and burns out, but the centrics burn out too, after which you can safely drive the collectors to collect what's left. This is an expensive pleasure and is not suitable for poor gas workers. Second, the cloud is vast. Bombing is futile. Then it is better to extract quietly, alone, so there is less chance that the spiders will detect it right away. The ship approaches stealthily and throws a fan of probes into the cloud, ideally mixed with repeaters so that the coverage area is larger. Then it hooks the very edge of the gas carrier and begins collecting. Naturally, the gas is the most rarefied from the edges, and collecting it is difficult and takes a long time. But it will not work for a long time, because after about 15 minutes, one of the probes detects a vague movement, and then the count goes on for seconds. You roll up the prey and rush wherever your eyes look, and they should look farther away from the cloud. At least the centrics are like cheetahs. They will not chase for long. The benefit after such extraction: a little very expensive gas, minus the cost of the probes. The procedure is repeated until the hold is full, but more often the probes simply run out.
Well, if you're unlucky and the probes don't detect anything, then the benefit, minus the ship and the gas collection equipment, that is, a pure loss.
But the spiders don't chase the pilot's capsules. They probably think that it's one of the ship's spare parts. Or maybe they're just kind by nature. Who the hell knows about these arachnids? Vsevolod noticed Klim's unfocused gaze and answered a little later, when his friend came to his senses. Yes, that's where they live, but it's still worth it. Where it's worth it, there would already be a bunch of corpse hanging around, and you'd get a slap on the wrist, Klim objected. As soon as they find out about the gas, yes, everyone knows, the prince waved his hand. This gas formation is quite well known, but unpopular. It is partially located inside the anomaly, and you can't speed up in it to escape. Either the spiders will catch up, or you'll rub off the sides. And the other part of the cloud, which is free from the nebula, has been actively mined there for a long time. And, of course, you can't get in there. True, in that zone, the miners have become so familiar that the arachnids have formed a whole rapid response team. If you're a bit distracted, they'll be taken apart. And by the way, there are still gaps in the nebula, but they're so small that they're of no interest to the big players. One of these gaps covers the Citadel. None of the big clans will stick their noses in here. And we're too tough for the small ones. So, what is the problem with raking in loans then? Klim didn't understand. That we don't have specialized ships for mining. The ones we have aren't very suitable. Low mining efficiency, big losses, and no one wants to sell new ones. It seems the agency has banned it. Unofficially, of course. Ugh, what? You can't buy it through third parties?
Yes?
Vsevolod smiled slyly. Well, buy it for me as a friend. I'll pay double the price. Klim figured out how he would take a specialized chip, transfer it to the Slavs, and then information about it would, accidentally, fall into the hands of agents. And there was no doubt that it would fall into their hands. There were informers everywhere. And then that was it. The pilot's career could be put to rest. But they could quietly knock him off somewhere as a warning to others. Although it wouldn't be necessary, no one would break the unwritten laws of brotherhood, even for the sake of friends. This was hammered into the pilots throughout their training at the academy. If the agency announced an unofficial ban, then there was a reason. Klim shook his head and smiled sadly. I understood what you wanted to say. That's it. It's good that I managed to order a batch of Laron destroyers and gas equipment before all this started. True, the Mar Corporation is now refusing the deal, offering a penalty. But I turned to the Trade Tribunal and still demand the ships. However, this is a long and tedious matter. But you know what's most interesting? The Trade Tribunal is on my side.
Strange. Doesn't look like the OAP. If they've gone up in arms, no one will want to mess with the quote-unquote target. Even the Commonwealth Assembly can pretend that nothing is happening. There have been precedents in history.
That seems strange to me too. I gathered the analytical department, gave the order. The guys studied the circumstances, the methods of influence used, and came to the conclusion that it was not the entire OAP that attacked us, but a single agent. But somewhere, at the middle level, let's say level 5, no more, he acts too small.
Are you hinting at Papa Praket?
After all, it was he who we handed over Uncle Casimir to.
This is all somehow stupid.
Klim doubted and turned to Chirik.
You said, Dad is a great guy.
He always covers for his own. And I can repeat the same thing. The captain of the guard stubbornly puffed out his chest. The whole point is that we are no longer our own, for the Pope, but very much aliens. We abandoned the OAP and joined the clan. Defectors. And since when did agents start to press such people, especially alone? Klim did not hide his skepticism. The story was too illogical. Half of the academy graduates are such defectors. This is actually called development. And why does the Pope need the sphere? Since Casimir split, Praket simply had to verify his testimony with the interrogator and therefore found out that the sphere of the ancients only works on a certain bloodline. Well, Chirik grinned, Papa Praket's ancestors are from near St. Petersburg. Oh, come on. I will fucking, Chirik barked. The brig took the captain's shout as an order to act, grabbed a bottle of vodka from the table with the inscription Glorious stamped on the glass, and quickly filled the glasses of everyone present. Damn! It wasn't for nothing that Khan said that the universe is flat after all. Klim picked up his glass. Let's drink to that. Prince Vsevolod only took a sip from his glass. He had no time to get drunk. It had long been scheduled down to the minute. Because he was sitting there, the AI secretary was already shuffling the entire schedule for the month ahead every 10 minutes. The saddest thing is that there is no one to complain to. Officially, no one demands anything from us. If we decide to kick up a fuss, Praket will refuse everything. And agents do not give up their own. Besides, it turns out that this is a very common situation. What do you mean? It's very simple, Chirik explained. If one of the agents needs something or likes it, he informs the right person. And then that someone should present him with a gift, in a nice package and with a bow. I've seen enough of that in DG.
What a present!
Klim was taken aback.
This is pure extortion. This is the Commonwealth, my friend.
Chirik saluted with his shot glass.
You can take it, take it.
That's also true. A thought just occurred to me.
Vsevolod thoughtfully rubbed his chin.
Prachetu, in theory,
doesn't need the sphere of the ancients itself. He needs the regalia to hack electronic systems. Maybe he'll just agree to go through the procedure and leave me alone. And you're just going to allow a stranger to?
Brick began, dumbfounded.
Oh, please.
The prince reassured him.
Over the past year, only the lazy have not dipped their toes into this super-secret thing. It's time to lease it out. And anyway, the Forerunners, such spheres that pump up the channels, used to be sold to order. Ours has an inventory number, stamped with 1,000 or something. Another thing is that there are only a few of them left. And there may not be any that issue regalia. In short, Vsevolod looked straight at Klim. Such things are discussed only in person. So we need a negotiator to convey our proposal to Papa Prahet. You have his personal number, don't you, Klim? Actually, I'm not very good as a negotiator. There's no need to be too much. You need to explain to Dad a simple thing. That he won't get the sphere under any circumstances. But he can go through the procedure. You're welcome. Do you think you'll agree? Just tell him that otherwise he won't get anything, even if I have to burn the clan. Okay? I can pass on the offer, but I have a counter request. What questions, friend? Everything I can. Klim folded his glove and showed the reddened regalia on his middle finger. Since Brigand Chirrut stared at his hand in confusion. They were not scions and did not see the ring at all. The pilot explained, I need to go through the procedure too. Again. Oh my God. For some reason, Chirrut threw up his hands too sharply. How much is left? The Vsevolod became gloomy. 20%. So. The prince nervously drummed his fingers on the tabletop, and his voice took on a commanding tone. Now everyone goes to bed, and we'll talk about this tomorrow. After that, Klim was somehow very politely, but persistently kicked out of the conference room, and the rest remained. At the same time, those present looked away guiltily, but the pilot was not offended. After all, the guys may have their own clan secrets that he would rather not know. 2 guards met Klim in the corridor and escorted him to the guest apartments. They were probably intended for especially honored guests, because the apartments of the most expensive hotel on Alpha 6 looked like a clay hut from a rectangular island compared to these. Klim rinsed himself in the shower, which could hold 8 people at a time, and from above it was pouring rain. This is the word that was spinning in his head when the pilot adjusted the pressure using the neural network interface. The jacuzzi was more like a pool. You could actually swim in it. On the huge bed, to the place where the pillows were visible, he had to, as they say, walk. Finally, Klim got there, sprawled on the coveted pillows and stared at the ceiling painted with gold leaf. There was no sleep in either eye, and the back of his head was starting to tingle a little. Isn't it time for us to get some treatment? Khan, of course, warned that this should be done away from other people, to avoid trouble. But you can't really fly off to the middle of nowhere every time. And what could happen? The room is locked, the guards are outside. Besides, the first few times seem almost safe for those around you. Klim glanced sideways at the pilot's suit lying by the bed and remotely turned on the recording on his comlink to finally find out whether the Bursas were sleepwalking or Khan was making it all up. Then he lay down more comfortably, relaxed, and tried to imagine the stars crawling across the ceiling like fireflies. Previously, real stars or reflections similar to them helped him tune in. In the pitch darkness, things got worse. But Klim did not give up and gradually fell into a half-sleep, when you are almost falling asleep, but are still aware of what is happening. And soon the stars obediently appeared on the ceiling, first as barely noticeable spots, then as dim dots, and then they sparkled like supernovas in outer space. The cruiser obediently glided through the void, The stars formed constellations. The constellations formed a web. The hunting net bent, and the shiny, large drops of dew that had frozen on it scattered into small bead-like splashes and rolled down to the edges. Click. Klim realized he wasn't sleeping. In theory, he hadn't slept before, but now he suddenly felt like he'd just woken up. His mind was clear. His body was rested. Was it really possible to recover in a trance in just a few minutes? Oops. The timer showed that 8 hours had passed. Comlink obediently transferred the recording to the neural network, from which it is clear that Klim lay in bed for all 8 hours like a dead man. No night walks or poltergeist. Khan was wrong to raise a fuss. Maybe different burrs manifest trance differently. There was nothing to worry about. The room's AI noticed that the guest had woken up and sent a request for the breakfast menu. Klim randomly clicked on a few items and went to the shower. When he came out, a droid was already standing in the middle of the living room, resembling a serving table covered with a white tablecloth. The dishes on it were clearly not from the kitchen synthesizer. Wow, some people live like that. During the meal, he checked his financial accounts and made sure that he could afford a similar apartment and similar breakfasts in the morning. And somewhere, the mobile shipyard, Zhuk, is still waiting for its time. And remembering yesterday's sunken mug of Sivolid, Klim clearly understood that being a clan leader is not for him. What the hell is such happiness, solving millions of problems of other people? He is a loner and wants to worry only about himself. And that means the shipyard should be sold, and there is no better buyer than Prince Vsevolod. Moreover, the clan now needs certain types of ships, and their own shipyard will easily fix this difficulty, and there will be no need to wait for the decision of the trade tribunal. The question of price remained. Klim went online and looked at the cost of similar goods. The zeros were a pleasant surprise to look at. Even counting them was tiring. The clan might not be able to afford such a purchase, even if half were to be dropped due to the outdated shipyard model. However, given the circumstances and the C-420 deposits, Klim generously decided to provide an installment plan, or even take a share in gas production. While he was finishing his coffee and lazily thinking up plans, a call came from Vsevolod. Not a direct one, but as is customary in great houses, an ornate invitation through the house AI number. He might as well have sent a servant in livery with a rolled-up invitation on stamped paper, the pilot chuckled. 2 guards were already waiting for him at the threshold. Or maybe the ones from yesterday hadn't left. Klim didn't remember the guys' faces. They led him to the right place. In the conference room, Cherik, Vsevolod, and Brig were sitting around a table with a holograph. They were studying a 3-dimensional projection of some intricate room, somewhat reminiscent of a labyrinth, long passages, frequent branches, a bunch of dead-end rooms.
"Good morning, vagabonds,"
nodded Klim.
"Haven't you gone to bed yet?"
"We went to bed,"
Cherik responded.
"But we got up early. How can you rest with a leader like that?" "With your list of implants, Mr. Captain,"
the prince retorted.
"Generally, you need to sleep once a week, 10 minutes, standing up, while you're peeing in the toilet,"
Brig added in a half-whisper.
"It's obvious, my friend,"
Klim commented, sitting down,
"that your superiors value you, and your subordinates respect you. Then you just haven't seen the amount of my salary. By the way, about the amounts."
Klim tossed Vsevolod a file with a full description of the Learton shipyard Zhuk.
"What do you say?" "What can you say about it?"
the prince said after studying it for 2 minutes. "It's old, but it would suit us."
I'll sell.
The prince's eyebrows shot up. "You're a treasure trove of mystery, and you pretended to be as poor as a church mouse. Where did you get such a thing?"
From a camel, and he pretended to be poor because you can't sell such a thing to just anyone. They'll bury it.
That's true. But I, as you understand, simply don't have that kind of money.
How about a contract for 10% of gas production for 10 years?
10% is just great, especially for 25 years.
A bit pricey. In 5 years, I'll be able to afford a new shipyard. I'll just have to work hard, but it's not the first time for us. Vsevolod spread his hands. Nothing personal, my friend, just business. Lower the price.
Okay, I admit, I went a bit overboard. 10 years is fine, but there's an extra 50 million in advance payment and a contract with a 1-year grace period.
Okay with the millions, but why the deferment? Because in the first year, you will only be developing gas production, which means the profit will be less. And you, partner, Vsevolod chuckled. Don't put your finger in your mouth. Catch the contract. A 20-page petition with clearly defined responsibilities of the parties arrived on the neural network. Klim was even taken aback. How so fast? The legal AI is in constant contact with me, explained the prince. Specify to which accounts the loans should be transferred. Not for any yet. This is for Khan. That's what we agreed on. Okay. Speaking of Khan, I decided not to send anyone after him. It's better if you do it yourself. Firstly, you know the local situation. Secondly, he trusts you. And as I understand it, he's a guy with a peculiar behavior. Let's not create unnecessary problems out of thin air. And you'll have to stay with us while he acclimatizes. Agreed. All that's left is to solve the problem with the sphere. I understand that there is a problem, yes? We're discussing it right now. Vsevolod sighed and pointed at the three-dimensional diagram. Move closer. Chittik, fill your comrade in on the situation. Well, in general, it's not even a problem but a temporary difficulty. I've been suggesting solving it for a long time, but Mr. KL, clan leader, is afraid of unforeseen. Let's not give any unnecessary information, the prince said sternly. Got it, I'm getting started. Chirrut put his fist to his chest and slightly bowed his head in a sign of playful repentance, but then continued without jokes. We moved in a hurry. The Citadel's security system was hacked. The report logs were screwed, the main AI was disabled. In short, chaos and destruction. We had to quickly cram a lot of valuable and secret cargo. In the Citadel, of course, in addition to the cargo hold, there are several separate warehouses and a special storage facility. The latter already had a lot of stuff, and we also stuffed it with our own junk. The Sphere of the Ancients, as a particularly valuable artifact, was also sent there. When we cleared up a bit, calmed down, we began to take inventory. It turned out that 4 technicians had disappeared in all this commotion. At first, they didn't pay attention. Then this and that, here and there, 4 more disappeared. They raised the alarm and started searching. While they were searching, they lost 6 fighters. But they found him. That's it. An image of a steel pair hung above the table. Its perimeter was dotted with rectangular hatches, like a high-rise building with windows. Some kind of sophisticated mechanism could be seen in the narrow part. The sparse lines of technical specifications shown nearby. Biological grenade NOG-3. Well contains 100 modified organisms of the Hunter Mk4 class. The affected area is 10 kilometers. A grenade? Klim looked meaningfully at Chirrut, demanding an explanation. Oh right, you're Mr. Immortal Pilot. You don't know anything about infantry stuff. Basically, it's a small transport bot, with mutants in stasis inside. Bred to destroy enemy manpower. They throw it behind enemy lines, and the little beasts come out and do mischief. Luckily, in our case, the Mk4 hunters are designed to operate on the surface of planets, in forests or small towns. If they were specialized in citadels, that would be the end. It looks like this thing has been in storage for a long time, and during an old skirmish, someone desperate pulled the pin. The hunters came out and ate everyone who was still alive at that time, and then the dead too. That's why there were almost no corpses here. These beasts have an accelerated metabolism, so their lifespan is only a month.
But the Mk4 is a partisan modification. In the absence of an enemy, they fall into hibernation, and if there is a grenade nearby, they return to stasis. Let me guess, you arrived, they woke up. That's right. An image of a creature appeared next to the pair.
It's an alien!
Klim whistled.
Only the head is different.
The image shows the flexible body of an overgrown lizard with a tail, like from a movie. But instead of an elongated head with a retractable jaw, there is a small goof with beady eyes and a mouth from ear to ear. And in this lipless mouth, there are hundreds of long, curved teeth.
Do they have a queen in the pomegranate?
What queen, for fuck's sake? Wake up, Klinish. You're not in a movie. Chirik tapped his temple. The Fifth Assembly Convention banned self-replicating biological weapons. There's literally 100 of them in a grenade.
Right now, a few scouts are wandering around, and the rest are sleeping, but they can wake up very quickly. Why didn't they kill everyone like last time? Because we are not idiots, like the former owners of the Citadel. Well, and a little lucky. Only a few people had access to the special storage. So only a few hunters woke up. By the amount of food, so to speak. Also, there is only one exit from the special storage, and we quickly deployed an automatic ray gun there. Do they have acid instead of blood? No. Chirik rolled his eyes and sighed, as if he had to explain himself to a small child. They have acid in the sinuses under their claws, so these creatures can tear through light armor in a couple of blows. Enough stupid questions. Vsevolod intervened. If you want to know everything, go online and search. There is a lot written about them there. In fact, it is quite easy to get rid of hunters. There is a special virus transmitted by airborne droplets. You need to infect one, and soon they will all die. We ordered the virus, but it settled with the Mary Corps like the rest of the cargo that they were obliged to deliver to us. Of course, I will soon put pressure on them through the tribunal. But this soon can drag on for several months, as I already said. So the guys developed an operation that they want to offer you, but it is dangerous.
By the way, what will happen when the interest on the kickback runs out?
Klim suddenly thought that maybe the regalia would simply disappear without a trace. Then there would be no need to rush anywhere.
Nothing good.
The prince frowned, dashing the pilot's last hope.
Why did you give me that damn ring?
Klim said angrily.
Do you want it honestly?
Let's.
I didn't think you'd survive. That's why I didn't care about the rollback.
Wow, well, that was fair.
As ordered.
Okay. What's this dangerous rescue operation?
So listen, Chirik intercepted the initiative and turned to the map above the table. It enlarged to fill the entire image. The storage is relatively small. Many separate rooms. There is no point in sending heavily armored droids. We have already tried. The hunters simply hide from them, and there is a lot of junk piled up there. So there is room. A large combat unit cannot really deploy there. And the more people there are, the more animals will wake up. You can't shoot left and right there, God forbid blowing it up. There are such things lying there, thrown together in a hurry, that one shot can cost 1 billion credits. But we don't need to shoot too much. All that is required is to bring you to the sphere, dip you in it, and carry you away. The only problem is that after the dip you will be naked. We will carry you back in an armored sarcophagus. I think 8 fighters can handle it. The main thing is to act quickly so that fewer hunters wake up. That's all, actually. What do you think? What do I care? I have nowhere to go. Klim shrugged. Who's going to go? Don't worry. There are more volunteers than necessary. Who voluntarily rushes to save a stranger? What do you mean, a stranger? Your name is on the wall of the flagship in big letters. Posthumously, Brig added solemnly and pretended to wipe away a tear. You're the hero of the clan, my friend, Vsevolod added seriously. I would even volunteer myself, but my position doesn't allow it. Anomalous Nebula, M72. Object, Shield-type Citadel. Affiliation, Slavic Clan. Description, Heavy autonomous citadel for guarding a static zone. Has a large internal port and developed infrastructure for permanent residence of intelligent beings. Location, Shooting practice area. The rectangular room is completely empty. Smooth walls, standard ribbed flooring to prevent slipping.
If you didn't know that there are hidden gun cabinets here, you might think that this is another passageway. The only thing that gives away the purpose of the compartment are the lamps recessed into the ceiling and covered with thick matte glass, which many types of hand weapons are unable to penetrate. Chirrut examined the lightly armored fighter with a critical eye and punched him in the shoulder area. The outer plate, similar to a cuirass and providing additional protection from most acids, snapped into place, covering the chest, stomach, and everything slightly below the stomach. The captain of the guard commanded in a businesslike manner, "Go for a walk. Sit down. Run." Actually, I just need to get to the ancient nonsense. The hemisphere of the helmet moved up, revealing Klim's displeased face. A few hours of training won't add any benefit to me anyway. We're wasting our time, bro. You're wrong, bro. Or rather, you're right, but only partially, objected the captain of the guard.
Of course, I won't make an infantryman out of you in a couple of lessons, but I'll hammer a couple of rules of conduct into your head. At the same time, I'll figure out what kind of person you are on foot. I have to properly instruct my guys, so that they clearly understand the task. I'm strict here, Klimich. It's unclear what was going on with the guard in the clan before, and who knows who served in it. Distinguished policemen, former special forces, and even pilots temporarily free from flying. Imagine, pilots. In short, it used to be a combined unit of parade boys. They stood in the guard of honor, greeted guests, kept order. Some kind of guard, not a guard. Yeah, I seem to remember something like that. Klim nodded. I was once at a couple of local social events. That's right. And I turned the guard into a combat special unit, reporting directly to the clan leader.
Something like internal troops to ensure the safety of the first person.
Bodyguards or something?
No, bodyguards are a separate thing. The personal security service. Slawn in our language. For example, last time the Duke uncle decided to kill the prince nephew in order to take his place, and the prince only had his personal guard, which the traitors from among the SB took out first and rather quickly. There was no one else to rely on. The guys from Slawn, of course, were great professionals. They worked like a human shield. They all fell, but they covered their target. However, in the end, Vsevolod still barely escaped, and all he could do was hide. In short, you know everything about that situation better than me, and now it will be different. The prince will raise the alarm, and the guards will only have to hold out until the guards arrive, and we are already a full-fledged combat unit and can scatter anyone, even a regular army if necessary. Several of my companies are based in different places of the Citadel, and if anything happens, the guard will not allow any coup to happen. That is, if she doesn't organize it herself.
That's what the security service is for, Chirrut smiled slyly, which is supposed to uncover conspiracies.
And which participated in the previous conspiracy.
Klim returned the smile.
In short, the more independent security structures there are, the harder it is to organize a coup. You can't bribe everyone.
By the way, has Venik already created a clan regular army?
No. The army is still just a project. We don't need a lot of infantry right now. We need to finish with the fleet. Okay, soldier, stop chatting. Let's take a couple of laps around the room.
How fucking boring and harmful you are, Chirrut, Klim sighed heavily. But he followed the order and ran along the perimeter of the compartment. Although he really didn't want to, in the bulky combat protection he felt as clumsy as a panda.
The steps echoed with a metallic ringing. The armor itself turned out to be quite heavy, despite the fact that it belongs to the light type. After all, this is real combat armor, and not a toy pilot suit, as Chirrut put it. Running in the armor is uncomfortable. It has built-in muscle amplifiers that should help in theory, but in practice, it was still necessary to get used to them. The amplifiers disrupted the rhythm. Every now and then, it was necessary to readjust. The movements were excessive or jerky, only resistance instead of help. It's good that Khan, at one time, drove the pilot quite a bit around the Paradise Island, significantly increasing his endurance and strength. Otherwise, it would have been really tough. However, Klim finished 2 circles and stopped opposite Kirik, almost without getting out of breath. This compartment is not that big.
The captain was even slightly surprised looking at the biometric indicators that the armor transmitted to his neural network. "And you're holding up well, bro." "Of course. I mean the pilots, you all look athletic thanks to the biogel, but when it comes to real physical activity, you disappear in an instant." Imagine, I had a joke here when I decided to throw out all the pilots from the guard. So they got together in a crowd and came to pump up their rights. Like, we are fighters too. We can pilot ships and serve in the guard from time to time. Well, I laughed at them and included them in the program of a single training session. 2 hours later, everyone left. Silently. Hee, morons. "And you're okay, Hammer. Didn't even expect it." Chirik turned to the wall, and it opened. The heavy 10-centimeter thick doors slid apart. Behind them was a rack of weapons. On top was a neat row of identical barrels, and below were rows of clips.
Chirik took out a rifle by rote, deftly loaded it, handed it to Klim, and asked, "What, has the rifle base already been established?" "Are you kidding?" The pilot was indignant. "This morning, 20 minutes before." "Ah. Well, yes. You are our intellectual giant." Klim rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Chirik doesn't understand a damn thing. The IQ certainly affects the speed of unpacking knowledge bases, but only in conjunction with other, no less important factors, such as the type of installed neural network, susceptibility to learning, the durability of long-term memory, existing implants. Even brain training matters. After all, the more you learn, the better you absorb new data. True, recently the brain has only relaxed. The last unpacked base was on energy hybrid weapons, and more than 6 months have passed since its installation. Klim did not install anything else. The academic training plan was over, and new bases had not even been purchased yet.
There was no opportunity on a rectangular island.
And why? If there is a high probability that you will kick the bucket, there is no time for studying. He has already gotten used to the fact that the installation plan is empty. And even after arriving in the Commonwealth, he has not yet looked at the prices for the bases. And, frankly speaking, he was not going to look until he sorts out the rollback of the symbiote regalia. Unfortunately, it is not only money that cannot be taken to the grave, but also knowledge. But despite the forced downtime, if compared to the average layman, who has never had to study gigabytes of ship and modular performance characteristics, the short base and the rifle driver unpacked into the pilot's brain very quickly. Professionalism, as they say, can't be drunk away. Klim threw back a small cap on the fore end, pressed a hidden button, and the neural network immediately established a connection with the weapon. /new user added. Wallful. Folk. MK5. Description: civilian automatic rifle with neural network interfacing. In the magazine, 150 rounds of Igla with fins ammunition. Klim slammed the lid shut. There were no switches other than the hidden user change button. No trigger or safety catch. Shooting was done exclusively via remote control. The rifle doesn't even have an information processing unit. The shooter's own neural network is used as the aiming AI. A targeting window popped up on the side. Klim marked Chirik as a friendly target, then aimed the crosshair at his forehead and said, "Bang!" "Ah!" he said, already in flight. Chirrut somehow deftly ducked under the barrel and threw his friend over his hip. The steel boots of the light armor flew above the helmet and loudly hit the floor after the world suddenly stopped spinning. Klim was lying on the floor. Folk flew to the wall. "So, soldier." Chirrut was indignant, as if nothing had happened, standing over the fallen pilot.
"You dropped your weapon. That means you're dead."
"I just wasn't ready." Klim rolled over onto his stomach and tried to get up, but in the armor it didn't seem so easy. "Klim, my friend, no offense, but I'll tell you more." Chirrut watched his comrade's efforts for a while, and then helped him up. "When you're not in the capsule, you're never ready, just like any pilot. Actually, one of the main goals of this training is for you to realize the limits of your worthlessness and not to rush into trouble. I gave you a weapon only because the rifle database has protection against friendly fire. You won't be able to shoot if the sight is on one of us. But it's better to try not to shoot at all. Got it?" Of course, Klim already knew that everyone should do their own thing. Back at the academy, having become acquainted with the cadets of the infantry school, and having understood what they were worth in the field, he began to associate himself with a shark. Yes, on land, it is a completely helpless big fish, but in the water, it is an elite killer. Such is nature, and there is nothing to be offended about.
I myself have been telling you this from the very beginning, you stubborn infantry.
That's right, nodded Chirrut. And I need you to quickly carry out commands, and not constantly chatter, Steelwing Flyer. Pick up the barrel and let's chase targets.
While Klim was going for the fallen rifle, the compartment was silently blocked by a transparent barrier of reinforced matte glass that had come out of the floor. Chirrut remained on the other side. The sound did not pass through the barrier, so the captain waved to his friend to attract attention and pointed his finger at the far wall of the compartment, where a moving hologram had just appeared. An exact copy of the Hunter Mk4, so similar to the monsters from the movie Alien. The figure moved with the agility of a lizard running away from a bird of prey. The cargo elevator opened its doors, and Klim and Chirrut stepped out into a high room. Two turrets under the ceiling resembled large turtles that had somehow clung to the smooth surface and were now blinking their red eyes predatorily, looking out for prey. It was very uncomfortable to stand under this gaze. The turrets guarded a huge oval hatch, a meter thick. Now it was a third retracted into the wall, opening a crescent-shaped opening. Immediately behind the hatch, an automatic ray gun on a tripod was visible. In front of the ray gun, a hemisphere of energy field flickered so that the barrel stuck out through it, into a long corridor. 7 fighters in identical armor were fussing around near the machine, and a little further down the corridor stood the low platform of a cargo droid. Noticing the arrivals, 6 guards quickly lined up in a row, and the 7th continued to tinker with the settings of the ray gun. It was Brig, and he was the only one with access codes to the weapon. The deputy commander of the guard made adjustments so that the automation would let his people through. Before that, the ray gun on the machine reacted to any movement, stupidly mowing down everything that moved in the firing sector. 20 meters away, the corridor diverged into a T-shaped intersection. And there you could see some scraps and parts of inhuman bodies. A couple of hunters were caught at first, Chirrut explained, noticing Klim's interest. But the rest don't buy it. The bastards. We tried to lure them out, but it didn't work. Yes, Brig added, turning around. These creatures are far from stupid animals. By the way, let me introduce you. Guys, this is Klim. Klim. These are the guys. Klim received an invitation to join the platoon, and as soon as he accepted it, the neural network displayed the following inscription above each guard: name and rank. Chirrut, Captain. Brig, Captain. Above the other guys there were only numbers from 1 to 6, and for all of them, Private. They nodded in unison, and again froze like statues. "And still I don't understand?" Klim drawled, looking at the captain's badges. "Well, okay, I have nowhere to go. But you, gentlemen commanders, like the main characters of some cheap space opera, captains. And you rush into battle to the forefront of the attack, instead of sending specially trained people. Are you crazy to miss such fun?" Chirrut snorted. "I'm sick and tired of this daily routine. I've been trying to persuade the prince to go on a cleansing raid for 2 months now, and then this happened. I told Vsevolod right away, either I go or I quit. He promised me battles and adrenaline when he was trying to persuade me to join the clan, but he made the fighters train and write reports. And how can I leave you, bro? You'll definitely do some kind of crap without me. This will take half an hour." Brig supported the commander.
"In case of unforeseen circumstances, we'll just retreat. The danger is minimal. By the way, that's it. The gun is ready. Although with such settings it would be easier to turn it off altogether. The auto-aim is old. 3 seconds for identification. Some lucky creature might slip through." "It's okay," Chirrut waved his hand. "There are 2 more turrets behind the hatch. They'll sort it out. And the elevator won't take anyone except us." All those present climbed aboard the cargo droid, which was a 3-meter-long bare platform on 8 wheels. In the center of the platform lay a steel coffin with a window on the top lid. In fact, it was, of course, an armored cryocapsule without insides for freezing, hastily prepared for transporting the body. But in appearance, it differed from the wooden Macintosh only in the window and the metal shell. Although there are metal coffins on Earth too, the pilot thought, but he did not get indignant. After all, his clanmates had tried hard for him, and they had prepared what they had time for. One of the guards sat on top of the coffin. He controlled the droid through the neural network port and concentrated on his task. From the side, it seemed that the guy bowed his head and dozed. Klim was seated next to the driver, as the most valuable, although to be honest, as the most useless member of the crew. The rest took positions at the edges. Magnets in the boots of the armor worked, and the fighters were able to bear their guns in all directions without worrying about a possible fall from the side. The droid hummed softly and rolled smoothly down the corridor. At the T-junction, where a red arrow and the inscription Sector Number 1 were painted on the wall, the platform turned and bounced several times, as if on potholes in the road. The wheels made a disgusting squelching sound, and the bones of the dead hunters crunched. "How far do we have to go?" There was nothing to hold on to, except maybe one of his comrades. There was no desire to touch the smooth sides of the coffin-like box, and it was also slippery. The soles of the platform gripped by the surface would of course prevent him from falling out, but purely psychologically he wanted to grab onto something. Klim clenched his fists so as not to accidentally grab the driver, and praised himself for his foresight. He still hadn't unfastened his rifle from the magnet on his chest plate, otherwise he could easily drop it now. "Who the hell knows?" Chirrut shrugged, as if he didn't notice the shaking, carefully examining the corridor ahead with his scope. "I'm telling you, they stuffed everything into the storage in a hurry, and those who started taking inventory later turned out to be the first victims of the hunters. I only know that the sphere is somewhere in the very back of the warehouse, in the 5th sector. Sector Number 1. The corridor widened, with doorways stretching at regular intervals on both sides, large enough for a droid to enter even sideways. Each doorway was numbered and led to a spacious storage bay. Some bays were empty, others were filled to the ceiling with boxes. Here and there were piles of junk thrown around in disarray. Every now and then,
There were robotic forklifts lying in various poses, like the skeletons of giants. Clap, clap, clap. 3 rifles fired almost simultaneously. When Klim turned around, the alien was already falling, and there were exactly 3 large and beautiful holes in its body. The feathered needle, hitting the target, opened like a flower. The ammunition was selected so as to crumble the warehouse equipment less in case of misses. The weak needle did not break bones, could not penetrate the strong skull of the creature, but it tore soft tissues perfectly. The fighters shot at the torso and limbs. The alien died on the run. The carcass slammed onto the floor and moved by inertia for another 4 meters. The guards' combat coordination was excellent. Only those from whose side the enemy had jumped out fired. The rest did not turn away from their firing sectors for a second. Klim thought that he would probably have fired a burst out of surprise without really looking where, and perhaps he should not have demagnetized the rifle at all. But on the other hand, even when firing a burst, if the sight suddenly runs over someone from the platoon, the rifle will automatically miss several shots. This is built into the control driver, and the needle will not shoot through armor, and you still have to manage to hit the vulnerable joint. The main thing is not to point the barrel towards the sphere of the ancients. It would be a shame to ruin it. The droid continued moving without stopping for a second. The faster they got to the place, the fewer hunters would have time to wake up. They passed the first sector of the warehouse quickly. Another transition corridor stretched out. The next sign read, Sector Number 3. Klim called up a tactical map in the corner of his vision. The warehouse is divided into 2 equal parts, and in the right half, along which they move, there are odd-numbered sectors, 1st, 3rd, 5th. The 1st and 3rd are similar. They consist of many identical storage chambers, each of which can be sealed separately. But the 5th sector is one large room, with protection, like a bank safe. The storekeepers, naturally, drag the most valuable things far away. The pilot had looked at this map many times before, but he didn't really remember it. The operation had been planned without his participation. Chirrut and Brigham had simply given Klim a short briefing, without going into too much detail. The main thing was to listen to what they were saying and act quickly, and now he felt like a guest on a show, not quite understanding what was planned next. The 3rd sector of the warehouse was a mess. Traces of an old battle were everywhere. Periodically, there were burns on the walls, and the remains of security droids and small drones were added to the skeletons of the loaders lying around. Piles of junk blocked the road, and the driver simply rammed them with the platform, causing even more chaos. But he carefully drove around what was stacked in neat, beautiful piles. Several doors to the storage rooms were tightly closed, but they had crookedly cut holes, just the right size to launch a small drone or throw grenades in. The broken trunks with spilled contents were beyond counting and were found on every corner. The platform was now shaking non-stop. The driver had to maneuver frequently to avoid particularly heavy traffic jams, and there were a huge number of places where one could hide and then suddenly jump out right in front of the guards.
The fighters cautiously and carefully examined each pile of garbage, and Klim remembered the briefing and looked again at the diagram of the alien's vulnerable spots. What if he had to shoot after all? The neural network highlighted in red, mouth, belly, and hind legs, and also gave a brief summary. Hunter MK4 is bred for work in jungles and forests. It is used to clear temporary, poorly protected enemy bases or eliminate relatively unarmed natives. The body of the MK4 easily changes color, merging with the background, is not detected by thermal imaging and biodetection. Hunters abundantly secrete sticky saliva mucus with a non-lethal poison of nerve paralytic action. If the hunter does not have time to eat the victim right now, he immobilizes and seals it with his mucus in order to return later. The creatures have fast but weak limbs. Claws and jaws are not able to bite through armor higher than the 2nd class.
Chirrut also specified that against a person in light combat armor, the aliens would be completely ineffective if it weren't for the damn acid in the sinuses under the claws. In general, it was worth fearing sudden attacks and quick blows with paws, after which acid splashes out. And now, The platform of the cargo droid was moving exactly where the conditions for an attack were ideal. Despite the strong pitching, Klim cast aside stupid fears about falling overboard and grabbed the rifle. However, no matter how hard he looked, he slightly missed the moment of the attack. The guardsmen started shooting suddenly and all at once, even before the pilot noticed a single hunter. Quiet pops of endless cannonade wove into the hum of the droid's servos and the crunch of garbage under the wheels. The aliens jumped out of their shelters completely silently, like ghosts, and disappeared just as quietly. The fighters fired accurately. Single shots. At best, they hit 1 time out of 5. The brig fired in short bursts. He managed not to miss, but the creatures didn't care about most of the hits. The needles bounced off the narrow cranium and horny plates on the shoulders, and the aliens bent down on purpose while running to cover their vulnerable spots. Klim also raised his rifle, wanted to catch at least one creature in the crosshairs. But he was too late. They were moving too fast, and their position was in the way. He was surrounded by guards. The hunters suddenly jumped out, rushed past, trying to deliver a glancing blow, and dove into the rubble. And some of this junk was quite valuable. One of the guards got into a plastic case. It split and cartridges for the med capsule spilled out. The alien ran over them, crushing about 10 of them at once. "Watch where you're shooting, bitch," Chirrut shouted, and for some reason turned off the magnets on his boots. The flexible, agile creatures were everywhere. They ran calmly along the walls. One even climbed onto the ceiling to jump down from above. But it turned out to be his mistake. There was nowhere to hide on the ceiling. Immediately, several hits tore the alien's abdomen, and his carcass hung upside down. His back leg somehow caught on the smooth ceiling. However, the rifle fire did not go completely into the void. 2 hunters, nervously twitching, were already lying somewhere behind. The third finally peeled off the ceiling, plopped down, and was run over with a smacking sound by the droid. All this time, the driver did not think of stopping. Another alien was just passing by, swung its paw and hit guy number 3. He was knocked over and thrown off the platform. His left boot was still magnetized, and the fighter was pulled after the droid. On the way, he hit the boxes and raked his hands to the side so as not to be pulled under the wheels. The droid stopped, abruptly. The armored fighter was hardly in danger of being crushed, but he couldn't be dragged along the floor all the way. A couple of guys bent down to pick up their comrade. The hunter turned around, hiding behind the boxes, and darted closer to take advantage of the pause. But Chirrut jumped down to intercept him. The alien and the captain collided, growled almost identically, and plopped back down on the droid, straight into the crowd of people still remaining on the platform. In flight, they knocked down the 2 who were lifting the fallen man. A small scuffle began. The creature waved its limbs at random. The guards tried to restrain it. Klim was suddenly hit on the helmet, and his face was stuck in the coffin. Something heavy fell on top. There was no way to get up or move away. An armored boot loomed near his face, stepping on the rifle that the pilot had not had time to use. In the end, Klim was pulled off the steel box and dropped on the floor. And all this time, someone continued to shoot somewhere. Then everything suddenly went silent.
"Ready, bastard?"
Chirrut shouted.
"Throw off the carcass! Let's go!"
The engines hummed again and the platform rocked. Klim heard an incomprehensible hissing. The area around his right ear began to burn. The weight on his back disappeared. Someone helped him get up from an uncomfortable position. Visibility on the right side blurred, as if someone had poured acid on the protective glass of his helmet.
"Your mother? Take off the helmet!"
Luckily, the latch hadn't jammed yet, and it responded to the control impulse. Klim pulled the helmet off his head and threw it aside. The acid had eaten a long strip through it, from which a bluish, stinking smoke was pouring. Smoke was still coming from the chest plate of fighter number 3, but the chest plate was held in place by a special material.
Brig took out a small canister, clicked the lid, and sprinkled white powder on the chest plate of the 3rd. The hissing increased sharply but quickly died down. Klim looked back at his helmet. He could have sprinkled the neutralizer on it instead of throwing it away, but since the droid continued to drive, the helmet was already lost somewhere behind in the piles of garbage. "Don't look back," Brig said, hiding the canister. The helmet was fucked anyway. There are about 10 meters left until the next transition corridor. The further path was blocked by an oval hatch, the same as at the entrance to the warehouse. And this meter-thick ellipsoid was also shifted to the side by a 3rd. A corridor was visible through the crescent of the passage. The cargo droid clearly did not fit in the passage, and therefore stopped with its front panel pressed against the huge hatch, right under the sign, Sector Noor 5. "From here, on foot," Chirrut commanded and easily jumped off the platform of the stop droid. "First, second, truck security. 3rd, 4th, forward. 5th, 6th, bringing up the rear. Brig, buddy, we're on the sides. Keep a close eye on that blockhead." The commander nodded meaningfully at Klim. The ring of guardsmen closed, and they walked forward in unison, gently pushing the pilot. "Yes, I already understood," the big guy answered. "Maybe I should give him my helmet." "No," Chirrut snapped. "He blew it himself. Let him risk it himself." "Fair enough," Klim agreed, trying to adjust to the harmonious step of the group, but constantly getting confused. The pilot was shaking from adrenaline, which, it must be admitted, at some point in the battle almost came out in his pants. "Phew! What an ass! And where did the rest of the creatures go?" Brig even glanced back. "It seems there were 4 corpses." "Yeah, just 4. And I counted about 20 of these jumping freaks, no less." "The rest are still there," Brig chuckled. "In your imagination." "Silence!" Chirrut barked. He became serious in combat and didn't understand any jokes. The group surrounding Klim approached the edge of the corridor. A large space of a special warehouse was already visible ahead. "So, gentlemen, there are things worth as much as a good spaceship lying ahead, and some are priceless. Pay utmost attention. Better to hit yourself in the head than one of these things. Run!" A short dash, a compact round dance of fighters, like a single organism, flew into the vast hall, turned in a semicircle, covering the pilot and froze, assessing the situation. Hundreds of ceiling spotlights were shooting down in narrow beams, with large gaps of darkness between them. It seemed as if there was no ceiling at all, and the rays of light were hanging in the void. The steps of the guardsmen echoed loudly, and lasted for almost a whole minute. There was almost no small junk or debris here, but strange units stood in crooked rows like giants. Some of the things were 10 meters high and definitely could not fit through the oval hatch behind the group. Either they were assembled from spare parts inside, or there was another, larger entrance to the special storage facility. In one of the units, Klim recognized a ship's warp accelerator. Apparently for a light cruiser, but with a whole bunch of zip spikes, like in battleships. An atypical module. Apparently some special secret development. "Well, at least we won't have to wander for long," Chirrut breathed a sigh of relief. Where he pointed the barrel, literally about 70 meters away, the sphere of the ancients was pulsating with bloody flashes. The pedestal beneath it was moving like a nasty interweaving of giant earthworms. Nearby, neat stacks of boxes and trunks stood marked with the inscriptions, "Slavs." The clan's movers did not drag the things far into the hall, but wisely stacked them closer to the exit, separately from the rest of the contents of the warehouse. "Forward!" Chirrut commanded. There was movement in the darkness to the right. 4 aliens ran out into the light of the searchlight. They nimbly jumped in zigzags, throwing off the sights. Shots rang out,
The rifle's claps echoed over and over again. That's why the sound merged into a constant chatter. Klim also fired, and in automatic mode, it was unlikely that the feathered needles would be able to do anything to the ship's warp accelerator from which the creatures were rushing. "Don't stand there! Forward! Forward, bitch!" 3 more hunters jumped out from behind the sphere of the ancients. Only Cherrick and Brigg turned their guns in their direction. Several lizard-like bodies also flashed along the wall to the left.
"There are too many of them," growled Brigg. "Let's go to the corridor and take them apart there." "Agreed," shouted Cherrick. "Retreat!" The group retreated back in unison, without ceasing to shoot. Fortunately, the guards had not yet managed to penetrate too far into the 5th sector. The needles were finding their targets more and more often. Several aliens were already lying in puddles of slime. A couple had lost their maneuverability, having lost their limbs, but 5 more tailed beasts jumped out of the darkness of the warehouse. "Why the hell aren't there so many of them sleeping?" That was the first remark one of the rank-and-file fighters allowed himself. No one answered him. The small detachment retreated slowly, back to front. A proper retreat is a complex process that depends on the fortitude of each fighter. If someone hurries, gives in to fear, and a tactical retreat turns into a panicked flight. No one flinched, not even Klim, who just wanted to turn around and run through the entire warehouse to the elevator. The pilot was experiencing some kind of irrational, unusual, and incomprehensible fear. His hands were shaking, his legs were buckling with every step, and a tight, prickly lump was curled up in his stomach. In Klim's life, there had been many situations in which it was easy to die. But before, this had not particularly frightened him. On the contrary, the hidden reserves of the body were activated. Clarity of consciousness and unshakable calm set in. Often, in such moments, the wrong side grew around. The hallucinations of Polanski syndrome, and then everything became completely simple. The difference is that in all those cases, Klim was in a capsule. Neural shunts do not like excitement and panic. The ship needs a focused and calm pilot. Otherwise, the vessel will fall into an uncontrolled somersault. Even on the island, when Klim was stabbed with spears, everything happened quite quickly, and he did not have time to really tense up. And here, in the semi-dark catacombs of the warehouse, enough time had passed for the seething hormones to finally get to his tense brain. The pilot could not concentrate, and the rifle danced in his palms as if alive, not allowing him to aim properly. And to move his cottony legs, he had to strain himself considerably. He tried to breathe deeply, but only achieved that his head began to spin a little from hyperventilation of the lungs. The group found themselves in a corridor. The view narrowed to a small square window and covered the hunters who were scurrying around the hall. The shots died down. Klim still continued to nervously jerk the barrel. "Stop," Cherrick commanded. "We're waiting." When they poked their nose into the corridor, quickly clear them out and head to the sphere. Reload in pairs. The clicks of changing magazines were heard. Klim still had 93 needles left in his rifle, but he did not change the magazine. The excitement subsided a little, and he managed to even out his breathing. From the darkness of the hall came the light and frequent clicking of claws on steel. The sounds were rapidly approaching. "Tovs!" Cherrick gripped the handguard more comfortably. The creatures poured into the square opening of the corridor. They ran along the floor, along the walls, along the ceiling, like liquid pouring into a funnel. There were several dozen, maybe even hundreds of them. Klim shook his head,
rationally proving to himself that more than 15 of them simply would not fit along the perimeter of the corridor. And there were also gaps between the running creatures. But completely different numbers persistently came to mind. What's wrong with me? The rifle in his hands obediently rustled, spitting out needles with feathers.
Klim aimed at the ceiling over the heads of his comrades who were all standing in front and partially blocking his view. Several of the upper creatures fell down. 2 jumped down themselves trying to get the group's fighters. And one hunter, the most agile, ran right up to the line, arched, hanging from the ceiling like a seasoned gymnast, and grabbed Private Number 3. Unlucky guy, flashed through my mind. Following the thought, the third fighter's body flew past and his leg, encased in a steel boot, hit Klim hard in the temple and ear. The corridor spun and the pilot suddenly found himself sitting by the wall. For some reason it didn't hurt a bit, and aliens were scurrying around and there was a clatter of gunfire. Chapter 10. The chatter gradually slowed down, becoming somehow lazy and sluggish, as if the fighters were tired and were now shooting in a relaxed manner, not really straining themselves. A look of confusion froze on Klim's face. Not the kind of confusion when you don't know what to do next, but the kind when a boxer gets hit in the jaw in the ring, but miraculously stays on his feet. And so he doesn't seem to have fallen. He stands, holding his gloves in front of him, but doesn't quite understand who he is and what he's actually doing here. Knocked down without falling. In such cases, the referee stops the fight and counts to 8. And if the boxer is talking nonsense or is unable to take a normal vertical position, the fight is stopped. TKO. Klim was in a similar state. The blow to the head with a heavy boot did not go unnoticed. The pilot remained conscious but floated. He became drunk. He stopped critically perceiving his surroundings. All worries themselves crawled into the background. The muscles relaxed, the breathing calmed down. Everything became lazy and don't care, as if in a dream. Probably this is how violently insane people feel when they are injected with a horse dose of a strong sedative. Click. The sounds stretched into a long hum. Objects hidden in the darkness became distinct. A bright but not at all eye-catching light flooded the rooms to the horizon. And the horizon in turn moved closer. It seemed you could touch it with your hands, and the touch would not be at all hindered by the fact that there are obstacles in the form of fighters or hunters between the horizon and Klim. The clumsy guardsmen clumsily twirled their guns like half-trained newbies unable to hit the slow lizards, and the tailed runts scurried blindly across the ceiling and walls, careless and easily predictable. Why am I sitting here? I need to go to the sphere. Klim easily jumped to his feet and stomped towards the exit of the corridor. Despite the battle, the narrowness of the room, the crowd of people and non-people, there was more than enough space and he moved quite freely. The unpredictable crush had acquired some kind of intricate order and law. Avoiding collisions was as easy as pie. You just need to follow the rules that had long ago been sewn into the structure of the universe. Klim casually brushed a lizard off the wall, which had gotten too close and was clicking its teeth comically. The lizard fell and broke. I mean like a clay pot. Wham! It shattered into a pile of shards, and the slime from it splashed across the floor. Although the lizard had fallen from a height of only a meter. The guards continued to shoot. Gray ribbons of thin paper, serpentine, burst from the barrels of their rifles and floated weightlessly in the air. Klim grabbed one of the flying ribbons with his hand, and it suddenly turned under his fingers into a small steel arrow with a short tail, made of 4 folding flight stabilizers. The pilot shrugged, threw away the useless toy, and walked on. The sphere is waiting, pulsated persistently, somewhere in the back of my head. The narrow square corridor became quite spacious. The lizards tried to give way. Although there were some nasty ones who didn't want to understand that the pilot was busy and got underfoot. Klim lightly kicked one of those gaping ones, and something broke in it, at least after it flew away from the light kick and crashed into the wall. The stupid creature didn't get up,
but only helplessly raked its paws along the floor slabs. Klim went out into the hall of the special storage and calmly headed towards the red sphere, pulsating in the heart. The lizards became restless. They started running around, squeaking. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that they were not even lizards, but dinosaurs, toothy, clawed, not very big, but predatory and vicious. They blocked the road in a crowd. They waved their front paws, clicked their jaws. The pilot grabbed one dinosaur by the tail and, waving its carcass like a wet floor rag, knocked down several particularly impudent animals. The toothy ones flew apart like plastic skittles from the impact of a heavy ball. Klim was about to move on but suddenly realized. He didn't hear, didn't see, but rather realized that not far away a whole dozen more of them would wake up, and then another dozen, and another. Oh, no way. Klim looked behind a rock fragment and discovered a huge, rotten pear. It was lying on its side and creaking quietly. It was in it that the dinosaurs were waking up. Put to sleep. For some reason he remembered how he woke up his dog as a child. He clapped his hands and it immediately woke up and came running. And logically, to put someone to sleep, you need to slap. Well, like clapping in reverse. This idiotic conclusion now seemed logical and natural, like something self-evident. Klim came closer to the pair. He put his palms together and sharply spread them apart. The pair shuddered, but, unfortunately, this did not help to put the dragons to sleep. Dragons? Where did dragons come from? Okay, whatever. The dragons broke from the careless exhaust all at once.
Dragon blood even dripped from the holes and cracks in the pair. We will need to change the structure of the body's psi aura, otherwise we can break a lot of unnecessary things. He turned to continue his way to the sphere, but again noticed several remaining dragons. Those who had managed to wake up earlier were now running around the hall like crazy and trying to draw the pilot into some game of theirs. They thought it was fun. What little idiots. They just didn't want to understand that he was busy. He needed to somehow explain this clearly to the brainless dragons. But you can't catch each one in turn and explain. It would take too long. Therefore, Klim simply put on a displeased expression on his face, so that the stupid creatures would see that he was busy now and had no time for games. The creatures were seen. The creatures were inspired, and even ran away somewhere, far away so as not to distract the busy pilot. Now, the path to the ancient sphere was clear. It took only a second to get there. A pulsating bloody blanket closed around Klim and wrapped him in warmth. Med Capsule DF-786. Repeated diagnostics completed. The patient's condition is satisfactory. Attention, unpacking complete. New equipment has been connected. Equipment, Symbiote Neuros 505 is ready for work. Information flashed through my head as if after studying the base. The symbiote did not require personal control, you just need to select a suitable target for it. Capabilities, remote hacking of electrical, energy, and bionic information systems. Additionally, within 24 hours, the symbiote accumulates a sufficient charge for an energy shot or a paralyzing discharge. So that's why Venik, when we first met, when he climbed into my apartment, wasn't at all worried that a stun gun was pointed at him. He just held his hands strangely on the armrest of the chair. Open the medical capsule. The lid slowly began to slide down. Memories of a recent dream flashed by. Vague. Unreal. But if you strain your memory, they pop up. Dragons? No. Dinosaurs. Just now I seem to remember clearly. But now I was left with vague images of some running lizards. Only one thing in the dream was bright and clear. The desire to quickly get to the sphere, and it seemed like it even happened. We need to look at the neural network recording. However, the log showed that from the moment Klim floated from a blow to the head with a steel boot,
The neural network was completely disabled and rebooted only a few minutes ago before he came to in the medical capsule. The pilot raised himself up on his elbows. He looked at his right palm with interest. On his middle finger was a greenish tattoo ring, 5 intertwined stripes patterns. Did it really work? It even turned out better, Chirrut drawled. It turned out that he and Vsevolod were standing behind the capsule. A little further away, Brig was fidgeting in full light armor, with a rifle in his hands, but without a helmet. He was not pointing the weapon at Klim, but some tension was definitely felt in the former guard commander, as if he only had to twitch threateningly now, and the deputy guard commander would open fire. "What do you mean? It worked out." Klim slowly, without unnecessary movements, turned his head and glanced suspiciously at Brig, who cleared his throat in embarrassment, put the rifle behind his back in a magnetic grip, but held his hands in such a way that it would take him less than a second to grab it. "Don't you remember anything?" Vsevolod asked quite casually. Here is someone who has become skilled in diplomacy. It is impossible to read what the prince thinks and feels. Klim almost blurted out, "I don't remember." A vague dream can't be considered a memory, but he bit his tongue in time. It turned out that when he got hit on the head, his consciousness went dull, but his subconscious was activated, and the berserker turned on.
There are no clear memories, but what remains is enough to understand that Klim's actions were beyond human capabilities. He was in a battle trance. Several people saw it. If he now says, "I don't remember," what will they think of him? That he was not in control of the situation. A kind of crazy Superman. Such fame is dangerous. Even close friends can easily put you in a straitjacket, or even shoot you, to avoid misunderstanding, so to speak. This was now visible on some faces, despite all the guards' training. Only Chirrut stood in a relaxed pose, was not worried at all, and was confident in the complete sanity of his brother. He is the one who will definitely not betray, even if he suddenly discovers that you have grown horns and turned into a devil. We need to act more subtly and carefully, the pilot realized. I remember everything. Trying to act casually, Klim climbed out of the medical capsule and went to the wardrobe with clothes. It's just that when you're in a combat trance, your field of vision narrows. It's like you're focused on the target and you lose sight of what's going on in the periphery. A combat trance, then, Vsevolod drawled thoughtfully. You said that your Khan could do it, but you didn't tell me that he taught you too. Why did I send the guys with you? You could have done it just fine yourself, alone. Well, taught is putting it strongly. As expected. A white pilot's suit was found in the closet. Klim began to pull it on. Without the guys, I would have been gobbled up easily, and even with them, they almost devoured me. I was very lucky that I managed to turn on the trance in time. It doesn't always work, it doesn't last long, and the next time will be in a month. Here he was lying shamelessly, since he himself did not really understand his capabilities, but it seemed convincing. They believed him. At least the tension hanging in the air smoothed out a little. Brig, and most importantly, Vsevolod, on whom everything depended here, relaxed slightly. Well, Chirrut did not worry before. On the contrary, he looked at Klim with a fair amount of friendly white envy. His look said, "Oh, it's a pity I can't do that. I wish he would turn around. But okay, at least I have such a cool brother." Lucky then, the prince still didn't completely cast aside his suspicions, but he understood that there was no immediate danger now. In any case, he showed with his whole appearance that he was satisfied with the answer. "Will you show me the ring?" Klim extended his hand. Vsevolod stared at the tattoo on his middle finger. 5 lines. Never even heard of such a thing. And what does it give out if it's not a secret? Klim sent the prince a screenshot of the symbiote's description from the neural network, so as not to be unfounded and at the same time to demonstrate that he was not hiding anything. Vsevolod chuckled again.
The same as me.
Then why 5 stripes?
Are you asking me? The pilot shrugged. I'm completely out of it. I went into the sphere and then lost consciousness. It's nothing, Chirrut chattered cheerfully. We'll show you the recording now. It's an interesting video, I tell you. A conference room. The walls are covered with thin wire, like a frost pattern. There is a single white ball on the pool table. 3 people sit around a square projection table. While they were walking to the hall, Brig disappeared somewhere along the way. He appeared a little later, and was already dressed in the usual everyday uniform of the guard, and not in combat armor. Brig sat down on one of the free technological chairs, nodded to Chirrut, who rubbed his hands and his gaze defocused. A 3-dimensional projection of a special storage facility appeared above the tabletop. Through the transparent walls one can discern the platform of a cargo droid stuck in an oval hatch, figurines of guards, several overturned boxes.
We haven't gotten to the storage sensors and scanners yet for obvious reasons. So I made copies of the fighters' neural networks and the droid's camera recordings.
Chirrut explained.
I put them together and got a 3-dimensional report. We're looking from the moment we entered sector number 5. The area with the necessary sector increased and it became possible to make out who was doing what in more detail. Here the fighters, in a coordinated manner, not counting Klim's twitching stumbles in the center of the group, moved out through the corridor into the large hall. They froze for a while, assessing the situation. They moved forward again. They noticed the enemy. They opened fire. Several aliens stretched out on the floor and the guards began to retreat back into the corridor. It all took a few seconds.
Klim remembered that he was terribly worried at the moment of retreat. His legs were buckling, his hands were shaking, but on the recording, everything looked different. He moved quite decently, in time with the whole group. If it weren't for the inscriptions above each figure, no one would have guessed that one of these brave warriors was not an infantryman, but a pilot.
Now you've finally gotten into the swing of things.
Chirrut commented.
It's obvious this isn't your first time in battle. You've pulled yourself together.
Well, I had different feelings at that moment. I almost wet my pants.
It's from volatile enzymes secreted by special glands of hunters.
Chirrut explained.
The smell irritates the nerve nodes of the victims. Some are even paralyzed with fear. And you also threw away the helmet with breathing filters, you idiot. Okay, the main thing is that you didn't expose yourself and didn't expose us.
Although, to be honest, we were prepared for the fact that at some point you would turn around and start running. We even had a plan for this case, Brig confirmed with a grin. And I'm glad that the captain was wrong about you again. Although, this time he didn't want to argue. He kept the second quarter of his salary. You're an asshole. The picture above the table froze, and Chirrut measured the deputy with his gaze. We were arguing in secret. I don't recall such a clause in the contract. I can review the record in the protocol. No need. Chirrut raised his palms conciliatorily and nodded at the hologram. Let's continue watching this recording. The hologram began to move again. A group of guardsmen stopped in the corridor and reformed to repel the attack. The image of the hall partially disappeared, blocked by the corners of the corridor. Nervous glances were directed at the square opening. The fighters quickly reloaded their weapons. A second of tension and into the corridor along the ceiling, floor, and walls poured. Well, it didn't look as epic on the recording as Klim remembered. Only 12 hunters ran into the corridor, 3 on each surface, and most of them immediately fell under the coordinated salvo. Thanks to the limited firing sector, the chance of hitting something valuable was noticeably reduced, and the guardsmen did not spare ammunition. And yet, 3 of the creatures managed to get close to the group. The distance was too short, and mutants run fast. One of them hung from the ceiling, grabbed fighter number 3, and lifted him into the air. In surprise, he spread his arms and legs and hit Klim on the head. The alien was immediately shot and fell down together with his victim, and the pilot staggered and slid down the wall. And at the other end of the corridor, the carcasses of the aliens had already formed a small pile. Under its cover, 4 more creatures jumped into the narrow room. At that very moment, the figure of the pilot without a helmet, lying by the wall, rose. and without the help of his hands. Bang! And immediately from a lying position to a standing one, as if the gravity vector had changed. Klim remembered how he couldn't get up on his own after falling in the training room and whistled, for which he received a sideways glance from each of those present in turn. And then Klim in the recording began to move like a movie martial artist. No, his movements were not blurred by speed. He did not jump tens of meters, did not teleport from place to place. He calmly and casually walked along the corridor, dodging the blows and jumps of the creatures. The movements are stingy, precise, and sharp. It is clear that sophisticated hand-to-hand techniques are used, but nothing supernatural. Here he caught the hunter on the jump. Crouched down, grabbed the paw just above the wrist so as not to get dirty in the acid, and, using the enemy's weight against him, easily knocked the creature to the floor. Nothing unusual. However, from this almost gentle fall, which could not in any way threaten the health of a specially bred mutant, the alien crashed to the floor as if it had fallen from a kilometer high. Then, Klim stretches out his hand and a feathered needle materializes in his palm. He examines it for a second, like a snowflake on his mitten, then shrugs, throws it away, and moves on.
Why didn't they tear off his fingers, huh?
Exclaimed Brigg and, indignant at such injustice, even lightly hit the table with the edge of his palm.
He grabbed the needle in midair. Shh!
Chirrut and Vsevolod hissed at the big guy. A figure in armor without a helmet deftly squeezed through the corridor exit between the aliens standing close together. They tried to reach the enemy, swinging their paws, but only gave each other a juicy slap with a generous splash of acid. After which they hesitated, shaking their toothy muzzles, and were quickly shot by the guards. The corridor was empty. Klim disappeared from view, disappearing around the corner. Chirrut commanded to move forward. The group carefully moved into the large storage room, and the image of the room expanded, revealing new details. Just in time to show the pilot holding the alien by the tail and knocking down several more hunters with this helpless carcass. The guards opened aim fire on the fallen. Several more aliens jumped out from behind the huge unit. Klim stepped towards the sphere, but suddenly changed his mind and rushed somewhere behind the non-standard ship. Warp accelerator, which blocked visibility. A greenish light flared from behind the accelerator and a bang was heard.
The hunters, who had been rushing around the hall in disarray, suddenly rushed towards the pilot, who had already come out from behind the accelerator, shaking his palms, as if after a dusty day's work. "The most interesting part is beginning," Chirrut commented. Klim did nothing like that. He simply glanced at the approaching creatures. But all the aliens suddenly turned around and rushed to the exit of the hall. Right at the line of guards at the mouth of the corridor, rifles began to rattle in unison, but the dagger fire did not stop the hunters. Several dead fell to the floor, but the bulk of the creatures managed to reach the group. There was a moment left before the collision. Fighter number 3 stopped shooting, and in fear covered himself with his rifle. And the creatures jumped over the line, twisted, turned, but bypassed the guards and ran on. The fighters who stood on the sides were simply knocked off their feet, but they did not pay attention to the fallen and rushed on. Soon the pack lit up near the oval hatch. The 2 guys who were guarding the cargo droid did not even have time to get their bearings. They did not expect an attack from this direction. The crowd of aliens rushed past like whining curs and disappeared into the pile of junk in sector number 3. 20 seconds later, this crowd surfaced in a straight corridor near the exit from the storage facility and boldly rushed at the ray gun. The imperfect automatic shooter managed to mow down half of the hunters, after which the tripod was overturned by fast-tailed bodies rushing forward without looking where they were going. Finally, the pack burst into the elevator bay, where they were instantly turned into mincemeat by 2 rapid-fire turtle-like ceiling turrets. Playback has stopped.
Do you understand what happened? Vsevolod looked straight into Klim's eyes.
Wait, that's not all, Chiric's exclamation interrupted the battle of gazes that had begun.
Sector number 5 filled the hologram again. One of the fighters went behind the warp accelerator module and found a biological grenade Nog-3 there. A pear-shaped space bot with a biofilling was lying on its side. A crooked crack with a light smoke curling from it stretched across the entire side. At the base of the bot, 6 landing hatches were open, and an unpleasant slime mixed with acid was dripping from them. The floor near the grenade was pretty much covered with this nastiness, and a light steam was rising from the puddle. That's it now. Chiric stopped the playback, and the hologram above the table went out. So what am I supposed to understand there? Now Klim stared defiantly at Vsevolod. Here, the prince turned to the tabletop, and an enlarged hologram of running hunters appeared above it. Their mouths are open, their tongues are hanging out, their eyes are narrowed into narrow slits. The aliens are rushing like horsemen of the apocalypse, not seeing obstacles almost by touch. They are running away in fear. So what? Klim didn't understand. These are artificially bred combat organisms. They lack the instinct of self-preservation and the sense of fear at the genetic level. So what? They mustn't run away, the prince repeated, as if speaking to an unreasonable child. So what? What are you saying? What? What? Vsevolod exploded, jumping up in his chair. Exactly a moment later, he calmed down. He exhaled forcefully and continued. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. My nerves. Why are you nervous anyway? Klim was surprised. He just doesn't like it when he has to take back his word, Brig explained, inappropriately. It's not honorable. What kind of word is that? Klim didn't understand. To my great regret, Vsevolod began very formally, the Slavic clan is forced to retreat from the initial agreement. We are forced to refuse asylum to Khan Shorm Velis. You're being pathetic. Klim waved his hand with relief. No. So no. Nonsense. I don't think he'll get lost without you, especially with the money I owe him. And if you listen to my opinion, friend, added the prince, I would advise you not to return for him at all. Well done. And that means it will be done honorably, right? Let's leave matters of honor aside. Vsevolod sighed heavily. I'm acting for safety reasons. Don't get me wrong, you're my friend. You're like a brother to Chiric. You're our clanmate. Actually, Klim wanted to hint that he had not given his consent to join, but the prince interrupted him, explaining. Formally, according to the law, I have no right to grant strangers access to the clan's secrets, much less distribute relics.
That's why a year ago, when you spent a month in a stasis capsule, I initiated the adoption of a law on associate membership. Basically, you're sort of an honorary member of the clan. That gave me a free hand.
Well done.
In general, I wanted to say that you are our man. We trust you. That's why, when I woke up in the ward, Brig was wearing armor and had a gun. Klim interrupted the prince sarcastically. It was my personal decision. Brig immediately joined the conversation. The guys were against it. Chiric just said right away that you are not dangerous, no matter what happens. And since he had already lost a bet to me twice before, we didn't argue a second time. The captain of the guard was indignant. It doesn't matter. In short, I decided to play it safe. The former Special Forces soldier spread his hands. Well, excuse me. That's how distrustful I am. Listen, you mistrustful one, Klim chuckled. Did you watch the recording carefully? I catch needles with my hands, easily trample the Hunter MK4. What would you do to me with your fart gun if I turned out to be dangerous?
Well...
Brig looked around the assembled group in confusion, as if searching for clues, and, as if thinking, added slyly,
Probably it would have been worthwhile to stuff the medical capsule with explosives, with a detonator via the neuroport, with a directional explosion mine, of course, so that the others present would not be harmed.
You're a good tramp. You're smart. Klim nodded approvingly, extended his fist to Brig as a sign that he wasn't offended. but understood the reasonable precaution, and they bumped knuckles through the hologram above the tabletop. I hope you didn't stuff my ass with explosives that detonate via the neuroport. I suggested, Brig began, also nodding approvingly. Stop this farce, Sevalud cut him off sternly. In general, I wanted to say that no matter what superpowers you have acquired, we trust you.
But it is unclear what to expect from Khan. He was brought up in a completely different environment. Moreover, judging by your stories, he is also a rather eccentric creature. And his strength, as I understand it, is much greater than yours.
You don't have to continue,
said Klim.
I myself started thinking about taking Khan somewhere far away from the Slavs, but I didn't know how you would react to that. However, I can't just abandon him to the SZ either. And it's not just about the promises he made and the kindness of his heart. The thing is, with his talents, he might manage to get to the Commonwealth himself. He has a map now. And I wouldn't want to have a psychic freak behind me who has a grudge against me.
Speaking of psychers, Sevalod suddenly frowned and nodded to his guards. Leave us. Chirrut and Brig immediately jumped up from their chairs and left the hall without saying a word. The captain only winked encouragingly at Klim, as if to say, You understand everything yourself, bro. The secrets of the gifted do not concern us mortals. And Klim suddenly thought that the presence of a gift is a very relative matter, and, perhaps, by the standards of the family zone, Prince Vesvalod is also an empty shell with his 12th rank. So how should we understand all this? The prince circled his palms around the frozen hologram with the torn-up Nog 3. Polanski syndrome, also known as his main aberration or reverse perception, explained Klim and added, copying Khan's tone, I, Flack, am a berserker. You understand, my friend, that you haven't explained anything at all just now? The prince's eyebrows crept up. You try, otherwise Brig persistently advises to kill you as soon as you give the shipyard coordinates, and that's the end of it. What a bloodthirsty deputy Chirrut has, and I thought he liked me. After you smashed his skull with a door? Let's put it this way. He really likes your devotion to our friendship, your recklessness and stupid courage. But he values the clan's safety more. Who cares? Klim waved it off. You decide everything anyway. And since you raised this topic, you're not going to wet me, right? If I'm going to kill people who supported me in difficult times, then why the hell do I need such a clan? But I have to know what this softness will cost me, and whether it would be better for us to run away, to avoid misunderstandings. If you don't want to say anything, then the Commonwealth is big, my friend. I understand your position. Drag Chirrut back so that I don't have to tell you the same thing twice. When the captain of the guard appeared in the conference room, Klim added to the story about his stay on the Paradise Island, revealing what he had kept silent about before. Actually, the additions took barely 10 minutes. The pilot had not hidden much.
Chirrut was the first to break the silence. So, you are an atypical berserker? Do you only fall into a trance when you are calm? It turns out that you control the entrance to this state, then I don't see any danger to others at all. He doesn't really control it that much, since he fell in there during the warehouse operation, Sevalod objected. I think there was a very rare combination of conditions in the warehouse. It's like hitting a sparrow in flight with a thrown stone, almost impossible. I tried all my childhood, but it worked only once. By accident, and even then, not for me. Chirrut chuckled. But you're lucky, bro. Inject an injector with a strong sedative under your skin, and you can induce your trance at least 10 times a day. Klim's jaw dropped at such a simple decision, and Sevalod's eyes widened and his jaw muscles swelled. It looked like the prince was ready to rip out the tongue of his chief guard. He had just seen Chirrut hand Klim a reusable nuclear bomb.
Friendship is friendship, of course, but wave and beat. The prince could not contain his emotions. Klim exhaled dreamily and gave the neural network the order to select a suitable sedative, and at the same time a
secret place in his body to place the tube of medicine. Just now, Chirrut, casually and almost without thinking, solved his main problem. Now there are no difficulties with entering a trance. And this opens up new horizons. All that remains is to wait for the final reaction of Zevlid, whose face still reflected the exhausting work of thought. Now is the best time for the prince to eliminate a dangerous ally, because in the future, this could become very problematic. Zevlid stared at his palms for an endless minute and then said, "Chirrut, you're an idiot." The prince sighed heavily and turned his searching gaze to Klim. "And you, I really hope, will use this idea wisely, very carefully, and most importantly, away from my citadel."
"We have a deal, partner," Klim said, smiling. And he sent Vsevolod a message with the coordinates and access codes of the Zhuk shipyard. And he also described the place and the way to bypass the distortion area. Trust must be mutual. Chapter 11. Preparations for the trip back to Paradise did not take long. Light preventive maintenance on the Perun took a couple of hours. Klim decided not to drag it out, but to settle all the affairs with Khan as soon as possible in order to finally get rid of all debts and start a new life. A new, rich life of a free and well-off pilot. His heels were itching to dive into the capsule and join one of the fleets that was victoriously smashing Kargass. The military actions were still gaining momentum. The agency-coordinated flotillas were pressing on the red zone of the strategic map from all sides.
An independent pilot with a strike cruiser would be temporarily accepted even into the corporation's fleet. But he was still busy with various nonsense. The responsibilities and problems that constantly fell on his head like snow had become completely boring. While the shipyard was repairing the Perun, Klim was visiting Chirrut's comfortable apartment. The captain and Jaya had decent apartments on Alpha 6, but in the fortress they were given almost royal chambers. The citadel was too huge for the small clan that got it. It turned out that in the new place even the last technicians were given cabins originally designed for the middle officers. But in order to just say goodbye to Vsevolod right before the flight, they had to send an official request for a meeting. It turns out that it is not so easy to get an appointment with the clan leader. They saw the always busy prince only 4 hours later, and even then on the way from one conference room to another.
The 4 Slan fighters, who accompanied the clan leader, looked askance at Klim with displeasure. He was walking too close to the guarded object. Judging by the expressions on their faces, he was stepping on the guard's sore spots. The idea of jumping through a standard nut is stupid, like most of your crazy ideas, Vsevolod said in one breath, without stopping for a minute. During the conversation, he constantly glanced to the right, which created the impression that the prince was a little out of his mind. Jumps using free coordinates are always under special control of Concord, especially at such a distance. No need to show the coordinates of the family zone to the gate service. Better take a pack of frames with you and install it in a convenient place. It will take longer, but you will avoid a lot of problems. And take another pack in reserve to return faster. I will give the orders. No need. I've already thought about it, but to unpack the frame you need a second base for general engineering systems and a third for spatial coordinate navigation, and I have neither. You're wrong, the prince snapped after thinking for a bit, or rather looking at the list of necessary skills. With such a jump distance, for the precise installation of the frame you need as much as a fourth base by coordinates. And even in our clan there are no such specialists yet. So you just subtly made fun of me. No, I just got a little slow. Sorry. One of the prince's personal guards lost his step after these words, and Vsevolod explained, I have a ton of work, my friend. I'm currently reviewing several reports at once. The Trade Tribunal has requested clarification on the case. I'll also have to personally conduct a raid on the Beetle. I'm filtering out candidates,
In short, Vsevolod suddenly stopped, which further tensed the already dissatisfied elephants. Be careful. Yeah.
And take your psyker far away from our clan.
Good luck to you too. They shook hands, and Vsevolod disappeared into the intricate maze of steel corridors. Weapon fire. Medium caliber hybrid weapons, rank 2. Operation of onboard systems. Consumption of the ship's central AI power, rank 3. Force fields. Force field pumping systems, rank 3. Access to control ships. Control of a strike cruiser, rank 2. Klim finally decided on the training plan for the next couple of months and closed the list. After he got out of the nebula where the Slavs had settled and dragged himself to a fairly developed Commonwealth system, he immediately docked with the trading station and dove into the arms of the local auction. And then, he had to make a considerable effort not to waste all the 100 million credits that Vsevolod had transferred to him as the first tranche of payment for the Beetle. Initially, the amount seemed significant, but only until the moment he opened the trading tab. Improved modules of the pilot capsule. As Klim had promised himself, he decided to equip his drop so as not to feel discomfort anywhere. And after buying all sorts of equipment for ground operations, there was barely enough for the knowledge bases, and he would only receive the next money in a year, when the gas cloud would start bringing in a normal profit. Actually, the thing that spoiled the mood the most was that 50 million out of 100 had to be given to Khan, and most likely the psyker, yearning for civilization, would squander this money as quickly as he received it. There are many more different types of drugs and other entertainment in the Commonwealth than in the SC, but nothing can be done. A contract is a contract. Klim promised the cost of the ship he arrived on, that is, the price of his cruiser. And 50 million is not that much. A bare hull, without modules and bells and whistles. The price of even a minimum fully equipped cruiser would automatically increase several times. But since they did not discuss such trifles, Klim made a verdict on the amount of the sum alone. Naturally, in his favor. He also bought a passenger capsule with Khan's money. When the shopping was done, Perun quickly launched into warp. Klim decided to follow the prince's advice and not use the jump gate, which meant repeating the long route he had taken last time. The pilot entered the previously saved route into the autopilot, turned on the skill learning to the maximum, and hung in the tense half-sleep that always accompanies such a training mode. There was no need to suffer from idleness like last time. The 3-week flight flashed before the pilot's consciousness like a fleeting shadow of a bird's wing. Warp jump complete. Attention, route endpoint. Autopilot disabled. Warning, signature detected. Well, object, medium-class ship. Description, presumably a ship with a crew. Characteristics, not in the database. Vandal, and it was undoubtedly him, was flying in low orbit of the 5th planet, almost touching the atmosphere. Previously, the guard had not approached Paradise so close, but kept a respectful distance. Had Khan really done something naughty, and now they had established close surveillance over him? However, it did not matter. The guards would not be able to oppose Perun anyway. They would hardly even detect it. The cruiser, hidden by a camouflage field, quietly approached the planet, shrouded in a whitish haze, and landed on one of its small satellites. Exactly on the old spot, in a cloud of dust that he himself had raised 8 or 9 months ago. Just in case, Klim waited until the guard, Vandal, disappeared behind the horizon of the planet, and only then directed the capsules to the surface. 2 transparent drops, one after another, fell unnoticed from the sky onto the edge of the forest surrounding the clay wall of the camp. During landing, the scanner recorded the usual bustle of the natives in the camp. The blacks were leisurely wandering between the ramshackle huts, doing some of their own business. A fire was blazing in the center, around which a dozen women had already gathered. But the figure in the white jumpsuit was nowhere to be seen. Disconnection of neuroshunts. Klim woke up on a soft mat. His health and mood had sunk below the baseboard, as always after disconnecting from the capsule. He lay motionless for several minutes, staring blankly at the rim of the myeloid backlight, and fighting the urge to reconnect to the capsule. Then he gathered his strength and exhaled decisively. "That's it. Get up." It was worth giving the order via the neural network and the tricked-out pilot suit. RKS 1200 itself slid out of a special slot and embraced the body.
The suit's iron inserts clicked into place, covering especially vulnerable spots, and the cerite coating merged with the texture of the inner gondola lining, turning the pilot into a blurry, barely noticeable spot in almost all spectra. The protective and camouflage properties of the RKS 1200 surpassed even most light infantry armor. Just a year ago, Klim, like most pilots, would never have thought of spending money on such expensive equipment. He simply never intended to leave the capsule outside of stations or reliable docks, checked by specialists and included in ratings. But life as usual made its own adjustments to these plans and intentions. This time, the pilot did not grow protective colonies of cells in his lungs, but limited himself to filters in his hood. The walk promised to be short. The squat black man with unwashed tangles of dreadlocks yawned, straightened his shorts made of intertwined pieces of leather, leaned relaxedly against the shaft of a spear with a leaf-shaped tip, and suddenly shuddered fearfully in surprise. Right next to the wall he was guarding, a white figure materialized out of nowhere. Although he could have sworn that a few seconds ago there was no one between the forest and the camp, and there was absolutely nowhere to hide in the short grass. The guard wanted to raise the alarm, but he recognized the figure and abruptly changed his mind. Previously, the white god did not object when the white demon walked on his land, and it would probably be the same this time, and it is not in the status of a simple man to interfere in divine affairs. If the white god wants to drive out the alien, let him come down from the sky and sort it out himself. After all, until the demon sheds his white skin, he still cannot be killed. And even if he does, I remember he was killed before, and he resurrected again. To hell with these divine entities into the depths of the deep waters. The Negro quietly muttered something in his own dialect. The only words that could be clearly understood were, "Feta Dana," nodded politely to the demon so that he would not inadvertently be offended, and then pretended to be closely watching the edge of the forest in search of a hidden enemy. Klim shrugged his shoulders. He had expected a more cordial reception, but was satisfied that no spear was thrown at him. The pilot came right up to the cracked clay wall, crouched down a bit, pushed off powerfully, and easily jumped over the 3-meter barrier. The black man on duty on the wall closed his eyes and pulled his head into his shoulders, but did not dare leave his post. For leaving his post without permission, Chief Ballas, may his hands wither, would beat him so hard that he would not know what hit him. It would be better to let the demon crush him. The sentry opened his eyes only when he heard the slap of landing behind him, but he chose not to turn around. Gods and demons always perform various miracles, and it is better not to twitch once again. Klim's landing was not as chic as the takeoff. In flight, he slightly fell forward and almost shamefully fell on his belly. After all, only the established base of skills is not enough for precise control of the servo amplifiers of the muscles built into the suit. Practice is also needed. However, the natives who noticed the white demon's jump showed no signs of disappointment, most likely deciding that this pirouette had been planned from the start. The pilot looked around. Usually, Khan could easily find Klim anywhere and at any time,
The psyker could clearly sense where any intelligent being was within a radius of several kilometers. And so the guest remained standing, expecting that the camp owner would appear from behind one of the huts at any moment.
8 minutes passed before Klim was finally convinced that Khan would not come out. "What a lazy bastard," the pilot sighed good-naturedly and went to look for the psyker himself. Khan had only 2 favorite places, by the fire and in the iso-concrete shelter. There was no psyker by the fire. The fire had already burned out, and the women were setting up long poles over the coals. On most of the sticks were strung some roots and fruits, but in the middle, on the thickest skewer, an old acquaintance was baking. No, not a piece of white newt meat, but a small piglet the size of a cat. They caught him after all, Klim chuckled. The sight of that now, of course, slightly smoked face made his ankle ache unpleasantly. No matter how much the pilot wandered around the island, he never met the pig a second time. Otherwise, he would have happily roasted the biting runt himself. The armored door of the concrete box is closed as always. The petals of the satellite antenna are twisted into rolls. Strange. Previously, the antenna was always deployed and ready for work, and maybe even in constant communication.
No one responded to the knock on the door.
What's going on? Aborigines were scurrying around. Some of them were stealthily casting interested glances at the white demon, but they were trying hard to pretend that they had no time. During his 6-month stay on the island, the pilot had not bothered to learn the local language. He knew barely a dozen words, and with such a vocabulary, asking the blacks where Khan had gone was pointless. The pilot's gaze was drawn to the scanner plate on the shelter door. He could try to open it. Khan had suddenly taken precautions. The glove had partially folded, revealing the papillary lines, but leaving the back of the hand protected. Klim placed his hand on the scanner.
Access denied.
Well, yes. Why would a psyker program a door onto Klim's palm? And by the way, the inscription on the panel seemed to light up before the skin touched the surface. Strange! Oh, I'm going... Klim grinned and activated the symbiote ring without removing his hand from the scanner panel. Neuros 505, ready for work. Hacking is not possible. The target device modules do not respond to requests. How come they don't answer? The glove completely freed the palm, and Klim pressed the tattoo more tightly to the scanner. Hacking is not possible. The target device modules do not respond to requests. What the? Oh, damn. I think I get it. The shelter was built by psychers and for psychers. Most likely, the scanner's receptors react only to psionic influences, which is why the ban was issued before touching, which means the lock cannot be broken with the help of the regalia. Well, I didn't really want to. There is only junk inside anyway. The gaze lingered on the skull of some not very large animal, about the size of a dog, hanging above the door. I remember 4 blacks had a hard time installing it on the narrow side above the door. Now the skull was hanging higher, not lying on the side, and seemed to be glued directly to the concrete wall. Come on, come on! Klim noticed the gleam of a small object in the right eye socket of the skull. The pilot reached out, jumped up and tore the skull off the wall. The awkward touch easily broke the old bones of the skull. Some of them remained glued to the iso-concrete, and some crumbled in the glove. But the object hidden in the skull survived. It was a rectangular crystal of an information storage device, and it is not easy to break it even with a hammer. Klim applied the storage device to the reading slot on the suit's wrist. The crystal turned out to contain only 2 short files, one of which was a video. Play. Hello, Buzz. Khan's face expressed concern and haste. He kept glancing over his shoulder, expecting that someone would come in at any moment. There's little time. Shrink showed up earlier, or I mixed up the numbers. It doesn't matter. You'll have to understand me without long explanations. Listen carefully. The second file is the friend or foe codes for a civilian yacht and the coordinates by which I can most likely be found. In the worst case, You can find out where I am there. Don't use the purge codes. They'll quickly figure you out so deep in the SZ. Be sure to find me, of course, if you want to live longer, asshole. Over. Khan left the visor area, but returned again after a few seconds. I knew you'd go look at that idiotic skull, a predictable, empty shell. End of file. The pilot ignored the predictable empty shell. There was no point in being offended by the recording. But what did he mean, if you want to live longer? What kind of attacks out of the blue? No one promised the psyker that they would follow him deep into the family zone. The agreement was only about taking him out of paradise. And it didn't look like an attack. There was no threat in Khan's voice. Klim scrolled through the file again, especially listening to the intonation. That's right. The psyker was not threatening. On the contrary, it seemed like he was conspiratorially suggesting something. His eyes were shining. There were notes of inspiration in his voice. With the same expression on his face, he watched as spears were stuck into Klim to test the theory of awakening burrs. It would have been better if the psyker had threatened. It would have been calmer, at least. Otherwise, his ideas usually only caused trouble. It seemed there was nothing more to do while visiting the natives. Klim thoughtfully turned to go back to the capsule, and suddenly chuckled. On the inside of the clay wall encircling the village, in sweeping letters the size of a man, was molded, "Examine the skull above the door, inattentive idiot." Khan still insured himself in case Klim did not find the drive with the files. Wait a minute. The absurdity began to dawn on Klim. Khan made the video in a hurry and prepared the line on the fence and the skull in advance. He even got the blacks involved in this matter. The clay on some letters had dried out and fallen off, and a new layer of fresh clay was slapped on top. This means that the natives are instructed to monitor the inscription, and this cannot be done in a couple of minutes, given their complete illiteracy. It turns out that Khan planned to fly away with the shrink before he arrived. However, the shrink arrived earlier, and Khan did not have time to record a normal message with explanations. It is like him to make a cunning plan, put off the most important point for later, because dinner was coming. After dinner, forget about it and get pretty drunk on home brew. And in the morning, carelessly blow the moment suitable for the important point. What a ram! Well, it's his own fault, Klim cursed and headed back to the capsules. The second time, jumping over the clay fence was easier and better. Only upon landing did he feel a slight pain in the back of his head, and the pilot suddenly remembered that he was a berserker and had not been treated for 3 weeks. Soon the pain would become more and more annoying, and he would again suffer in the capsule for an unknown amount of time. The black sentry on the wall watched with relief as the white demon left, and was glad that he remained unharmed. That's great, when there are no gods and demons on the island, who, as it turned out, are not that different. Tailed devils from the ocean do not stick their noses into the camp. May they die. The Aborigine was no longer young, and it was becoming more and more difficult to survive each subsequent massacre. Get lost, the sentry whispered under his breath, and folded his fingers behind his back in a special way. His father, a great shaman, taught him the ancient gesture of power. But then, the little boy had no time for learning. He wanted to play with his friends, and he remembered nothing. And now he could not bend his palm correctly. He had tried thousands of times. Nothing worked. But Hag did not give up hope of someday remembering his father's teaching. And the older he became, the more he wanted to become a shaman. To lie around the fire all day, squeeze the best wives in turn. The knuckles on his fingers clicked from the strain, and Hag shuddered with fear. The white figure suddenly faded, became transparent, and disappeared. Had it really worked? He could only make out a slight haze where the demon had just stood. But the old man thought his eyes were deceiving him. He immediately closed them, to cast a few spells to ward off evil. The demon could rise again and attack. Hag stood like that for about 10 minutes, but the fatal blow never came. Had the demon really disappeared? Gone? The watchman carefully opened one eye, then the other.
The demon was nowhere to be seen. Had it worked?
It worked. I must urgently try my newfound power on Chief Balas. May his legs be taken away, and take his place. The sentry repeated the magic gesture several times so as not to forget it by accident. Then he straightened his shoulders, smiled broadly, and, with the anticipation of great accomplishments, easily jumped off the flooring by the wall, thereby violating the direct order of the chief. The pilot suit unzipped and shrank into a transport state. Dexterous automatic grippers quickly dragged it into the capsule's cargo slot. Klim stretched out on the soft bedding, relaxed his muscles, and began to breathe slowly and deeply. The mile backlight, obeying the settings received from the owner, dimly lit up with dots, creating a semblance of a starry night sky. Before his mind slipped into a healing trance, Klim was languidly pondering whether it was worth looking for the crazy psyker at all.
The pilot had fulfilled his part of the agreement in full. He had gotten the credits, bought a passenger capsule, arrived at the meeting place, and the fact that Khan had decided to run away somewhere at the last moment was Khan's own problem. Moreover, he hadn't even been taken away by force. He had planned it for some reason from the start. I wonder, by the way, why? Was the thirst for revenge playing up again? Judging by the inspired face on the recording, the psyker had definitely thought of something. But what, exactly? And was it worth it for a dummy to get involved in this? Even with the gift of a berserker, or rather, precisely with the gift of a berserker, which is strictly prohibited in the family zone, the thoughts smoothly flowed into a dream. The spaceship rushed through the darkness. The stars around the fuselage formed an intricate round dance. They lined up like a fishing net. Drops of dew glistened on its threads. They grew, pulling the net tighter and tighter, trying to tear it with their weight. But something more powerful than gravity intervened.
The web bent, as if from a gust of wind, and the drops moved to the edges, relieving the tension that had been hanging over it. Perun picked up speed and spun a triple spiral around one of the threads. The network smoothly transformed into a strategic map. The cruiser fearlessly moved from one system to another, quickly overcoming hundreds of light years on the map. Now it went deep into the family zone, easily pierced it from edge to edge, and freely fluttered out on the other side, dragging something valuable on its fuselage, like a cartoon hedgehog carrying an apple.
Klim found himself lying on his side and staring at his clenched fist. It felt like there was something valuable in the fist. Or rather, priceless. His fingers slowly unclenched, but there was nothing in the palm. The pilot shook his head, driving away the obsession. After finally exiting the healing trance, his thoughts cleared up, his health improved. But the incomprehensible feeling of some close value did not disappear. It seemed that something was stuck to his palm. Klim rubbed his hand on the velvet lining of the inner gondola. The neural network timer synchronized with the capsule timer, and found out that only 2 hours had passed. Quickly this time, and this dream was strange. Previously, the visions ended with the drops moving apart, but now I dreamed of a continuation. What was that? The universal AI telling me that I need to participate in the business that the psyker is offering, or the sick subconscious of the berserker pushing me to take a chance? Of course, it might be worth listening to the great AI, if it existed. But following the lead of an unhealthy subconscious would be more expensive for me. But a tingling desire to reach out and take had already settled in my brain, as befits any real pilot of the Commonwealth. You can take it. Take it. My palm itched even more, although Klim continued to rub it against the velvet surface. And such a trifle as loans does not interest Shorm Khan Velis very much.
He has something else on his mind. And if, in the Commonwealth, Klim also had a hefty fortune waiting for him. Interest from the production of C-420 gas. But Khan's inspired mug on the recording promised something more. And he really wanted to at least find out what exactly. And there is always time to refuse a stupid adventure. What is Klim risking in the end? Working codes of the SC. There. A cruiser capable of destroying half the fleet of the family zone and escaping. There is. Mysterious Cass? Klim has never seen them. And Khan does not really understand ships, and has admitted this himself more than once. So he could easily exaggerate their power.
2 transparent teardrop-shaped flying machines silently soared into the sky, only slightly disturbing the crowns of the forest thicket branches. Only a dozen timid birds noticed this, which flew away in different directions. The capsules followed one after another. The passenger one automatically repeated all the maneuvers of the pilot one. Even before leaving the atmosphere, Klim glanced at the coordinates that Khan had left and began to examine the map, figuring out how to make his way through the family zone more easily and unnoticed. Although he had not yet made a final decision, or had he? Despite the fact that the pilot's body was already in biogel and his nervous system was connected to the capsule, he felt a slight itch in his palm, although this simply could not be. Damn! I have 10% of the entire clan's gas production, and I'm tearing my claws into the SZ for some unknown reason. Who did I get that I'm so greedy? This mental, rhetorical question did not prevent the pilot from plotting several approximate routes on the strategic map. Chapter 12. The enormous jump gate, so similar to a bicycle wheel, was covered in a network of lightning. The central hub flared blue, and the ugly ship, which looked more like a baby of the Earth's International Space Station and a cousin of a refrigerator, disappeared. Klim counted the equally technological barges hanging in a row ahead, 12 pieces. He had been standing in line for the jump for 4 hours already, and it looked like he would have to wait another 2. The SC code that Khan had left him was a civilian pass in the name of Mr. Claw Mares, and the key word here was civilian. That is, no privileges, like for the employees of the cleansing. In line, like everyone else, for customs inspection, like everyone else. Although what kind of inspection with scanners like the family men have? One laugh, not an inspection. Klim could have programmed the camouflage field generator to show the customs officers a fig instead of Perun. But such a joke would have caused reasonable suspicion among the authorities. Not smiles. He had to limit himself to a dummy of the standard equipment for pleasure yachts. Klim decided not to hide the cruiser's contours, in order to minimize the interference of the camouflage with the signature, and therefore reduce the chance of failure. From the outside, Perun appeared to alien scanners, as it really was. The pilot only changed the appearance of the interior and modules to the pictures he dug up online from family men. True, it didn't look very natural. It played a role that it is not customary in SZ to post ship projects in the public domain. An attentive specialist could probably determine that a yacht with such a set of units would only fly vertically downwards, and even then, in the presence of gravity. Approaching the first gate of the family, Klim was ready to run away at the first suspicious behavior of the customs. But there were no specialists among the border guards of the SZ, and no one noticed anything incongruous about the yacht. They let us through without any special attacks. Perhaps it played a role that although the passcode was civilian, Citizen Claw Mers was a very influential and well-known person.
The bureaucrats simply did not want to get involved and inspected the ship formally with remote scanners. At least, the customs officers did not even mention boarding for a more thorough inspection, like on the barge that was first in line. After the third gate, Klim finally relaxed and began to study the family members more carefully, scanning the LiDAR spectra on which communication took place. The configuration of the family zone network turned out to be a simplified, or rather, a very outdated copy of the Commonwealth networks.
And they communicated here in a common language. By all appearances, the FZ was created by people from the Commonwealth. But gradually, the local Aborigines fell far behind in development. I remember Khan mentioned that the higher ones vigilantly monitor progress, often cutting out especially dangerous areas of development, and together with the scientists who developed these areas. That is why the FZ looks technologically like the Commonwealth of 1,000 years ago. It seems that the family grew out of some ancient line of scions. Khan's ancestors achieved some success in Psi and hurried to escape from the Commonwealth. There, they would have been quickly taken under control by large corporations, and if they hadn't managed to take them the good way, they would have taken them the bad way, or even destroyed them. Who in power would like such a force at their side? By the way, in the NW, this force has grown uncontrollably, to the point of indecency, and now oppresses the ungifted. So perhaps the harsh actions of the authorities in such cases are to some extent justified. Klim collected, studied, and simplified the flow of information from the SZ news channels, and it came down to approximately the following: eat, drink, multiply, serve the great ones faithfully. Something like that.
Well, to hell with this kind of life. Although, if you think about it, how is it different from the customs of the Commonwealth, where a UAP agent, only level 5, can very well demand a gift of enormous value from a small clan? In short, people are the same everywhere. If you can take it, take it. If you can't take it, then it's not yours, but someone else's. One thing is unclear. The Psychers didn't run away that far, captured hundreds of star systems, set up the gates, are breeding offspring, and they still haven't been discovered. This can't be.
Some information must have leaked out. The big guys from the Commonwealth Assembly should have raised a wave and organized a crusade against the family a long time ago. In the NW. Oh, what a terrible horror. They oppress the intelligent based on rank. This is an excellent reason to take the local elite under total control, or even cut them up like Kargass. Kargass, it dawned on Klim. Khan has repeatedly said that he knows a lot about Kargass. True, he never told anything useful, but the fact is, the AI appeared right at the time when the Commonwealth began active expansion into the zone of the galaxy occupied by the NW. And then, bang, out of nowhere, the AI appears with its hordes of drones and stands between the family and the Commonwealth, and the development, accordingly, quickly moves to other areas. It's not that the AI's drones were initially strong and caused a lot of problems, but they were perceived as an annoying hindrance that reduces profits. Why bother and clear space of annoying insects when the universe is infinite? It was only later that Kargass dug up Techno-2 from somewhere and began to seriously snap back. Most likely, he dug it up from the Commonwealth itself. Maybe it was even thanks to Techno-2 that he broke away from the obedience of the family. If he came out at all, and this isn't another one of Khan's lies, the Psyker touched on the AI topic so many times, but then turned the conversation upside down that Klim was already irrevocably confused by the contradictory testimony. However, if we collect general impressions, it turns out that Kargass is a family creation. Klim glanced at already 8 clumsy spaceships that were standing in line in front of him and dismissed the idea. The technology gap between what was standing in line and the superskin was too big. But then he remembered the KSs again, which Khan kept praising, presenting them as invincible.
In the end, the pilot decided not to rack his brains, but simply to question the psyker when they met, which was still, it was unclear how long, given the cues at each gate. The weight was already starting to weigh heavily on him. He wanted to swear or even punch someone in the face. Klim once again appreciated the clumsy tubs of his family shorts, which were mistakenly called spaceships. Their awkward, robotic, unnatural movements always stick out when the ship is mostly controlled by a computer. He imagined several astronauts in uncomfortable spacesuits, huddled in a narrow cockpit, and suddenly he remembered that he was an immortal pilot. A manned spaceship who was capable of destroying this entire army before it realized what had happened. He had somehow forgotten about it with his eternal problems, worries, and minimal time spent in space as a pilot. The feeling that you are a god hiding among a crowd of ordinary people amused you. It is one thing to stand in a traffic jam and, like everyone else, wait for your turn, and quite another to watch the inhabitants of the aquarium while lying on a comfortable sofa. The latter relaxes. Klim calmed down, and all he needed was to set himself up correctly. The further journey was no longer stressful but more like an excursion. Klim tried to gather as much information as possible, so that in case of unforeseen troubles he would not end up in a completely unfamiliar environment. It turned out that in addition to official government websites with a pompous patriotic message, there are also quite ordinary ones. Entertainment, advertising, thematic. Even from advertising, you can glean a lot of valuable information about the natives. For the most part, the locals lived the ordinary life of ordinary citizens. Psychics were somewhere out there, in the sky. The bulk of citizens did not intersect with the great ones at all. The empty ones have their own set of worries, concerns, and joys. Some never had time to find out in their entire lives that they are empty. In general, the intelligent, as always, are able to warm up anywhere. The technologies of the family were huddled somewhere between Techno 0 and Techno 1. It seems that the family can fly between the stars, but the main focus of trade and industry is on the intra-system market. And only a small part of the goods goes outside, and even then, exclusively to the metropolis. Hence the small number of jump gates and the sharp fluctuations in technological development from system to system.
Warp jump completed. Attention, route final destination reached. Autopilot disabled. Zone frontier, system unidentified. Signatures of artificial objects detected.
There were several hundred signatures, mostly some small intrasystemic shells. Klim directed the cruiser to the only station in orbit of the fifth planet.
The planet is naturally inhabited. Family people have not yet learned to live exclusively in artificial space objects. Any more or less large structures were fully supplied from the surface of the planets. The station, like almost all the structures of the family, looks like a huge ISS plus some spare parts from a Jeep, a large and complex pile of retractable trusses connecting beams, some gigantic devices. In some places, kilometer-long cubes and barrels are unpredictably built in, apparently separate life support sections. When the distance allowed, Klim connected to the info channel whose number Khan had left. A video window opened with an image of an office and a pretty girl. Public reception of the son of the Shorm family, Khan Velez. The pride in the secretary's voice was heard for the entire minister. "Connect me to Shorm Khan," Klim blurted out the first thing that came to mind, since he thought that Khan had left a direct personal channel. But then some secretary showed up. "How should I introduce you?" "Klim." "Klim?" The girl's eyes widened. "Just Klim?" "Pilot Klim." She glanced down, actively moving her fingers on the terminal, apparently trying to find instructions in case a madman called, or maybe calling security. The expression on her sweet face was frozen. Does this idiot really want to die such a painful death? But the girl's lips, nevertheless, spread into a smile and said, "Good. Wait. I am waiting. Is it really that simple?
If Klim tried to do something like this with the secretary AI of one of the OAP agents without an invitation or sufficient rating, he would have to send a copy of the M card and a mental imprint to verify his identity at the very least. And even then, most likely, he would not have been connected, but would have been blacklisted. Security instructs you to dock at dock number 63. A drone pilot has already been dispatched to your yacht. Klim wanted to clarify something, but the connection with the channel was cut off one way. After some time, a drone approached the cruiser, similar to a football, only 10 times larger. The drone blinked red lights and flew towards the station, to one of the compartments in the form of a huge barrel. I didn't really want to follow this ball. The situation looked too much like a banal trap. But it seems that the family men don't quite understand who exactly they're dealing with. A drone has been dispatched to your yacht. Yacht. No. Do the backward natives think they can hold Perun in these docks? Even without a meticulous scan, it was clear that the walls of this great structure would hold out until the cruiser's first salvo.
And yet, banal logic dictated that he needed to turn around and run. However, then the SC codes for Immerse would be declared invalid, and access to the gates would be closed. He would have to get to the Commonwealth on his own for several months. And Klim had already wasted a lot of time and nerves visiting the SC. He had stood in lines, endured inspections. And since the pass was already finished anyway, he simply had to create a major mess here with beatings and universal destruction. And upon returning to the Commonwealth, he would also have to report to the appropriate authorities about the suspicious formation of intelligent beings. However, there was a tiny chance that everything was going as Khan had planned, and all this suspicious fuss was part of the protocol of ceremonial meetings. Maybe that's how it's done here. After all, the guest had arrived to see the son of the family himself. The pilot activated the shield pumping module, opened the weapon ports, and switched the Perun to a state of heightened combat readiness, and only then followed the pilot. The family scanners wouldn't notice the preparations behind the camouflage field anyway. The cruiser easily entered the station's rectangular dock. Inside, it turned out to be pristinely empty. As soon as the ship landed on its shock absorbers and muffled its boosters, an armored plate slowly blocked the exit from the dock. A minute later, gravity smoothly appeared, and 5 minutes later, a small gate opened in the opposite wall, and 4 wheeled droids with barrels drove into the dock. They began to busily spray liquid across the dock, focusing especially on the Perun. Only after the droids had finished disinfecting the dock did they start pumping air. In total, they had to wait about half an hour until intelligent beings finally appeared in the room. They looked like ordinary people in technicians' overalls. Then, 20 serious guys in military uniforms appeared. The soldiers quickly lined up in a corridor, and only then did an open platform with sofa seats and a single passenger roll into the dock. Klim didn't immediately recognize Khan. A strict business suit, such as those that were fashionable in the Commonwealth 200 years ago. But it sat perfectly on the psyker. Short hair, neatly trimmed beard. A strict, strong-willed face. The resemblance to Jesus of Nazareth had completely disappeared. A brutal, macho, the master of the world, was lounging on the sofa. What's his name? Ah, the voice of God, according to the family classification. The empty bodies that lined up in front of the platform, as if on parade, looked strictly at their feet. Even the 2 fighters that stood on either side of the small ladder that had descended from the platform did not raise their gaze above the wheels while moving. How were they guarding the precious Khan if they were staring at the floor all the time? Although a psyker doesn't really need protection, thought Klim, turning off the neuroshunts. Naturally, while the automation pumped out the biogel, while the body returned to normal, and the pilot's suit embraced the body, 30 minutes passed. A small revenge for the same weight. When the pilot got out of the capsule, an expression of discontent froze on Khan's face. "You weren't in much of a hurry to get out of your coffin," he muttered. There was no need to arrange such a lavish reception.
Shut up and show some respect, not in your own home. Khan looked around at the frozen empty heads and nodded towards the sofa opposite. I beg your pardon, O Great One. Klim barely managed to restrain himself from snorting. He climbed 2 steps and sat down opposite. The platform rolled into the opened passage. They didn't go long.
It was only a short walk here, but apparently the greats didn't like walking. The short corridor very soon led to a freight elevator, which took the platform straight to the reception area, where the familiar secretary girl was sitting. The guys walked past in silence and found themselves in the office. The armored door slid quietly, cutting off all outside sounds. The furnishings were Spartan everywhere. The corridors were completely empty, and the reception area and Khan's office had a minimum of simple furniture: a table, the owner's chair, and a chair for the visitor. The psyker pointed to the ladder for Klim and sat down on the tabletop and stared at the guest. To be honest, I didn't think you'd show up here. Then why did you leave? But since you turned out to be an honest guy, it would be stupid to kill you, Khan interrupted with emphasis. Completely unfamiliar notes could be heard in his voice. And this was some other Khan, not the one who lived in paradise.
This Khan would not squander credits on drugs. This one would rather easily turn 50 million into 50 billion. The drunken chatter about how he would easily become the emperor of the entire Commonwealth no longer seemed like such a joke. And there was also an unnaturalness in his behavior, as if he were a rag doll. Klim decided to keep quiet until he figured out what was what. Maybe the psyker had gone crazy? It wasn't for nothing that he was sent to paradise, after all. Did you bring the passenger capsule? Yes. Did you get the loans? Enough. Can you operate a cargo ship? I can, but what does that have to do with... Excellent. I managed to convince the fathers to use you for covert trade with your Commonwealth. So you changed your mind about running? Run? I changed my mind. Finally and irrevocably, I decided to take revenge after all. Take revenge? That is, the sentence that was in the skull. My father, who visited me when you flew away, said something very sensible which amazed me. Khan interrupted again, looking at Klim with glass eyes, which added even more to the resemblance to a mannequin. Why run and live like a cur when you can become the leader of the pack and punish those who are guilty? It is not for nothing that the elders say that the hidden planet affects the mind and changes the point of view. The meeting with you was not useless. Think about it. Since you, a pathetic empty shell, having caught a deadly disease, did not despair, but rushed across the galaxy on a truly hopeless search and survived, then I should especially think about my fate. Klim took a deep breath to ask another stupid question, but for a change he decided to keep quiet for a bit and think. As he had planned just a couple of minutes ago, and he did it unconsciously, just between his ears, as if something quietly clicked, and the thought sounded, "It's time to grow up and follow my plans." So I'm not going to run anywhere anymore, Khan continued, gesturing with an incomprehensible excess, like a not very good actor on a theater stage. I'm going to become one of the high ones and establish such justice as I deem necessary. Commendable, Klim squeezed out of himself, finally convinced that there was something wrong with the psyker's head. Did the brainwashers brainwash him or something? No. The thoughts are, of course, correct, but too cinematic. Only TV series heroes behave like that. Normal people continue to quietly despair and slowly drink themselves to death. In short, I need to get out of here before they straighten out my own brain. But he said something else out loud. What is my task, Great One? First, you will receive a list of the necessary goods. You will buy them with the money you promised me and deliver them to the family. After delivery, you will receive further instructions. Charming diplomacy. Klim looked at Khan as if he were crazy. Is this a standard client agreement for The family? After such an offer, only a cretin would agree to work for the family men. This is some kind of slavery, not a business relationship. You go, bring, lick, suck, and at your own expense. No, something is wrong here. When Khan really needs something, he behaves differently. This cunning bastard will never give a direct order or tell the truth unless he is sure that the order will be carried out. He will come up with a workaround and use you in the dark, and all this jokingly and with a smile. And people don't change so dramatically in a short period of time. Yesterday a slacker dreaming of burning the great-grandfathers, and today a businessman wanting to become one of them.
There's only one conclusion. People behave like this only under close observation.
Holy cow! He directly suggested the father who said, "Why run?" How did the shrink know that Khan was going to run? After all, there had never been any escapes from that ancient madhouse. They have been watching us since paradise, and now, of course, they are listening. The pilot realized. It seemed that Klim's thoughts were reflected on his face, because Khan changed his pose to a more relaxed one, as if confirming, "You think correctly, idiot. Finally."
I understand everything, Great One.
The pilot even bowed his head slightly.
I will execute it in the best possible way.
"Here's everything you need." Khan casually threw the information crystal.
Klim caught the accumulator rectangle and thought that since they were being listened to, they should behave accordingly. Blind obedience would only arouse suspicion, so he began asking questions on the merits. It would take too long for a cargo ship to get here. There are new SC codes on the drive. You will be allowed through without inspection or queue, and the delivery point is not here, but closer to the outskirts of the SZ. Great, but what if the available money is not enough? The list is formed in descending order of purchase priority. Should I act covertly? Naturally. Any other instructions? No. You can go. Security will escort you. Although wait, this passenger capsule of yours is something like a virtual capsule. What exactly does a passenger see during a flight? He experiences and sees almost the same as the pilot, except for system information. Flying in a passenger capsule is a fairly common attraction in the Commonwealth, for those who have a very low psi rank and do not have the opportunity to pilot the ship personally. Then I think I'll try this ride. This experience will be useful to me in the future. Here Klim tensed up. Is this how Khan plans to escape? Such a simple cover for an escape should have caused a certain reaction among the listeners. However, Khan stood up quite casually and headed for the exit. So all that was left was to nod. I have everything ready, Great One. Let's go. Then they made the same way as here, but in reverse order. The platform stopped in the same place on the dock where it picked up Klim. A ladder extended. Khan went down first. Klim hurried after him. The honor guard of guards and technicians did not move. It seemed they had been standing there all this time, like statues. Klim briefly instructed Khan on how to behave in the capsule. Every second expecting that fathers and grandfathers would burst into the dock and yell, "No fucking way! You won't escape from us!" But then he put the passenger in the capsule, checked the readings, and climbed into his own. The doors closed. The neuroshunts were stuck into the spine. The biogel pumps began to hum. Klim felt like a mighty giant and glanced at the immediately shrunken dock. The honor guard was quickly leaving the room, and the pilot still couldn't believe his luck. They were released without a fight or objections. Apparently, the family men seriously underestimate the power of the Commonwealth's technology. They could have intercepted the fugitives during the loading into the capsules, but now it was too late. In his joy, Klim even wanted to turn the dock's airlock around, but it obligingly crawled to the side. Did the cretins watching the negotiations really believe the story about Khan simply wanting to go for a ride? Perun slowly emerged from the barrel-shaped compartment, and Klim heard the voice of the passenger. Just don't try to do something stupid like usual. In terms of,
Slowly pick up speed and make a couple of nice circles around the station. Be a good boy. Are you serious? I can destroy half the system with one finger right now.
Now you're going to do what your smart older comrade tells you, Khan mimicked him.
Do you think the family is populated by cretins? There's little time, so let's not be idiotic. No. Are you really serious? Let me turn on the camouflage to full and you'll see. What a green idiot you are. No, I'm still green too, but you're just a fetus. Your person has interested the elders. They want to feel out the Commonwealth through you. So there's a KS here, and maybe more than one. Where? There were many ships in the view, but none of them looked like a combat vessel. Even the Vandal would have looked more menacing than most of the shells that were moving haphazardly through the system. It didn't look like anyone here could threaten the Perun. When they want, you'll find out where. Now let's take our time in low orbit of Kargass. It's the closest planet, if anything. Yes, I understand. I'm not stupid. I doubt the latter.
Okay, I started this flight to talk without prying ears, so listen carefully and answer the questions quickly.
Then I have a counter question. Couldn't you have said right away that you weren't going to wait in paradise? Why all this farce? I have been implementing my plan for 25 years, under the watchful eye of the elders, who can twist my head off at any moment. Do you think I should let you in on all the details? Or do you think my plan all depends on the trustworthiness of some empty shell who only knows how to fly ships? You are just a small cog in a big mechanism, and the mechanism will have to move even if you suddenly get lost along the way. You're such a pretentious and evil genius, it turns out. Only one thing depends on you, to hold on and become part of a powerful system, or roll into a ditch. Khan ignored the joke and continued to speak very seriously. So, if you want to achieve at least something in this life, just answer the questions.
Time is running out.
After completing the loop around Kargass, I must return to the station.
Hey, go ahead and ask.
You bragged that your ship is much better than the family ones. Can you conduct reconnaissance of an arbitrary system in the Kargass Zone?
Well, it depends on the depth of penetration.
It seems you are useless. I don't care about the details.
Okay. I can covertly penetrate almost any system except for a few central ones. Specify the reconnaissance target for a more complete answer.
A point in the asteroid belt between the orbits of the 5th and 6th planets.
Bad. Kargass places drone shipyards in such belts. Everything will depend on their location.
It is the accessibility of a specific place that needs to be explored, and then the jump gates need to be set up for that place.
It will cost money.
Are the ones you owe me enough?
What about the shopping list?
Throw it in the trash.
Then that's enough, but I will need helpers.
I allow you to bring 2 or 3 intelligent beings you trust completely into the loop, Khan answered after some thought. But only very useful partners will be useful. All other assistants beyond this number will be superfluous, and you will have to clean them up after the raid. Wow, how strict it all is. It remains to clarify what is so valuable that I should cut up my comrades for. Do you want to become truly immortal? Oh, you're starting your little barrel organ again. I've heard enough of this nonsense back in paradise. I'm immortal. You're empty. I'm cooler. I'm not talking about the differences between scions and pilots, but about real invulnerability. Invulnerability. Sounds like a fairy tale. This is not a fairy tale, but a technology restored by a group of scientists from an ancient artifact. What kind of artifact is this? You won't hear any details from me. At this stage, you don't need them.
Well, such a thing as invulnerability, of course, won't hurt. I'll become bulletproof and laser reflective.
Klim, I'm not joking. The cruiser was already finishing its orbit around the planet. On a large continent, covered in light transparent clouds, a megalopolis shimmering with a host of lights spread out. The rest of the free area of the continent was dotted with tiny dots. Klim increased the resolution and realized that these were millions of terraforming towers, an outdated method of changing the climate. The Commonwealth has long been using giant climate processors, but the ancients did without all this. How exactly they made planets suitable for life is still a mystery. The ancients were generally able to do a lot of things. Perhaps they could be invulnerable too. It is just unclear where all these invulnerable immortals went.
Okay. Give me the coordinates.
Here you go.
Khan handed over a rather weighty file.
It has everything you need.
And remember, despite the fact that the topic is as hackneyed as old papyrus and seems like a fantasy, there will be plenty of people who will tear your throat out just for the illusory hope of true immortality. Don't push it. I understand that perfectly well. I don't understand why we don't just get out of here together. In the entire orbit around Kargass, the scanner hasn't detected a single module that could threaten us. Just do your part and stop whining bears. Well, as you know, and by the way, leave me this capsule. It's a cool thing. Without the pilot capsule, the passenger one is just a piece of iron. It only works in tandem. It's okay. Let my craftsmen poke around in it. Maybe they'll dig up something. Yes, take it. It was bought with your money anyway. Perun has almost completed its orbit, and a station has already appeared over the planet's horizon. And next to the station, there is something new. New signature detected. Attention danger. Well, object. Presumably the flickering obelisk. Wow, fucking thunder! Klim turned on afterburners, maximum camouflage, and made a steep turn, trying to go into warp as quickly as possible. Anywhere as long as it's far away, but not really hoping that it will work out. Stop! Khan barked. All clear. Calm down and go to the dock. But this, and don't be nervous. It's just the KS, the family ship. Do you have many of these? If there were a lot, you would be just an ordinary slave. Epilogue. The ancients left behind many obscure objects that have received the common name obelisks. Usually, an obelisk is a partially destroyed structure of obviously artificial origin, the purpose of which is a mystery. For example, the luck obelisk is only good for making spiral turns around it and hoping that this will give something. But in addition to a bunch of dead spindle-shaped crafts with long raised protuberances made of Sherba crystal, there are also working obelisks. Shimmering is one of them. It is a light green rectangular box of a very specific shape, strongly resembling a coffin, on the lid of which intricate patterns are carved. That in truth, in action, flickering, no one has seen. In the Commonwealth, there is only indirect evidence of its existence. From time to time, exclusively in nulls, drifting ships with emergency beacons turned on are found. Not a single ship shows signs of damage or accidents. It could be a tiny corvette, a battleship, or even a passenger liner with a crew. All that unites them is the incomprehensibly deceased, sentient beings on board. Passengers of liners in cabins, immortal pilots in capsules with biogel, which is simply obliged to save the owner from most dangers. There is no difference between the corpses. All the bodies have no traces of violent death, like those insurance products that you can order from the Medclat Corporation. Clones grown in a synthesizer. Clones are kept in stasis because if you wake one up, it dies immediately. Believers say that this is because clones have no soul. Atheists argue that scientists simply have not yet learned how to properly copy and launch the brain. It's a matter of time. Well, the vast majority don't care about theological disputes. They would like to save up money for such an insurance product. So any AI of a drifting ship with a dead crew doesn't care. Having stopped receiving orders from intelligent beings and not having found the cause of the tragedy, the onboard AI stops the accelerator and turns on the emergency beacon, if it has no other instructions to do so. When a ship is found, the ship's logs always contain an image of a light green coffin
with an intricate whitish pattern on the lid. The coffin stands upright and is oriented with the lid towards the ship, and the whitish pattern is somewhat reminiscent of a maniac's smile. Scanner data is always inaccurate, as if the object very quickly appears and then disappears, flickering. Hence the name. But the obelisk that Klim was now observing did not even think of flickering. It was moving calmly next to the station in Kargass's orbit, and its smile pattern looked more like a beast's grin. So this is not an obelisk, but a Psyker's battleship. It turns out that if you ever find a super technological thing lost by aliens in your garden, you shouldn't immediately call the scientists from the university. It's better to call your neighbor first. Maybe it's just some spare part from his scooter. End of part 2. To be continued.